The young man, his face brimming with battle lust, is none other than our protagonist, Zed Arahan. He is a descendant of a notorious mage family on the continent. However, because he was unable to use magic, he was thrown into one of the most dangerous prisons in the world, a place so wretched that even birds wouldn't bother to shit there. But what they didn't know was that Zed was no longer the weakling they believed him to be. He was a genius, possessing not one but 5 S-rank traits. If he couldn't wield magic in the traditional way, then he would carve his own path with raw physical prowess. The plan to escape this godforsaken prison was about to unfold. But before we dive into Zed's journey, let's take a step back and explore the history of this world. The Divine Demonic War. 1.000 years ago. One day, demons suddenly broke through the front line and launched an assault on humanity. In a desperate struggle for survival, mankind fought back, igniting a fierce and unending war. Blood stained the earth as endless waves of monsters surged forth like a tidal wave, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. But then, a mage appeared, riding a black dragon. He soared across the battlefield, unleashing earth-shattering spells that wiped out countless monsters in an instant. His overwhelming power sent the beasts cowering in terror, while the humans cheered as if witnessing the descent of a god. However, at the very climax of the Divine Demonic War, the great mage mysteriously perished. Then, a strange whisper echoed through the void. The chosen one, the strength-obsessed warrior, the one who resists the temptations of corruption. I have chosen another. A cryptic message, heralding an imminent shift in fate. Present day, South Korea. Inside a subway train, passengers were glued to their phone screens, watching a live broadcast of a boxing match with bated breath. The commentator's voice rang out, brimming with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to all. The grand event of the day, the 17th title defense of the reigning world champion, is about to begin. Inside the packed arena, the atmosphere was electric, burning like a raging inferno. The crowd roared, their cheers drowning out every other sound. The announcer's voice soared above the chaos. Entering from the blue corner, a challenger built like a bronze statue, muscles rippling as he stands tall in the ring. The audience erupted, some in excitement, others scoffing and waving dismissively. The MC pressed on. And now, from the red corner, the undefeated legend, 37 fights, 37 victories, a perfect knockout record, the reigning world champion, Kim Jin-ho. Kim Jin-ho ripped off his robe, revealing a chiseled physique forged like steel. His icy expression radiated the aura of an invincible warrior. The MC jumped back in. Pay attention, folks. In recent matches, Kim Jin-ho has barely had to move his legs. There's been speculation, thanks to an interview with Patrick, the challenger, that he's nursing a leg injury. If that's true, today might be the day we witness the rise of a new champion. After all, Kim Jin-ho is past 40 now. If that injury is real, this fight could take a shocking turn. With that, the match began. The referee raised his hand, signaling the fighters to engage. Patrick, the challenger, was already drenched in sweat, his eyes darting nervously under the crushing weight of the moment. Shit, this pressure is unreal. He clenched his fists, fully aware of the monster standing before him. This is what a true champion looks like. Kim Jin-ho stood motionless, silent, his razor-sharp gaze alone making Patrick shrink. Patrick gritted his teeth. But what if he really can't use that leg? This could be my shot. Thwack! A dry, bone-chilling sound echoed as Patrick lunged forward like a berserk beast. His breath ragged, eyes burning with frenzy. You dare step into the ring with me on a busted leg? That arrogance will be your downfall. I'll snap it for good. Reaching for Jin-ho's injured leg, he smirked, convinced he had victory in his grasp. But in the blink of an eye, the MC's voice rang out in shock. He's down. He's down. A flawless spinning kick from Kim Jin-ho. Patrick crashed onto the mat, clutching his face in agony. His expression twisted in pain. His mouthguard went flying, and his eyes rolled back. There was no way he was getting up. The MC's voice thundered over the arena. Patrick isn't getting up. A shocking first-round knockout. Only then did Kim Jin-ho finally speak, his deep voice dripping with taunt. Do you get it now? That's why you don't rely on legs. The scene shifted to the locker room. Kim Jin-ho zipped up his jacket, slammed the locker door shut, and strode toward the exit. His coach called after him, panicked. "Hey, where are you going? What about the press conference?" Jin-ho turned his head slightly, his tone ice cold. "You handle it." The coach snapped, frustration flaring. "Hey, buddy, like it or not, you need to do something today. Your fans are swarming the place, you don't care?" Jin-ho didn't bother responding. He gave a small nod and muttered, "Take care, let me know when the next match is scheduled." The coach let out an exasperated sigh. "How many times do I have to tell you?" He stopped short when Jin-ho cut him off. "Perfect. A traffic jam suits the weather." Jin-ho stretched his neck and added, "I'll run home." Bam! The door slammed shut behind him, making the coach flinch. He grumbled, "Typical Jin-ho." Reaching for the handle, he muttered under his breath, "That punk, it's 30 kilometers to his place." But the moment he cracked the door open, a swarm of reporters pounced like starving sharks. A black-haired journalist fired off the first question, "Coach, where's Kim Jin-ho right now?" A female reporter squeezed forward, "Can you share your thoughts on today's match?" He was completely surrounded, cursing inwardly. "Kim Jin-ho, you bastard." Another reporter shouted, "So when will you be holding a press conference?" A different voice chimed in, "Is the rumor about Kim Jin-ho's leg injury fake? Was it all staged?" Outside, the rain poured down in torrents, the wind howling in fierce gusts. But Kim Jin-ho kept running, his steady breaths forming thin clouds in the frigid air. He muttered to himself, "Just as expected, at the very least. I understand what you were thinking." His mind drifted back to his glorious victories. He's down. In his debut match, Kim Jin-ho had launched his career with a legendary knockout. Kim Jin-ho, that's right, yet again, he had ended a fight with a devastating punch. He's down. Victory goes to Kim Jin-ho. He thought to himself, "I feel sorry for you. But until the day you retire, there won't be a single opponent who truly shakes you." His coach's voice echoed in the interview room. "An injury? Do you really believe that rumor?" Kim Jin-ho himself said he brought this punishment upon himself. Get it? By the time he reached the elevator of his apartment building, his clothes were drenched, and a trace of fatigue flickered in his eyes. The elevator carried him up to the 34th floor before coming to a stop. In front of his door, fan gifts were stacked in a pile, blocking the entrance. Irritated, he grumbled, "I already told them not to block the doorway." He crouched down, squeezing his way inside. A sleek, modern two-story home came into view, a luxurious living room with high-end sofas. A fully equipped kitchen, fitting for a star athlete. Jin-ho emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair before casually tossing the towel aside, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "All right, time to boot up the computer." The glow from the screen filled the room. He sat down in his chair, adjusting his posture with focus. "Let's get started." The words appeared on the monitor. Last Savior, a notoriously difficult console and PC game that even hardened Korean gamers had given up on. Yet, Kim Jin-ho had played it every single day for the past 10 years. Never missing a session, honing his skills to face ever stronger opponents, even though that drive had long since faded in reality. The boxing championship belt remained unclaimed. Jin-ho scoffed. Maybe he still hasn't beaten it today. But here, he's found that fire once again, the spirit of a challenger. On the screen, his warrior appeared, clad in impenetrable armor, a massive sword resting on his shoulder, striding forward with unwavering confidence. Today, the warrior would face the Demon King. The Demon King, dressed in gleaming black armor with a warrior's helmet concealing his face, radiated an aura just as intense. Jin-ho muttered, "Die, you bastard." Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, growing fiercer, lightning illuminating the stormy sky. But Jin-ho remained seated inside, oblivious to the weather. The only thing that mattered to him was the battle unfolding before him. The Demon King's health bar was nearly depleted. Jin-ho scowled, his voice tense. "What? At this rate, you're done for." His warrior spoke to then swung his sword, aiming for the finishing blow. Jin-ho shouted, now completely absorbed in the moment. "Come on, give it everything you've got. What if you can't dodge this? You bastard." He cursed as the blade sliced toward the Demon King. But in an instant, countered, swinging his own sword to block the strike. A flicker of tension crossed the face of the mighty warrior. Jin Ho gritted his teeth. Even though he tried to block, the warrior's strike was too powerful. The force of the attack pushed back the Demon King before landing a devastating critical hit. Jin Ho thought, "Why does your technique seem so simple today? And why did your attack land so perfectly?" The warrior readied himself after the previous strike. Suddenly, the Demon King writhed in agony. The warrior had unleashed his ultimate move. Infused with the might of a fearless lion, delivering the final, decisive blow. Jin Ho was completely immersed in the game. Dazed as the battle neared its end. What had started as a challenge fueled by the desire to win was now overshadowed by an ironic fear of victory. The Demon King struggled to rise. Jin Ho's voice rang out, "Come on, Demon King, you can do it." Despite the encouragement and an impressive counterattack, the Demon King was ultimately defeated by the mighty warrior. The screen displayed, "Congratulations. The Demon King era has been vanquished. Thank you for playing Last Savior." Kim Jin Ho, the champion of two worlds, still had yet to find anyone who could surpass him. Despite countless challengers, furious, he screamed, "Damn it," and hurled his mouse at the screen, leaving a deep crack. "Who am I supposed to fight next? Maybe that crazy bear?" He kept swearing. "Ah, shit, what a load of nonsense." He was too caught up in his frustration to notice the golden light illuminating the sky outside, eerily similar to the glow of a battle 1,000 years ago. Why was it appearing here? Had it found someone worthy of a hero's mantle? Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. A golden bolt of lightning tore through the sky, and Jin Ho felt something coming. Huh? He turned just in time to see the brilliant light racing toward him. Boom! The lightning struck his apartment building directly on the 34th floor. Where he sat playing, his vision blurred, his entire body burned. A strange voice called out, "Hey, hey, number 218, hey, number 218. Jin Ho opened his eyes. A stormy sky stretched above him. When did I come outside? He wondered, his mind in a haze. Shouts echoed around him. Charge! Everyone, move forward! A hand clamped down on his shoulder. Hey, number 218. Jin Ho turned, but he was no longer Kim Jin Ho. A blonde girl with piercing emerald green eyes, Ryu, a fellow prisoner, stared at him sharply. "I've been calling you this whole time. What the hell are you doing? Time's up. We have to get out of here now." Confused, he stammered, Who are you?" His gaze fell on the number 172, printed on her uniform. Number 172? He thought. Then he asked, "Where is this?" Looking up, he saw a horde of people in orange uniforms racing toward a massive gate, as if fleeing for their lives. Then, it hit him. That flag. I've seen that symbol somewhere before. The girl's furious yell snapped him back to reality. "Hey, wake the hell up. You wanna rot in here forever? They say today's our last chance to escape this damn Kirin." Jin Ho's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Stunned, he repeated, "What? This place is called Kirin?" Doubt crept into his mind. But something inside him already knew the terrifying truth. "This is Kirin?" He hesitated, his voice trembling with doubt as he uttered the question. Yet deep down, an ominous premonition had already begun to take shape. Ryu's urgent voice cut through his muddled thoughts. "Don't just stand there. Run, we don't have time." Jin Ho was no longer himself. He had been pulled into the fantastical world of Last Savior *, the game he had spent countless hours glued to, and transformed into a 15-year-old boy from the prestigious Arahan Mage lineage, Zed Arahan. Standing amidst the chaos, Zed, in his new form, darted his eyes around, completely disoriented. His mind spun. What the hell is happening? Am I trapped in some kind of dream? Before him, a group of prisoners had banded together, straining with all their might as they yanked on massive ropes tied to the towering city gates. Their desperate shouts rang through the air, each word fueling their collective determination. There was only one goal: escape this damned prison. Kirin, a place so forsaken that not even birds cared to fly past it. Encouraging cries echoed through the stormy sky, drowning out the howling wind. Almost there. Just a little more. Zed ransacked his mind, digging through fragments of memory, desperately trying to piece together what was happening. No, this feels way too real to be a dream. Could I have been sucked into the game I once lived and breathed? A commanding voice suddenly barked over the commotion. yelling at everyone, including Ryu and Zed. Move. Get going. No more delays. Yet, Zed remained trapped in the whirlwind of his own thoughts. Even these prisoners feel so real. Everything around him was shrouded in mystery, raising a million questions. But one thing was clear: he had to get out of this wretched place. Then, without warning, Zed came to a halt. He turned to Ryu with a determined look. Wait, hold on a second. He grabbed his wrist firmly, trying to stop him as he dragged him forward like an unstoppable force. Yanked back in the middle of their desperate sprint, Ryu spun around, his face contorted in frustration. Hey, you crazy idiot, why the hell are you stopping now? I wasn't done talking. Zed didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, cutting in sharply. Don't you see? If this really is Kirin, there's no way things would be this messy and disorganized. It's too careless, too irrational. Ryu fired back, his voice breathless from urgency. That's because Chief Clark isn't here. Zed narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning ice cold. Chief Clark? Who the hell is that? Exactly, Ryu affirmed with unwavering confidence. He bailed out of here just moments ago. This is our once-in-a-lifetime chance. But before he could ramble any further, Zed suddenly grabbed his collar with both hands and yanked him forward so hard he nearly fell over. Calm the hell down, and get out of here. Now. Without waiting for his reaction, he pulled Ryu along, practically dragging him across the dirt, deliberately steering them away from the gate and the frenzied crowd swarming toward it like a hive of disturbed wasps. Ryu flailed wildly, shrieking like a wounded animal. What the hell are you doing? You crazy bastard? Zed remained unfazed, his expression cold as steel. Yeah, let's go with that. If what you're saying is true, then this whole situation does make some sense. But my instincts, the instincts of a champion, are screaming at me. Do not step through that goddamn gate, asterisk. Ryu shoved his hands off him, seething with fury. Let me go, you piece of shit. The crowd erupted in triumphant cheers, their voices soaring with exhilaration. The gate's about to break. Just a little more. At that very moment, a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky, splitting the heavens apart like an omen of impending doom. The deafening roar of thunder sent tremors through the air as the prisoners surged forward, jostling and trampling over each other in a desperate frenzy to escape. Ryu kept struggling, his screams growing more desperate. No, let me go. I had to get out of here. The other prisoners, their faces glowing with hope, eyes sparkling with the desperate belief that this was the day they'd finally taste freedom, had no idea they were about to step into a nightmare. Then, in a single instant, all their hopes were drowned in blood. Terror seized their expressions as fresh, crimson liquid splattered across the ground like a macabre fountain. A severed arm hit the dirt with a sickening thud. A prisoner collapsed, clutching the stump where his limb had been, his agonized screams slicing through the air. Panic spread like wildfire as every eye snapped toward the figure blocking the exit, Chief Warden Clark. He had never left. The rumors were a lie. Instead, he had been lying in wait, setting the perfect death trap. The moment they dared to open that gate, he had been ready to strike them down without hesitation. Clark grinned wickedly, his sword gleaming with fresh blood. Hey, you miserable, brainless scum. With a flick of his blade, he pointed it at the huddled prisoners, his voice booming with sadistic glee. Slaughter them all. Ryu's jaw hung open, his voice barely a whisper of disbelief. What, Chief Clark? He was here all along? Zed didn't waste time explaining. His tone was ice cold. Are you blind? Look, it's a goddamn trap. Now shut up and run. And then, the massacre began. Clark and his men stormed forward, swords slicing through flesh and bone like scythes through wheat. Prisoners screamed in sheer terror, scrambling to flee, but it was futile. Help me. Desperate cries echoed through the night. But there was no salvation, no weapons, no strength. They were nothing more than lambs led to slaughter. The rain poured harder, each drop mingling with the blood pooling on the stone, painting Kirin in the hues of tragedy. Clark strode forward, his boots splashing through the blood-soaked puddles, his voice sharp and commanding. Round up the survivors. Line them up properly. Yes, sir, one of his men barked back, his voice brimming with authority. Stand in formation, no moving. The prisoners who had miraculously survived were herded together, forced into a rigid, military-like line, Scattered across the ground lay the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades. Their faces twisted in frozen agony. Ryu and Zed were shoved to the front of the line. Ryu's wide eyes darted over the grotesque scene before him. The sight of so many lifeless corpses, their blood pooling into the rain-drenched dirt, sent his stomach into violent convulsions. His face turned a sickly shade of blue. And then he doubled over, retching uncontrollably. He clamped a trembling hand over his mouth. But it was useless. His body was rejecting the sheer horror of it all. Tears streamed down his cheeks, mixing with the downpour and his uncontainable terror. A guard stormed over, fury blazing in his eyes. He grabbed a fistful of Ryu's hair, yanking his head back as he snarled. "I said no moving." Then, turning to the rest of the prisoners, he growled a chilling threat. "Listen up. If any one of you so much as flinches again, I'll gut you right where you stand." Zed stole a glance at Ryu, his mind racing. These bastards are weak. I could take them down in an instant, but if they start another bloodbath, there'll be no stopping it. If that happens, I'll have no choice but to gamble everything on one desperate strike. Suddenly, a looming shadow blocked the rain. Clark was standing right in front of him, towering over Zed like a living mountain. His presence alone was suffocating. Zed felt his throat tighten. I survived, but do I even have the guts to run now?" Clark let out a low, derisive chuckle. "Ha, pathetic little mages," he sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. "Cowardly rats, the lot of you. The very thought of considering you my enemy is an insult to me." Then, without warning, he leaned in, so close that Zed could feel the heat of his breath. "You should have died today, Arahan, and because you didn't," Clark smirked, his voice dripping with venom, "you're going to pay for it." He knew exactly who Zed was. Zed stood frozen, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. "He knows." Clark turned away, his boots sloshing through the rain as he walked off, his final words lingering like a death sentence. "Just you wait." The prisoners remained utterly still, their breaths held in terrified suspense. Not a soul dared to move until Clark's silhouette faded into the storm. Zed lowered his gaze, staring at his own reflection in the pool of dark crimson blood on the ground. This was the first time he had truly seen his own form in this strange world. This face, this body, so I'm called Arahan, huh? A week had passed in the prison camp. Today, the sky was unusually clear. A deep, cloudless blue, bringing an odd sense of ease and even stirring a faint motivation to work among the prisoners. Zed was forced to carry massive stones, stacking them into towering pillars. The labor here revolved solely around building these useless rock towers, nothing more than a senseless, grueling exercise designed to break both the bodies and spirits of the inmates. After a few days surviving in this hellhole, he began to understand more about his new body. Panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face, he thought to himself, even though this body is as weak as a noodle, it can still reach levels of exhaustion that are downright pathetic. Just lifting a single stone like this is enough to make me want to pass out on the spot. Bit by bit, he started piecing together his identity and the reason he had ended up in this place. He was from a prestigious family, around 15 years old. As for magic, he had secretly tried using it at night, but the result was a complete and utter failure. Wiping the sweat dripping down his forehead, he muttered to himself in confusion, "How can an Arahan not use magic? The Arahan family is supposed to be the cradle of elite sorcerers. How does that even make sense?" Then, as if a sudden realization had struck him, he froze. Oh, so that's why he was discarded in this wretched place. The Arahan family must have an abundance of talent. They wouldn't need a useless failure like him. A guard's bellowing voice abruptly shattered his train of thought. "Move all those rocks to the other side immediately." The man lounged lazily in a chair, pointing and barking orders like some self-proclaimed king. "Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Get moving, you lazy bastard." Grumbling as he hefted another stone, Zed muttered under his breath, "System overload in progress. Data synchronization at 78%. He let out a weary sigh. How much longer is this nonsense going to drag on? Meanwhile, in the mess hall, the prisoners were gathering for their midday meal. Some huddled together in groups, while others sat alone in isolated corners. The meal was nothing more than a bowl of watery soup and a rock-hard loaf of bread. Zed mused to himself, "Ever since I got here, I've been trying to train regularly every day. But with food like this, it's hopeless. No matter how much I work out, there's no way I'm getting any stronger. From a distance, Ryu called out sharply, "Number 218, skipping breakfast again?" As he approached, Zed responded calmly, "Oh, it's you." Without much thought, he pushed his only piece of bread toward him. "Eat it, don't go hungry." Ryu's face lit up, his eyes sparkling like twin stars as he grinned from ear to ear. "This is amazing." Zed took the opportunity to reflect. "While every other prisoner here avoids me like the plague, this guy is different. He just keeps sticking around." In the Supreme Sorcerer clan of Arahan, there was a chilling rumor about their signature red eyes, a mark of a terrible curse brought upon by excessive bloodshed. Anyone who looks into those crimson eyes is doomed to die on the spot. Maybe that's why everyone here treated him like some kind of monster, keeping their distance as much as possible. Watching Ryu happily devour the piece of bread, he thought further. He's the same age as me and even shares my cell. It seems like before I was taken over, we must have been pretty close. I may be a complete mess, but how did a kid like him end up imprisoned in this wretched Kyrian prison? Ryu suddenly turned to him, his voice filled with concern. "Hey, you better be more careful." Zed blinked in confusion. "What did you just say?" Ryu continued, his voice steady as if he were simply narrating a story. "Lately, because of you, the workload has gotten way heavier. The other prisoners are starting to get restless. They're obviously pissed off. Why do you keep hauling those giant stones like a madman? Take it easy, will you?" Zed let out a quiet and thought to himself. "No wonder lately, every time the prisoners walk past me, they've been giving me those murderous glares like they're ready to tear me apart." Lowering his voice to a whisper, Ryu added, "Be extra careful around number 589. He's the boss of the inmates here. Used to be famous in the arena. Word is, he got thrown in here for killing people like it was nothing." Zed shot him a skeptical look. "Then why are you sitting here with me? Sticking around me is dangerous, isn't it?" Ryu simply shrugged. "Well, I don't think you're that bad. I can't just leave you alone." Out of nowhere, Zed suddenly sprang up from his seat and blurted out something completely incomprehensible. "Yeah, whatever, but you're in my way. Move." Ryu gaped at him, utterly bewildered. "Huh? What the hell are you talking about?" A sudden rush of heavy footsteps echoed from the distance, growing louder with each second. Zed turned to Ryu, his eyes sharp. "Looks like the thing you were worried about is actually happening." Slowly turning his head, Ryu froze. His eyes widened to the point of nearly popping out of their sockets, and his mouth hung open in shock. "Number 589, the guy the first just warned you about. He's coming." Sure enough, leading a group of thuggish inmates, 589 stormed toward Zed, radiating an overwhelming aura of violence. His voice boomed first, laced with menace. "Hey, Arahan, I heard all this extra work is because of you." "Huh?" Zed's expression turned cold, his voice calm but laced with defiance. "And what if it is? I just treat it as extra training." The moment he finished speaking, a punch came flying straight at him. 589 aimed to smash his face in, but instead, his fist crashed into the dining table behind him, shattering it into pieces. Standing beside him, Ryu stammered in fear, "NN number 218. Without hesitation, Zed grabbed the collar of the massive 589 with both hands, his face lighting up with the thrill of having the upper hand. Using the momentum, he sprang up and delivered a devastating knee strike straight into 589's chin. The gathered prisoners gasped in shock, mouths agape at Zed's unexpected counterattack. 589's lackeys screamed in panic, "Boss!" But as the dust settled, Zed's eyes widened in disbelief. 589 was still standing, unfazed, grinning dangerously. "What the hell? Why didn't that do anything?" Zed thought, panic creeping in. In a flash, 589 seized Zed's collar and hurled him like a worthless rag doll. The force of the throw shook the entire corner of the room, making Ryu scream his name in terror. Zed, his body slammed hard against the floor, pain radiating through every inch of him. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Notification. Synchronization process complete." Seeing the glowing text appear before his eyes, Zed merely smirked as the synchronization process completed. Power surged back into his body, flooding every fiber of his being. He now stood firm before the massive inmates. Men built like heavyweight wrestlers. Yet Arahan, Zed himself, remained utterly unfazed, his lips curling into a relaxed grin. A ghostly blue aura rose from his body, swirling like an eerie mist, as if the strength that had long been suppressed was finally awakening. Not a trace of fear crossed his cold, impassive face. His fists clenched, and the swirling energy twisted around his hands like a miniature vortex, crackling with flickering sparks like lightning. Then, with a thunderous stomp on the ground, the energy burst outward in every direction, shaking the stone floor beneath them. At the eye of the storm he had unleashed, Zed stood tall, his clothes tattered and torn as if they had been ripped apart by wild beasts. But the frail figure from before? Gone. Now, he radiated a presence so intense it felt suffocating. His eyes burned a crimson red, like twin embers in the dark. His fingers slowly curled into a fist, and his steady footwork echoed with sharp precision. His body was fully warmed up, primed for battle. With a smirk, he tossed a taunting challenge toward the nearest brute. "Come on, try that again." The thug glanced at him, eyes wide, before bursting into mocking laughter. A pathetic reject from his own family. Where the hell does our mighty, young master, get his confidence from? He cracked his knuckles loudly, clearly eager to put Zed in his place. Zed barely paid attention, doubling down on the provocation. "Shut up and get over here already. What's the matter? You scared?" The moment those words left his mouth, the brute let out a furious roar and charged like a rampaging bull. "Oh, I'll come at you. All right, I'll kill you just like you're begging for." The air grew thick with tension. As his opponent closed in, Zed suddenly launched a devastating spinning kick with enough force to crush bones. But just as his leg arced toward its target, his eyes flashed with a sharp glint of realization. Something was off. In that instant, the brute's hand shot out and caught Zed's leg mid-kick. He sneered, thinking he had secured his victory. "Hey, looks like the so-called genius is about to learn his place." But before he could savor the moment, Zed twisted his body with unnatural agility and drove a brutal kick straight into the thug's skull. "Wah," the brute stammered, his grip faltering for a split second. That was all Zed needed. Without hesitation, he launched another savage kick under the thug's chin, sending a spray of blood flying through the air. And to finish, Zed leapt, spun midair, and delivered a crushing stomp directly to his opponent's face, slamming him to the ground, unconscious. Landing lightly, Zed turned to the onlookers, his crimson gaze sharp and laced with dark amusement. "And that's exactly why I didn't want to use my legs." Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining inmates roared in rage. "What the hell are you standing around for? Kill that bastard. We're gonna make him suffer before he dies." But before they could charge forward, Zed stepped onto the fallen brute's back, pressing down hard. "Don't move," he shouted. The prisoners froze in hesitation. His voice was cold and sharp. "One more step, and I'll make sure he spends the rest of his life begging for scraps." His hands gripped the brute's right arm tightly as if ready to snap it in half. "If you don't want that to happen, call the guards." The prisoners exchanged anxious glances, their faces pale. When they hesitated, Zed tightened his grip further and dug his heel deeper into the man's back, his tone even more menacing. "What, you think I'm bluffing? Fine. I'll rip his damn arm off right now." One of the prisoners, face drained of all color, turned on his heels and sprinted toward the door. Fine. I'll go get them," he stammered over his shoulder. Realizing Zed wasn't someone they could mess with, the others quickly hoisted their unconscious leader and withdrew from the cafeteria. But as they retreated, one of them snarled, "Zed, you little punk, next time, you're dead." Zed only smirked. "Funny, that's exactly what I was gonna say to you." Once the brawl was over, he headed back to his cell. Prisoner number 172 was waiting there, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Damn, man, where'd you learn to fight like that? That was crazy impressive." Then, as he took a closer look at Zed, he frowned in confusion. "Wait, weren't we about the same height? You've always been this tall?" Not wanting to reveal too much, Zed plopped onto his bed and replied nonchalantly, "So were you. Now, get back to lifting rocks. You really think moving rocks around is gonna make you taller?" Number 172 chuckled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. Meanwhile, Zed sat in silence, Deep in thought. Looks like this synchronization process converted my real-world stats into game stats. But even then, compared to my original body, this one still feels like a damn twig. He quickly pulled up his status window. The most important thing right now is my actual stats. This should be the real-life strength of Zed, fully synchronized with this in-game body. I've been waiting to see this for a while now. As he skimmed through the numbers, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Wait a damn minute, this can't be right. 0 mana? What the hell? He was supposed to be a mage, right? Arahan was a sorcerer. How the hell does he have 0 mana? His excitement instantly turned into bitter disappointment. Who the hell designed these shitty stats? Then forced me into this body? He muttered to himself. But as frustrating as it was, the status window was visible only to him. Number 172, still watching, pointed at him and chuckled. Yo, what the hell are you doing? Zed ignored him, staring up at the ceiling, one arm resting over his forehead. It looks like the Banpanirik clan completely abandoned you, he murmured. Not that it's anything new for Arahan. Whatever. First things first, calm down and analyze everything properly. Thankfully, his strength, agility, endurance, and perception were all maxed out at 100. But even with capped stats, how the hell was he supposed to fully utilize them in a body this damn scrawny? Lying there, analyzing his newly synchronized body, Zed wondered, is there a way to increase my strength faster? Physical training could help, but with these meager rations, I'd starve before seeing any results. And what's with all these bizarre traits I've never seen before? Plus, they're all S rank. Poison immunity, undying fighter. These are definitely game abilities. If my mana weren't 0, I'd be an absolute powerhouse. And not just for show. Lost in thought, he suddenly sat up, energized. Well, I'll figure it out later. There's still a way to fix the mana issue. Just then, a loud voice echoed from outside. From this moment on, all prisoners whose numbers I call, step out immediately. Before Zed could react, prisoner 172 sighed. There they go again. The guard continued. Number 114, number 456, number 890, number 2918, step forward. The selected prisoners trudged forward, their expressions empty, shackled wrists clanking with each sluggish step. They lined up like lifeless husks. Zed glanced at them, puzzled. Who are they? Prisoner 172 answered flatly. Death row inmates. They're going to have their last meal. Yeah, before you die. You can eat whatever you want. Zed smirked. Oh, I see. Interesting. Then, turning to his cellmate, he asked, by the way, what's your name? The other inmate blinked. My name? Huh, now that I think about it, I've just been calling you by your number. He stood up, grinning. It's Ryu. A wanderer like me has no family name. What about you? Zed nodded. Zed Arahan. For the first time, they properly introduced themselves. They spoke like old friends, as if they had known each other forever. After a while, Zed leaned in and asked, Ryu, do you want to get out of here? Ryu blinked in confusion. The hell did you just say? Then, after a moment, he added, I don't stay anywhere for long. I've got things to do. Zed raised an eyebrow. Oh, then have you figured out how to escape? Ryu frowned, thinking, the only exit is the main gate, and the warden has the keys. So, what, we take him down and steal them? Hearing Zed's question, Ryu's eyes widened. Are you insane? That guy might be retired, but he's a damn 5-ring knight. Clark, the warden, a knight whose hatred for mages runs deep. In the world of *Elos Savior, knights and mages despise each other like cats and dogs. Zed stroked his chin. A retired 5-ring knight. Huh? I don't know if I can take him yet. Then, after a brief pause, his lips curled into a smirk. But there's another way. We just steal from him. Ryu scoffed. You don't get it, do you? Wanderers learn to pickpocket before they learn manners. But the warden's always surrounded by eyes. The opportunity to lift something off him is almost non-existent. Zed considered his words, then slowly grinned. I see. I think I'm starting to figure out how to get out of here. Under the scorching sun, the prisoners toiled away under the warden's orders. He bellowed, get to work. Then, with a sinister smirk, he added, by the warden's decree, the workload will increase starting today. No more walking, run. The prisoners froze in shock, then erupted in protest. What? Take it easy. How many more times do we have to do this? Just keep the workload reasonable. One particularly bold prisoner shouted back. The warden's voice dropped into a menacing growl. Are you defying an order from the warden? The murmurs didn't stop. Damn it, if only they'd just sit still and… Before he could finish, the warden drew his sword, pressing the cold steel against the man's throat. Huh? The prisoner gasped. The warden's tone was flat, almost bored. I'm simply delivering orders. If you've got a problem, take it up with him. Sweat dripped down the prisoner's face. What the hell? Isn't this going too far? What's the reason for this? The real reason? The warden glanced at Zed before turning away. You still don't know whose fault this is? The prisoners followed his gaze, and their faces darkened with rage. Clearing his throat, the warden muttered, Ahem, I need a smoke, and strolled off. Sensing danger, Ryu whispered, Zed, this looks bad. Zed turned to him. Stay away from me. His thoughts raced. That bastard Clark. He's inciting a riot because he can't take me out himself. He's using the prisoners to kill me? Don't tell me yesterday was the same. And this guy calls himself a knight? What a disgrace. Ryu hesitated for a moment before dashing off. As he ran, he shot one last worried glance at Zed. Even the wardens are in on this now. I can't let Zed die here. As soon as the warden disappeared, the prisoners closed in. One shouted, Kill that bastard. If we don't, we're all as good as dead. Zed let out a cold chuckle. I see how it is. I suppose this was inevitable. They charged. HMPH. Still acting like an Arahan? Kill him. Damn bonnet. The first one lunge. Zed's foot snapped up in a brutal kick, connecting with his chin and sending him sprawling. Unconscious. Zed exhaled slowly, eyes sharp. But I can't just roll over and die either. Can I? The second prisoner flinched. This bastard's lost his mind. Zed smirked, rolling his shoulders. Perfect timing. I needed to blow off some steam anyway. Has he gone crazy because he knows he's about to die? I'll end him myself. With his fists clenched and stance firm, Zed radiated raw energy. Nearly a dozen prisoners rushed him at once. It didn't matter. They fell like wheat before the scythe. Zed crushed them one by one, each movement swift, precise, and devastating. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became. This is it. This is the dream I had back in the arena. I wished for this. I wanted them to stop coming one at a time, attack me all at once. His voice was almost a laugh as he taunted them. Yes, that's it. That's what I want. Come at me with everything you've got. His crimson eyes burned as he ducked under a surprise attack from behind, twisting into a counterstrike that dropped his attacker instantly. One after another, the prisoners collapsed at his feet. From a safe distance, Ryu watched Zed fight, his eyes wide with awe. Whoa, what the hell am I witnessing right now? He murmured, barely believing what he saw. Suddenly, a deep voice rumbled behind him. Hey, come here for a second. Ryu spun around, his expression tightening with caution. Meanwhile, the prisoners continued swarming Zed, only to be cut down one by one. What the hell are you doing? Zed shouted, voice dripping with impatience. Attack me all at once. Lost in the thrill of battle, he grinned like a man possessed. Yes, that's it. The exhilaration of dodging a perfect strike. The satisfaction of landing a solid hit. His cold, sharp eyes gleamed with a hunger that sent chills down the spines of those who saw it. This is what I crave. This is why I fight. More. Give me more. Blood splattered across his face. But he didn't care. At this moment, he was less a man and more a bloodthirsty beast. From the crowd, a desperate voice roared, Arahan, you'd better stop messing around and just die already. Realizing they couldn't defeat him head-on, two prisoners grabbed Ryu, holding him hostage. Let's see if you can still act tough now, one of them sneered. Zed froze, his expression darkening, his crimson eyes, previously alight with battle lust, turned glacial. You bastards, he whispered. But instead of hesitation, a slow, wicked smile curled his lips. Oh, now you've really screwed up. You've really brought this upon yourself now. Zed's voice was ice cold as he scanned the prisoners with blood-red eyes. Listen up, you worthless trash. The lead prisoner sneered, unimpressed. Hey, big words, but what else do you have besides that loud mouth? With a cruel smirk, he tightened his grip around Ryu's neck. The boy gasped, his face turning crimson as he struggled for air. You should feel honored that I'm even bothering with you. The man continued, chest puffed with arrogance. After all, I am a second ring knight. Then, without warning, he leapt into the air, his dagger flashing as he dove straight for Zed. And you, a pathetic Arahan without a drop of mana? You're just rushing toward your own demise. As he slashed downward with lethal speed, his blade aimed to split Zed's skull in half. But the moment before impact, Zed vanished. Huh? Where the hell did he go? The knight's eyes darted around, his blade slamming into the dirt, sending up a cloud of dust. Before he could recover, a thunderous crack rang out from behind him. Zed had already appeared behind the brute holding Ryu hostage. Without hesitation, he delivered a devastating punch to the man's jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground like a slaughtered pig. The body hit the dirt with a sickening thud. Zed barely spared him a glance before turning to Ryu. You good? Still catching his breath, Ryu nodded. Yeah, thanks. I'm really sorry. The knight, now wide-eyed with panic, screamed. What did you do? You can't use magic, can you? Zed tilted his head slightly, a faint smirk forming on his lips. That wasn't magic, that was. Before he could finish, he twisted his body and launched a devastating roundhouse kick. The knight barely had time to react before Zed's foot collided with his skull. The impact was so brutal that his neck snapped violently to the side, his entire body soaring backward before crashing to the ground like a discarded sack of meat. As the dust settled and the groans of unconscious prisoners filled the air, a new presence emerged from the distance. Clark, the warden, marched forward, flanked by several guards. Another figure stepped up beside him, the head jailer. Prisoner 218. Unlike Clark, he stood with disciplined precision, his face as cold as stone. He stared at the scene of battered prisoners strewn across the ground and spoke in a calm, measured tone. Explain yourself. Before Zed could speak, Ryu stepped forward. Wait, 218 was the victim here. Zed raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden defense. They took me hostage and tried to kill him. Ryu continued. He was only acting in self-defense. Clark's gaze swept across the battlefield. Bodies littered the ground, some twitching weakly, others fully unconscious. The sheer devastation left behind by a single man was undeniable. The warden let out a low growl. You useless bastards? After a long pause, he turned back to Zed, his deep voice carrying a strange weight. I have one question for you, Clark said. Have you unlocked your true strength yet? Zed simply shrugged, his expression unreadable. Who knows? The moment Clark unleashed his dark purple aura, the sheer weight of it crushed everything in its path. The entire prison block felt suffocating, an unbearable force pressing down on every living thing. Prisoners collapsed one after another, their bodies convulsing under the immense pressure. I can't breathe, one of them choked out, his voice barely a whisper. But Zed remained standing, completely unfazed. Clark's eyes narrowed in disbelief. You're unaffected by a head warden's aura? That's not something just anyone can withstand, not when it comes from a true 5-ring knight. Around Zed, a faint blue glow shimmered, invisible to all but him. Clark's mind raced. What the hell is going on? Little did he know, Zed's S-rank trait, Champion's Noble Soul, had automatically activated, granting him total resistance to Clark's spiritual suppression. Zed scoffed, murmuring to himself, is this some sort of mental immunity? What a ridiculous ability. But then again, in my world, I was already at the peak. A half-baked 5-ring knight like you could never hope to suppress me. Clark clenched his jaw. Even without releasing your own mana, you're still standing? You arrogant fool. That won't be enough. He took a deep breath, drawing on his full power. The prison trembled. Cracks splintered across the ground as his aura exploded outward, shaking the very air. Guards and prisoners alike tumbled over, gasping for breath. And yet, Zed didn't even blink. Clark's most fearsome ability, rendered utterly useless. That's an S-rank trait for you. Zed mused. Now, what's your next move? Clark was speechless. What is he? Meanwhile, his own guards, barely clinging to consciousness, pleaded, Sir, please, stop? Realizing he was pushing even his own men to their limits, Clark clicked his tongue in frustration and withdrew his aura. Even so, the rage in his eyes lingered. I almost lost control and drew my blade back there. Straightening himself, he barked an order. Back to work. Now, the guards and prisoners scrambled to comply. But before Clark could leave, a voice called out from behind. "Wait," Zed said. Clark stopped in his tracks. "What is it?" Zed stepped forward. "I'm sick of stacking stone towers. And I'm tired of looking over my shoulder, wondering when these prisoners will try to attack me again. So, I've decided to end it all." Ryu's eyes widened. "Number 218, what the hell are you talking about?" Standing tall before the head warden, Zed declared, "I'm going to become a death row inmate." Clark's expression darkened. "You know what that means, don't you? If this is just some impulsive joke, I won't forgive it. No games." Zed's smirk never wavered. "Worried I'll change my mind? Then let's make it official. I can record my decision in a crystal ball as proof. Can't I?" A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Clark studied him for a long moment before turning to his subordinates. "Guards, bring the crystal ball, now." Zed's lips curled as he thought to himself, "This is going exactly as planned. I can't wait." Zed crossed his arms and smirked. "I heard that for a prisoner's last meal, they can eat whatever they want. I'll decide mine now. For my final dinner, I want Verity beef, and make it a huge portion, enough to feast to my heart's content." The moment the words left his mouth, the guards erupted. "What, Verity beef? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how expensive that is?" A death row inmate demanding something so extravagant, unbelievable. Verity beef was no ordinary dish. This was a top-tier delicacy, raised naturally in the vast grasslands of Verity in the Southern Empire. One of the most prized foods in all of Illah's Savior. Rumor had it that consuming it could restore lost strength, even turn the tide of battle. In the game, there was even a side quest requiring players to bribe an NPC using this very meat. Zed's eyes glinted. "Since I'm heading into an important battle soon, I might as well stock up while I can. And honestly, I've always wanted to taste it at least once to see if it's really as miraculous as they say. After all, the price I'm paying is my life. Seems like a fair trade, doesn't it? And, of course, there was one more reason. I only deal in S-tier items." Zed leaned back casually. "Oh, and by the way, he's eating too. Prepare a feast for two." Ryu, who had been quietly listening, nearly fell over. "What, me too?" After a heated discussion among the guards, Clark let out a sigh. "Fine, do it." The guards looked at each other in disbelief. Zed, as if completely unaware of the chaos he'd just caused, chuckled to himself. "Taking the life of an Arahan, at the very least. This is what it should cost. I'd say we're getting along pretty well. Don't you think?" Ryu's face turned pale, sweat dripping from his forehead. "Wait, what about my opinion in all this?" Of course, acquiring Verity beef wasn't so simple. It would take at least a week due to its rarity. During that time, Zed didn't waste a single moment. Inside his cell, he trained relentlessly, pushing his stats as high as possible. Rather than just sitting around, he had the guards catering to him while he continued to hone his skills. In Illah's Savior, there was a special system. Once a stat reached its maximum cap of 100, any additional experience would be automatically transferred to other stats. Back in his original world, Zed's stats had already been maxed out. However, after transferring into Arahan's body, many of his attributes had been drastically weakened. But that didn't matter. He would claw his way back to his peak. Day after day, his stats rose, except for one: mana. Because every other stat had already hit 100. Every ounce of experience he gained now flowed into his mana stat. That means all the express I earn here can only be used to strengthen my mana. A slow grin spread across Zed's face. Perfect. A guard approached with a serious expression. "Prisoner 217, Prisoner 218, step forward." Zed rose to his feet, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Finally, you're here." Meanwhile, Ryu clutched his head in panic. "Oh no, is this really the end for me too?" Inside the dining hall, plates of Verity beef were placed in front of them. The meat was juicy, glistening with rich juices, its tantalizing aroma filling the air. This meal was reserved exclusively for the two death row prisoners, Zed and Ryu. The moment Ryu took a bite, his eyes widened with sheer delight. This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life." Zed smirked. "Don't forget, you have me to thank for this." But it wasn't just about the taste. After eating, a surge of energy coursed through Zed's body. Not only was the flavor unparalleled, But the meal had also triggered a noticeable enhancement in his stats. The high-grade beef seemed to dissolve whatever limit had been suppressing his experience gain. The influx of long-blocked experience points now flooded into him at an accelerated rate. First objective, complete. Now, on to the next step. Inside Clark's office, a guard stepped in. "Sir, the banquet has begun." Clark nodded. "Good. Make sure no one gets close." Even though the opportunity to kill Zed was right in front of him. Something about the whole situation felt off. That day, what the hell happened? Clark muttered, deep in thought. There was no sign of coercion. If I had to put it into words, it didn't even cause a ripple. Despite having retired, Clark was still a 5-ring knight. There was simply no way a young mage, especially one who hadn't even unlocked his mana, could withstand his aura unscathed. That day, something was definitely wrong. This time, I'll confirm it myself. After the feast, Ryu leaned back, utterly satisfied. That was the best meal of my life. Now, even if I die, I have no regrets. Zed's response was cold but resolute. I don't plan on dying just yet. His strength had returned. Clenching his fists, he could feel the sheer power surging within him. Every fiber of his being buzzed with energy. My body feels incredible, overflowing with strength. I could probably punch a sandbag all day without getting tired. I can't wait to test this power. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open broke the silence. Zed and Ryu turned towards the entrance, smirking. Well, Zed chuckled. You're finally here. Too bad, you missed out. The food's all gone. A guard stepped forward, his tone oddly calm. Prisoner 218. No, Zed Arahan. Zed raised an eyebrow, his smirk deepening. What's this? Upset that you didn't get a share? But the guard's expression darkened, and the killing intent in his eyes surged. A spoiled brat like you. Who thinks he can rely on his lineage? Reaching into his coat, the guard pulled out a bracelet embedded with a mysterious, ominous gemstone, placing it on Zed's shoulder. A cruel grin spread across his face. I'll make that arrogant face of yours writhe in agony. Clark placed a firm hand on Zed's shoulder, his expression dark with murderous intent as he locked eyes with the young prisoner. Arahan, the name of the most elite magical bloodline. A family so powerful that even a mere sliver of information about them could be traded for mountains of gold. Depending on its value. A sinister thought crept into Clark's mind. If I can extract something useful from this brat, I might finally get out of this godforsaken place. As that greedy desire took root, the artifact on Clark's wrist flared to life. Power burst forth from the bracelet, crackling like wild lightning, tearing through the very air. Zed's gaze flickered toward it, instantly recognizing its quality. There it is, a high-tier artifact. But before he could fully process it, Clark unleashed his aura. A suffocating pressure filled the space. The sheer force of it made the air tremble, heavy enough to crush weaker beings. The ground beneath them quaked as Clark amplified his power, a sneer of arrogance curling his lips. What do you think? He taunted. Even you, no matter who you are. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure, Zed stood firm, unscathed, unbothered. And then, he smirked. Clark's eyes widened. What? Before he could react, Ryu suddenly stumbled forward, his body collapsing as he clung desperately to the hem of Clark's coat. A mere commoner, he had no hope of withstanding Clark's terrifying aura. And yet, there he was, clinging on with everything he had, his face flushed red from suffocation. Clark's irritation flared. Annoying little brat. With a single, effortless motion, he swatted Ryu aside, sending him tumbling unconscious to the ground. Zed's expression darkened. His voice was low, cold. Watch yourself, Warden. There's something called self-restraint. Before him, Clark seethed with rage, but Zed remained utterly calm, completely unaffected by his overwhelming strength. You arrogant little, Clark bellowed. Fury consumed him. This time, he grabbed Zed with both hands, pushing his aura to the absolute limit. A deep purple light surged violently around them, spiraling outward, warping the very space as if threatening to crush everything in its wake. But Zed simply exhaled. Then, with the most casual of motions, he lifted both hands and swatted Clark's grip away as though brushing off dust. Clark froze. Zed's voice cut through the tension like a blade. You told me to stay calm, didn't you? If you're going to kill someone, do it properly. Don't flail around like some desperate coward. A shiver ran down Clark's spine. This was wrong. Something was very wrong. Why isn't my mana working? His thoughts spiraled. I'm using an artifact. Why isn't it affecting him? Is my mana being nullified? No, that would mean this brat is at least one rank above me. Which means, he's a 6-ring mage. A terrifying realization settled over him. Impossible. There's no way. His gaze locked onto Zed's crimson eyes, deep, blood-red irises that pulsed with an eerie, almost unnatural glow. Is this the power of the Arahan bloodline? I spent my entire life training to reach the 5-ring realm. And yet, even an apprentice mage can defy me? Clark felt the strength drain from his body. His fingers slackened. The artifact on his wrist sputtered, sparks crackling from it before it finally short-circuited and died out completely. The room fell into silence. Zed tilted his head, his tone almost bored. Are you done with these pointless games? Clark didn't respond. He stood there, silent, his mind racing, before finally turning away. Without looking back, he muttered coldly, the execution will proceed at dawn. Not even an Arahan can escape the laws of His Majesty. Enjoy your final night. And with that, he walked away, leaving Zed alone in the dimly lit cell. In the dimly lit warden's office, a flickering candle cast wavering shadows across the desk where Clark sat, hurriedly scribbling notes into his logbook. His exhaustion weighed on him like an anchor. Yet he pushed through. I still don't fully understand what happened today, he mused. But this could be valuable intelligence for the active knights. I have to record everything. His weary eyes burned as the effects of pushing his mana to the limit and overusing his artifact began to take their toll. No matter. I have to finish this report. The thought barely registered before his body betrayed him. With his pen slipping from his fingers, Clark slumped forward, unconscious before he even hit the desk. Back in the prison cell, Ryu stirred, his body aching as he slowly regained consciousness. You awake? Zed's voice broke the silence. How do you feel? Ryu groaned, rubbing his temple, like I'm about to throw up. Zed chuckled. Still, I've got to admit, you've got some real talent with those hands. A sly grin spread across Ryu's face. Hey, you noticed, huh? With a triumphant flourish, he pulled out a ring of keys, twirling them between his fingers. What do you think of my skills? Zed gave an approving nod. Nicely done. That was risky for a normal person. But you're surprisingly resourceful. Ryu smirked but quickly sobered. It only worked because he was too focused on you. But seriously, are you really okay? Zed's response was immediate. I'm perfectly fine. Ryu squinted at him, skeptical. Something's not adding up. Sensing the suspicion, Zed deflected, changing the subject. You should keep working on lifting more of those stones. While they spoke, Zed discreetly pulled up his status window. His stats had increased dramatically. Strength, agility, and endurance had each risen by 10 points. This is incredible. Just as promised, delicious and nutritious. He flexed his fingers, relishing the newfound power coursing through his body. He felt taller, stronger, more energetic than when he had first arrived. My body feels amazing. If only I could get rid of these damn penalties faster, but I guess that's wishful thinking. Snapping back to reality, he turned to Ryu. We're leaving tonight. As soon as you recover enough, we move. Ryu hesitated. Right now? The warden could wake up at any moment. Don't worry about that. Zed cut in confidently. He's definitely out cold. Ryu frowned. How can you be so sure? Zed smirked. That bracelet he was wearing, it's so rare that I don't even remember its exact name. But I do know this. It boosts mana output instantly while putting the user into extreme exhaustion afterward. There's no way he's getting up anytime soon. And just as Zed predicted, Clark remained unconscious, his energy completely drained. Their escape had just become a whole lot easier. Now fully recovered, Zed turned to Ryu. It's time. Ryu hesitated. Are you sure about this? Zed's expression turned icy. If you're too scared, you can stay behind. What? No way. Ryu huffed. You're my sidekick. You have to stick with me. But we don't have the key to the cell. What now? Zed rolled his shoulders. Step aside for a moment. Ryu blinked in confusion but obeyed. Without warning, Zed lashed out with a devastating kick. The iron bars groaned under the sheer force of impact before collapsing in a thunderous crash. Ryu gawked, stunned. Did he seriously just His voice trailed off as he stared at Zed in shock. This kind of power? You're supposed to be a mage, right? What else are you hiding? The other prisoners erupted into a frenzy at the sight of Zed and Ryu escaping. He's breaking out. Someone alert the guards. Stop him. Zed and Ryu bolted toward the main gate at full speed. Zed, ahead, Ryu warned between gasps. Zed looked up to see a squad of prison guards already blocking the exit. One of them bellowed, "No matter what, we must stop them here." The others echoed in unison. "Yes, sir." With their path cut off, Zed didn't hesitate. "Keep running, don't stop," he instructed Ryu. Ryu wiped the sweat off his brow. "Oh, I get it now." Charging forward, Zed locked eyes with the first guard, who wasted no time swinging his sword straight at him. Zed dodged effortlessly, twisting his body as his foot lashed out in a brutal upward kick. The guard was sent flying backward, crashing into his comrades, throwing their formation into chaos. Another guard, enraged, lunged at Zed, but before he could react, Zed struck him in the throat with precise force, leaving him gasping for air and collapsing. Undeterred, Zed continued pressing forward, a blur of motion as the guards scrambled to regain control. "Kill him," they roared, raising their weapons in a last-ditch effort to hold the line. Their swords formed a barrier, a desperate attempt to corner him. Zed didn't slow. He flipped forward, both feet slamming into the face of the nearest guard. The man stumbled backward, eyes wide with shock and pain as his sword slipped from his grip. Zed landed smoothly, immediately pivoting as another guard took a reckless swing at him. The blade slashed through the air, missing by inches as Zed ducked, his movements calculated and composed. With a sharp spin, he delivered a devastating roundhouse kick. The sheer force of the impact sent his opponent crumpling to the ground. One after another, the guards fell, completely overwhelmed by his strength and speed. Zed leapt into the air, his fist crashing down on the last remaining guard, knocking him unconscious. The others hesitated, trembling. They knew they stood no chance. Zed, his breath steady, grinned, a sharp, almost dangerous smile. "Damn," he muttered to himself. "This is getting exciting." As he surged forward again, his movements were almost a dance, each kick and strike flowing seamlessly, incapacitating two more guards with ease. Ryu, watching from the sidelines, was frozen in shock. "This is insane," he whispered. By the time Warden Clark finally came to, still drained from his reckless mana usage, the fight was already over. Stepping outside, he found his men strewn across the ground, groaning in pain. One of them, barely conscious, stammered, "Warden, I'm sorry. Prisoner 218 has escaped." Clark's face twisted in fury, veins bulging. "Find him, now," he roared. Under the cover of night, deep in the village of Murata near the prison, Zed and Ryu crouched behind stacks of wooden crates in a narrow alley. Peering out cautiously, Ryu exhaled. "I think we lost them." Zed frowned. "Where exactly are we?" "This is Murata," Ryu explained, "the only village close to the prison." Zed nodded. "Which means the guards will search here first, right?" Ryu rummaged through an old wooden crate. "We don't have a choice. The next town is too far. But if we blend in with the locals, we might be able to lay low." Zed considered this for a moment. "Fine, I'll go along with your plan for now. But what exactly are you looking for?" Ryu pulled out a set of tattered old clothes and handed them to Zed. "This is perfect. Put it on." Zed eyed the ragged garments with mild distaste. "This is exactly the kind of junk a beggar would pick up off the streets." He muttered, looking around at the town's numerous vagrants. He sighed. "Guess blending in as a drifter is our safest option." With that, both of them changed into their new disguises. Ryu straightened up, adjusting his sleeves. "I'm going to gather a few essentials. You stay put, like a mouse. Don't move an inch." Zed raised a brow. "And how exactly do you plan to do that with no money?" Ryu smirked and flexed his fingers like a magician about to perform a trick. "Who needs money?" Zed narrowed his eyes. This guy, his way of thinking is really something else. Before dashing off, Ryu added, "I'll be back soon, so don't wander off. You're my assistant, after all." Zed watched him leave, scoffing. "Assistant? Yeah, right." An hour or two later, Ryu returned. "I'm back." Zed glanced up. "What did you get?" With a grin, Ryu revealed a set of colored contact lenses. "Put these on." Zed did as instructed, his fiery red eyes shifting to a deep, enigmatic blue, concealing the unmistakable mark of the Arahan bloodline. Ryu inspected the result and nodded in approval. Alright, that should do it. Red eyes scream, Arahan. You'll need to be careful. We're in Bahanan territory now. Deep in the southern lands. Lucky for us, blue lenses are all the rage among the nobility. Those weird aristocrats treat eye color like jewelry. Zed fell into thought, analyzing the situation. Bahanan, a prestigious family. My last protagonist was Torres Behan, also the one I used for the final ending. In terms of magic, I chose Arahan, but for swordsmanship, it was Behan, just as expected. This world is built on the rivalry of two factions. Even their eye colors are exact opposites. With their disguises in place, the two moved to a safer location. Anyway, Zed muttered, thanks for looking out for me. Ryu grinned, I found a decent hideout on the way back. Follow me, we'll rest there for now. Nestled deep in a dense forest, they came across an old stable once used for housing horses. Now abandoned, it made for the perfect refuge. That night, lying on a pile of hay, Zed sighed. Middle of summer, and here I am, sleeping in a stable. He stared up at the wooden beams above him. Exasperated, it's like I woke up and got thrown straight into some game. Now I'm a fugitive, of all things. He paused, casting a sidelong glance at Ryu. And this guy keeps sticking to me. Zed's mind reeled back to everything that had happened. He even calls me his assistant. Clark is after me. He knows staying with me is dangerous. So why? He studied Ryu carefully. What do I actually know about him? A street kid, a pickpocket at best, but right now, I need him. For the time being, I'll keep him close. His fingers curled slightly. But can I really trust him? Even with doubts lingering, exhaustion took over, and both eventually drifted off to sleep. As the morning sun peeked over the horizon, golden rays filtered through the cracks of the old stable's wooden walls. Zed and Ryu stirred awake. Zed groggily glanced around while Ryu stretched and groaned. Damn it, I couldn't see anything last night. Did I really sleep in a place like this? Zed shot him a look. Guess a high-class noble like you can't handle a little discomfort? Ryu yawned. More like I just have standards. Zed ignored him, rubbing his temple. No, I can't keep living like this. I need to start making money. But first, we need food. Ryu crossed his arms. Easier said than done. Just avoiding the guards is already a pain. Why not learn some pickpocketing skills? It's quick, easy cash. Zed glared. Forget pickpocketing. Just take me to the place I mentioned. Ryu raised a brow. Huh? What place? The arena. The underground arena. A brutal battleground where warriors fought daily for staggering prize money. The air reeked of sweat and blood, and the deafening roar of the crowd filled the underground space. Warriors clashed in fierce combat, their weapons colliding with deadly precision. Stepping inside, Zed and Ryu took in the sight. A place of chaos, risk, and fortune. Zed's eyes gleamed with determination. Ryu smirked. This was where everything would begin. In the underground arena, Zed and Ryu were fixated on the ring, where two famed fighters were locked in a brutal showdown. Ike's, the strongest warrior in the arena, and a tenacious challenger. The atmosphere was electric, with the crowd roaring in excitement. Their cheers so deafening it felt like the whole arena might collapse from the sheer intensity. Ryu, watching the gruesome spectacle, turned pale, sweat trickling down his forehead. He glanced at Zed with a look of sheer panic. Zed, I think you came to the wrong place. Zed, unfazed, kept his eyes on the fight and replied calmly. No, this is exactly where we need to be. In the ring, the challenger, gritting his teeth, suddenly lunged forward and bit down hard on Ike's arm. Blood gushed out, the metallic scent filling the air. Ike's let out a pained grunt, then retaliated with a monstrous punch to the man's face, distorting it as if he had been smashed with a hammer. But the challenger quickly regained his footing, shifting into a defensive stance, his eyes burning with bloodlust as he glared at Ike's. Suddenly, Ike's launched a vicious right hook, aiming straight for the man's left ribs. If it landed cleanly, at least a few ribs would shatter, leaving him drenched in his own blood. The crowd erupted, sensing the fight leaning in Ike's favor. Fight properly, you weakling. I bet my entire fortune on you, someone bellowed. Another voice joined in. Kill him. Yet another changed sides, yelling, "I'm rooting for Ika's now." Below the ring, Zed watched the battle unfold with a smirk. "I thought this was just a brawl between lowlifes. But it's turning out to be way more interesting than I expected." Meanwhile, Ryu was trembling, his voice shaking. "Zed, this place is terrifying. Let's get out of here." Back in the ring, Ika's stomped the ground for momentum and lunged at the challenger like a lightning bolt. Before the man could react, a devastating punch smashed into his face, sending a spray of blood through the air as he crashed onto the arena floor with a sickening thud. At this point, only divine intervention could save him. But Ika's had no intention of stopping. He rained down a relentless storm of punches and kicks, giving his opponent no chance to recover. Blood splattered everywhere, painting the ring red. Ryu, clutching Zed's arm in horror, stammered, "Zed, do you see this? Killing someone here means nothing. And Ika's is leagues beyond those prisoners from Kiryan. Trying to deal with him using tricks won't work." Noticing Zed's silence, Ryu felt an ominous chill. He turned to look. Zed was gone. "Zed?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over the roaring crowd. Suddenly, the entire audience looked up at the ring, confusion washing over them. A voice rang out from the platform. "Ika's." Zed stood there, gripping Ika's arm just as he was about to deliver another brutal punch to his unconscious opponent. Blood dripped from Ika's hands, pooling onto the arena floor. Zed's voice was calm but firm. "Can't you see he's already unconscious?" Ika's shot him a murderous glare, irritated at the interruption, but Zed didn't flinch, locking eyes with him as he commanded, "Relax." For a brief moment, Ika's hesitated, his fierce expression shifting to one of slight bewilderment. Meanwhile, Ryu finally spotted Zed in the ring and nearly collapsed from shock. His jaw hung open so wide it looked like it might unhinge. Asterisk, "What the hell are you doing up there? You lunatic?" Asterisk, he inwardly screamed. Zed then turned his piercing gaze to the referee. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be the referee? Were you bribed? The outcome is already obvious. Yet you're letting this fight continue? Does this place have no rules?" Caught completely off guard, the referee stammered, unable to form a response. Asterisk, "Who the hell is this guy? Why is he interfering?" Ika's yanked his arm away from Zed, growling in frustration. "What the hell is this?" His mind raced. Asterisk, "If this guy's a noble, this is gonna be even more of a pain in the ass." Now in the spotlight, Zed smirked and introduced himself with confidence. "Me? You really can't tell just by looking?" The crowd held their breath, waiting for something grand. Then Zed scoffed. "Obviously, I'm just some street punk." The audience, expecting something more impressive, erupted in chaos. "What the hell? He's just some lowlife," one guy yelled. "Damn it, who let this guy ruin the mood? I was having fun," another complained. Zed remained unfazed, casually replying, Yeah, too noisy. I'll make it worth your while." Then he pointed at Ika's, declaring, "I'm the one who should be fighting him. Right?" A cocky grin spread across his face. "Just wait, I'll show you something exciting." Ryu screamed, "Zed," before unleashing a furious rant. "How many times do I have to tell you? His power is beyond anything we've seen. Even the atmosphere here is on his side. Say your chances of winning are 1 in 1,000, or worse. 1 in 10,000. Even if I prayed to every god and goddess of luck, there's no way you'd beat him. This is completely insane. Ika's is untouchable. No way in hell. Just go fight someone else." Zed, taken aback by the outburst, scratched his head nonchalantly. He knew Ryu was just scared he'd get himself killed. "Bet everything on me," he said simply. Ryu threw up his hands in frustration. "Are you even listening to me? Are you really gonna keep doing this? Stop and get down here right now." Zed, trying to calm him down, called out, "After this fight, let's go have a feast, nothing but steak. Like there's no tomorrow." Ryu sighed heavily, utterly defeated. "You better not get yourself killed." The referee's voice boomed. "The match begins. Zed versus Ika's." Both fighters sized each other up. Ika's muttered under his breath, "Even if this bastard has lost his mind, he's still keeping his cool." Then something dawned on him. "Wait, this is interesting. He looks no older than 15. But those eyes." He analyzed Zed's stance, his breathing steady, his posture strange yet precise, unlike anything he'd seen before. Asterisk. Does he have some hidden strength I didn't expect? A sudden chill ran down Ika's spine. Asterisk. What the hell? Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, why am I scared? Am I actually afraid of this trash? He roared internally, forcing himself to focus. Asterisk, get it together. There's no way I'm afraid of him. Then he charged at Zed, throwing a full-force punch. But to his shock, he was the one who got hit. His eyes widened. What? Zed was still standing in his stance. Unfazed, he calmly pointed out Ikasa's flaw. You shouldn't pull your fist back like that. A punch should be launched straight from the guard position, right into your opponent's face, short, fast, clean. As he spoke, Zed unleashed a flurry of punches, each faster than the last, pummeling Ika's relentlessly. The champion couldn't even catch his breath, overwhelmed by the sheer speed and precision. At times, Zed even put his full weight behind his strikes, completely dominating the fight. Zed planted his foot firmly on the ground, launching himself forward for the final blow. The force of his strike blasted through Ikasa's skull, sending a shockwave behind him. The champion's consciousness faded in an instant, his face swollen, teeth shattered, but more importantly, he hadn't even been able to block or counter a single hit. The crowd erupted into chaos. This is insane. Who the hell is that guy? Is Ika's going easy on him or what? Meanwhile, Ryu had his eyes squeezed shut, muttering frantic prayers. Oh, God of War, Goddess of Luck, God of Miracles, Mother of Life, please let him come back in one piece. The heated arguments around him snapped him back to reality. Going easy on him? Are you blind? Look closer. Ryu hesitantly peeked through his fingers, then his eyes widened in shock. That street rat is dominating him. Ika's can't even stand. He rubbed his eyes, trying to make sense of it. What am I even thinking? Am I seeing things? Is this real? Did Zed actually win? Did he beat Ika's? Ika's wobbled unsteadily, his body refusing to cooperate. His mind, however, still reeled in disbelief. Asterisk, what the hell is this? Zed's figure blurred before his eyes. Asterisk, did he actually just beat me? Me? Losing to some street punk? For years, Ika's had held the title of the strongest fighter in the arena. And yet, here he was, completely dismantled by some no-name kid. Asterisk, how the hell didn't I dodge those pathetic punches? This is madness. Desperate to push through, Ika's tried to muster his last ounce of strength, but Zed, not giving him the chance, unleashed a final attack infused with pure energy. The moment it landed, Ikasa's body gave out, collapsing onto the blood-stained floor. Unconscious, a stunned silence took over the arena. Then Zed broke it. Hey, ref, what are you waiting for? Should I start ignoring the rules too? The referee flinched, snapping out of his daze. Oh, all right. He cleared his throat and announced, the challenger is victorious. Zed scoffed. Didn't even get a proper warm-up. Guess I should have held back a little. He made his way to collect his winnings, only to frown at the payout. You kidding me? He held up the bag of coins. You said the odds were 62-1. This is it? The bookkeeper flinched. Zed's expression darkened. What? Do I look like some clueless kid you can scam? I can't believe you messed up something as basic as math. The staff member panicked, waving his hands. No way. I double-checked the calculations. They're accurate. Like hell they are. Hand over my damn winnings and do the math again. Ryu, standing off to the side, was trembling, too afraid to intervene. Then Zed turned to him. Ryu, he called, his voice sharp. How much did you bet? Ryu gulped. I told you, bet everything. Before Ryu could respond, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor interrupted them. A pair of slender legs, clad in striking red heels, stepped into view. Meanwhile, Ryu, on the verge of tears, desperately tried to explain himself. I really hate gambling. Besides, we still need to save money for dinner. The cashier, fearing a full-blown brawl was about to break out, quickly stepped in. Please, take this somewhere else. The woman spoke up. Hello. She was Herna, the owner of the arena, who had come down to see for herself who had the guts to take down her strongest fighter. With a sly smile, she chuckled. Hey, before addressing him directly, can I have a word with you? Zed's sharp gaze swept over her. He vaguely recalled seeing her watching him from the stands. And who are you? He asked. Herna smirked. Judging by that clueless look of yours, I'd say this is your first time here. She gestured around. I run this place. Name's Herna. Then, with a sweet yet predatory tone, she repeated. So, can we talk? Zed didn't even hesitate. No, thanks. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Herna momentarily stunned. Ryu, sensing trouble, glanced back nervously, just in time to see Herna give a subtle signal. Two towering guards stepped forward, blocking Zed's path. Zed exhaled sharply, irritation flickering across his face. Oh, you guys want to end up like him? He jerked his chin toward Ikas's crumpled body. Should I let you take a nap for a few days too? The guards didn't so much as flinch. Zed's eyes narrowed. Huh? Even in my wildest dreams, I wouldn't have imagined this. Is it blind loyalty to that woman? From behind, Herna's voice carried over. The Ikas you just defeated? He was a champion I personally recruited from the Grand Capital. Her tone was light, but the weight of her words was unmistakable. You get what I'm saying, don't you? A pause. I'll let this slide for today. She continued. After all, we'll be seeing each other again. Her smirk widened. Next time, we'll have a little chat somewhere more comfortable. She tilted her head. I really love strong fighters. You know, you're an unpolished gem just waiting to be refined. Zed barely spared her a glance. Without a single word, he brushed past her as if she were nothing more than empty air. Herna's smile froze for a split second before it curled into something more intrigued. This brat, he's even more interesting than I thought. Meanwhile, the crowd was still buzzing, struggling to process the sheer absurdity of Zed's performance. Ryu, on the other hand, let out a long, exhausted sigh. Thank the gods he's still alive, he muttered under his breath. But next time, he'd better not play with fire like this again. Leaving the arena as promised, Zed took Ryu to a meat restaurant for a well-deserved feast. Ryu, starving, slumped onto the table, groaning, I'm so hungry. If we had waited any longer, you would have had to carry me here. Sitting up, he rubbed his stomach and said, on the surface, Herna is just the arena's manager. But in reality, he's the one who truly controls this city. As long as we're here, it's only a matter of time before we run into her again. Zed replied casually. To me, he's just a greedy old fox. Ryu burst into laughter. Exactly. People even call him the Vixen. Hearing that, Zed thought to himself, she must have approached me to use me. It's just like when I first stepped into the martial arts world. The moment I started to stand out, all sorts of factions came knocking. Most of them only saw my talent as a tool to make money. Back then, I got tricked so many times. I was just a hopeful rookie from the countryside. Meeting my current manager was pure luck. He's the one who made me a champion. Zed's thoughts drifted to his old manager. I wonder if he's doing okay now? It was thanks to that man that he was no longer a naive kid being exploited. I've been through it all. I climbed to the top. A vivid image of Kim Jin-ho, wearing his championship belt, flashed through his mind. I am the champion. Then his thoughts shifted to Herna's invitation. He smirked. A fox? Huh? Just wait, someone even more cunning is bound to appear. A waiter's voice snapped him back to reality. Your order of meat is ready. Ryu's eyes lit up. Oh wow, Verity meat. The dish was neatly arranged on a plate and placed before them. Ready to be devoured. Ryu drooled, eagerly reaching for a piece. But Zed stopped him. Ryu, wait a second. Huh? What's wrong? Ryu asked, impatient. Zed's sharp gaze locked onto the meat. This is fake. The color and marbling are completely off. Examining it closely, he continued. Ryu, look at this. If it were real Verity meat, the marbling would be finer. And the color much deeper. Ryu blinked in surprise. What? Fake? But what exactly is marbling? Then, a realization struck him. Something's not right. Even prison wardens take a whole week to get their hands on this stuff. Zed nodded. If they could just get it from a nearby city, it wouldn't take that long. And besides, Verity meat is extremely rare, right? There's no way they could serve it to every customer here. He gestured toward the table next to them. Look at that. It seems like lower grade meat. Even if it's just one grade below, the difference is huge. First of all, just check the price. Ryu, still starving, groaned in frustration. Seriously? But whether it's low grade or Verity, isn't it all the same once it's in my stomach? He clutched his belly, practically begging. I'm starving. But Zed wasn't letting it slide. If I'm paying for Verity meat and they're serving me a fake, isn't that straight up fraud? Besides, we don't have that much money. As customers, we have the right to get to the bottom of this. He waved over a waiter. Hey, over here. Seeing their shabby appearance, the waiter sneered. You've been bothering us long enough. Just eat and get out. Will you? Under his breath, he grumbled. What a hassle. You only ordered one plate. Yet you're wasting our time. Zed wasn't fazed and responded firmly. This is fake. I ordered variety meat. Shouldn't you at least serve me what I paid for? Though he kept his composure. Deep inside, he was fuming. I hate these fraudsters who act so high and mighty while selling fakes. The waiter scowled and scoffed. Huh? Do you think this is some street con? Zed had enough. That's it. Get the owner out here. The waiter's mask slipped. This brat really has no fear. Huh? Zed smirked. Unfazed. Yeah? Then let's see how much this brat has to say. The surrounding customers started murmuring. Whoa. Is this about to turn into a fight? Not wanting to make a scene, the waiter clicked his tongue and grumbled. Shut up and follow me. Zed and Ryu were led to another room, likely the owner's office. The waiter knocked respectfully and announced, Boss, I brought him. Inside, they were met with a burly, mustached man lounging between two towering butchers armed with cleavers. The air was thick with arrogance. One of the henchmen sneered. So, you're the troublemaking scumbags? Zed didn't flinch and corrected him. The real scumbags here are the ones selling fake goods. The owner roared with laughter. Ha, I gotta say, I like a brat with guts. He jabbed a finger at Zed. But you should learn to read the room. Zed's eyes remained cold. Maybe you don't get the situation. But let me put it this way, if you come at me, which side do you think is going to walk away alive? The owner's laughter turned into an amused chuckle. Hey, cocky little punk, let this be a life lesson. Get ready to be beaten to a pulp. With that, the butcher henchman lunged, cleavers in hand. Zed didn't need words. He took them down one by one. A single punch to the face sent the first one staggering. The second groaned in agony after taking a brutal knee to the stomach. Zed twisted his arm, delivered a crushing uppercut to his chin, then spun around and struck the third in the back of the head. The fourth barely had time to react before Zed locked his arm, yanked him forward, and slammed him into the ground like a rag doll. The owner's cocky smirk vanished. His rosy face drained of color as sweat poured down his forehead. His voice trembled. What the hell? Zed stood firm, barely winded, while the butcher thugs lay sprawled on the floor, groaning in pain. The owner screamed in panic. What kind of monster is this? Meanwhile, Ryu cheered from the side. Enjoying the show. Serves you right, you bastards. Do you even know who this guy is? He took down Ika's. The Ika's. The owner froze, suddenly recalling Ika's humiliating defeat. He had laughed it off before. But now, faced with the reality of it, he gulped. That actually happened? He turned to Zed, warily asking, Alright, what do you want from me? Zed didn't bother with pleasantries. I think we understand each other now. Don't we? I just want fair compensation. I'm a reasonable man. He raised 2 fingers. 2 conditions. First, refund the money you scammed from us. Second, from now on, whenever we eat here, you'll foot the bill, at the price of real variety meat. Got it? The owner was left speechless, nodding mechanically. Variety meat wasn't cheap. After Zed left, he erupted in frustration, shouting, What the hell? Those guys are just a bunch of thugs. How could this happen today of all days? Night had fallen, and the crescent moon shone brightly in the starry sky. Ryu flopped onto the plush bed, feeling the softness spread beneath him, and squealed in delight. Wow, this is amazing. Like an excited child, he kicked his legs and flailed his arms. I've never slept on a bed this soft before. This is the best thing ever. Propping his chin up, Ryu turned to Zed. By the way, that was incredible earlier. That's what I call consumer rights. Just what I'd expect from a noble. Zed chuckled as he slipped under the covers. Well, if word gets out about their scam, that restaurant could go under. For people without any bargaining power, negotiations are no different from hell. Ryu recalled the furious look on the owner's face and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I've never seen anyone turn that red before. Either way, thanks to that, I'm living in luxury now. Zed smiled. Alright, time to sleep. As the night deepened, the lazy moon disappeared, and silence blanketed the room. Zed had already fallen asleep, but Ryu remained wide awake. He hesitated, then slowly sat up, glancing over at Zed to check if he was truly asleep. Whispering, he called out, "Zed, you asleep?" Zed lay motionless, his face turned away, breathing steadily. Satisfied, Ryu quietly slipped out of bed, moving carefully to avoid making noise. He crept toward the door, gently unlocking it, but just as he did, Zed's eyes snapped open. He had been pretending to sleep all along, watching to see what Ryu was up to. A few days later, under the midday sun, Ryu groggily woke up and called out, "Zed, I'm starving. When are we eating? You never take a break. Always training non-stop." Next to him, Zed was in the middle of a rigorous workout. Ryu grumbled, "Mages would rather die than sweat like that. Is it because you don't have mana that you train your body instead?" Wiping his sweat, Zed smirked. "Well, something like that." Ryu's eyes widened. "Wait, what? That was a joke. You're actually admitting it?" Meanwhile, Zed checked his status screen. Still no change. He thought, "No matter how many times I check it every day, it stays the same. At this rate, I'm starting to think I've been cursed." On the screen, his mana stat remained a solid 0. He reasoned, going from nothing to something is like creating something from pure void. It must take an enormous amount of time. The first point is the hardest. Once I break past that, the rest should increase much faster. Then he turned to Ryu. "Morning training is done. Let's eat." Ryu's face lit up. "Where to today? Salad? Stewed potatoes?" Zed smirked. "Nope, we're switching it up, beef." Ryu practically sparkled with excitement. "Oh, finally. Real food." He skipped ahead toward the restaurant, while Zed followed at a steady pace, thinking to himself, "It's been 3 days since we last went to that steakhouse. The reason is simple. We needed to check their supply chain and avoid unnecessary trouble. More importantly, we already devoured 10 full servings on the first day, so money isn't an issue." Then he turned to Ryu. "How much gold do we have left?" Ryu grimaced. "Not much. The cost of living in this city is insane." Zed hummed in acknowledgement, lost in thought. "I've been playing this game for 10 years. Don't tell me I don't know standard prices?" Blowing through that much in just a few days is basically tossing money out the window. Does this guy think that just because I come from nobility, I don't understand how the world works? Zed grew suspicious of Ryu. What is he hiding? Greed? Gambling? For now, I'll pretend not to notice that he's skimming money since I haven't seen any signs of betrayal. But I can't let this go on forever. If I figure out the reason, I'll understand him better. Meanwhile, in the steakhouse, one of the owner's henchmen, a man with orange hair, burst into the room and reported, "Boss, they're here." The owner's eyes gleamed. "Are you sure?" He was a man whose pride outweighed his actual strength. Still nursing the humiliation of being bested by a mere kid, he turned to his subordinate. "Did you prepare everything just as I ordered?" A lavish feast awaited them, a table piled high with neatly arranged steaks, a grill set up beside it, and a plate of pre-cut eggs in the center. A candle flickered, enhancing the presentation. The server greeted them with a polite bow. "This way, please." Then, with a gracious smile, he gestured at the table. "I prepared plenty of steak. Please, enjoy to your heart's content." Ryu's eyes sparkled. "Wow, how much would all this even cost?" The server stepped back with a polite nod. "If you need anything, just let me know." Zed frowned. Why are they being so friendly all of a sudden? Ryu shrugged. "Maybe because we came back?" Zed scoffed. "Not a chance. I checked the place when we walked in, didn't see any assassins lurking around. Everything inside looks the same as before. So what's all this about?" Seeing Zed hesitate, Ryu nudged him. "Zed, aren't you hungry?" He carefully wrapped up a piece of steak, holding it out. "Here, this is a special wrap just for you. One bite, all in one go." Zed accepted it with a quiet, "Thanks," but his mind kept racing. "All right, for now, we need to watch carefully." He took the food from Ryu and put it in his mouth. "If we observe closely, we'll figure out what they're planning." Then, something clicked in his mind. His eyes widened in alarm. "Ryu, spit it out, now," he shouted. Zed's sharp yell made Ryu freeze mid-bite. "Don't eat that meat." Startled, Ryu immediately gagged, coughing violently as he realized something was wrong. His face paled as he doubled over the table, groaning in distress. "Poisoned? Am I gonna die?" Zed quickly reassured him. "You'll be fine. A small amount like that isn't enough to kill you." But the revelation sent Zed's mind racing. So this is that bastard's plan. Poisoning the meat, huh? If I didn't have absolute poison immunity, I'd have been taken out without anyone even realizing. Every bit of pain I endured to gain this ability was worth it. Still shaken, Ryu turned to Zed with disbelief. But it doesn't taste like anything. Are you really sure it's poisoned? How could you even tell? Zed smirked. Because I'm an Arahan. He leaned back, exuding confidence. Exactly what you'd expect from an elite noble, on a completely different level. Ryu wasn't convinced, worry creasing his face. Then, what do we do now? It's obvious they're trying to kill us. Shouldn't we run? Zed shot him a look. Why would we run? Ryu blinked. Then what do we? Zed's grin sharpened. His eyes gleamed with a devious plan. We make them pay. Zed called for the tavern owner. The man stormed into the room, his expression already irritated. If you beggars are here to eat, then eat. What's with all the posturing? Acting like you're better than everyone else? Seated casually among the now empty plates, Zed met his glare with an amused smirk. Relax, I just called you over to clear up a little misunderstanding. I had a few questions. The tavern owner eyed the cleaned-off plates and sneered inwardly. These rats sure stuffed themselves. If they ate that much poisoned meat, it should be kicking in any second now. His voice dripped with contempt. Misunderstanding? There's nothing to misunderstand. You're just a bunch of lowlifes, thugs who go around intimidating and robbing people. Without a word, Zed gestured toward Ryu. Grinning, Ryu suddenly pulled out a neatly wrapped roll of meat and held it up cheerfully. See? You got us all wrong. How about we settle this misunderstanding and make peace by sharing a meal? He extended the meat toward the owner. Go on, have a bite. The man's face twisted in shock. Huh? What the hell is this? He stared at the meat, the very same poisoned meat he had prepared, his stomach twisting in panic. Why are you giving this to me? Zed leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. A gesture of reconciliation, of course. If you accept it, I'll even drop that second condition from last time. We're not bandits or anything. You know. The tavern owner didn't even think. No thanks. I have no interest in making peace with you lot. His voice wavered slightly, betraying his nerves. Zed studied him carefully before cutting straight to the point. That's odd. Would you really rather keep getting extorted? Or, is there another reason you won't eat it? His gaze darkened, like maybe, because it's poisoned? The man visibly flinched. What nonsense, he snapped. Zed's smirk didn't waver. You sure do like sticking to your little act. Huh? Without warning, he slammed his foot against the table, sending it flying. Plates and food scattered across the floor, the air thick with tension. The tavern owner's heart pounded as he saw the poisoned meat lying among the mess. His mind reeled. Wait, he didn't eat it? He just left it there? Then the horrifying realization hit him. Did he know it was poisoned all along? No, impossible. But if he did, shit. Zed remained seated amid the scattered plates and spilled food, his expression unreadable as he spoke in an eerily calm tone. Out of respect for you, I had only planned to stop by occasionally. But you're truly despicable. You actually dared to poison the meat? Still unwilling to believe that Zed and Ryu had seen through his scheme, the tavern owner scrambled to rationalize. Stay calm. There's no way they actually figured it out. Then he barked. Bullshit. I already told you. There's no poison. Where's your proof? Show me the evidence. Unfazed by his denial, Zed slowly raised a hand to his eye and, with deliberate precision, removed his contact lenses. Proof? Oh, I have proof. As he lifted his gaze, his true eyes were revealed, glowing a deep, menacing crimson, the unmistakable mark of the Arahan bloodline. The tavern owner's breath caught in his throat. The Arahan red eyes. How? Zed rose to his feet, his presence suddenly suffocating. His voice was low but carried an undeniable threat. You dared to deceive an Arahan? His gaze sharpened, boring into the trembling man. You'll pay for that, with your life. The tavern owner collapsed onto his knees, his entire body shaking. No. His mind raced. If I disappear without a trace here, no one will even bat an eye. The sheer weight of Zed's words drained the blood from his face. He had unknowingly offended one of the most powerful noble families. I'm going to die. Realizing that his very survival was at stake, he abandoned all pride and threw himself at Zed's mercy. Zed, please, I didn't know who you were. I truly regret my mistake. He was on the verge of sobbing. If I had known you were a noble, I never would have. Please. Just this once. Spare me this one time. I swear I'll do anything. Watching the man grovel, Zed silently took in the sheer power his family name held. The authority of the Arahan name is overwhelming. Maybe I should take advantage of it more often. Feigning magnanimity, he let out a slow exhale. You said you'd do anything? He smirked. Fine, since I can see your sincerity. I'll be generous and spare you, just this once. The tavern owner bobbed his head frantically. Thank you, my lord. I will never forget this mercy. Zed didn't waste time. First, you are forbidden from revealing my identity to anyone. The man clutched his chest and swore. Of course, even if I die, even in the afterlife, I will never utter a single word. Zed continued. Second, hand over half of your assets. Do that, and I'll pretend this never happened. Without hesitation, the man nodded fervently. Understood, I can transfer everything to you right now. Just wait a moment. He scrambled to his feet, eager to comply. If I lose my life, then money is meaningless, and it's only half. Anyway, meanwhile, Zed inwardly smirked. He fell for it. The tavern owner rushed to fulfill the demands. I have to hand it over before he changes his mind. But before he could move, a voice rang out from outside. Huh? After successfully intimidating the tavern owner, Zed slipped his contact lenses back in to conceal his identity. Ryu, watching him, grinned, as expected of an Arahan. That guy didn't even dare to speak. Zed responded calmly. Once we get the money, we leave this city tonight. Ryu nodded in agreement. Yeah, sounds like a solid plan. Just then, the sharp click of high heels echoed from the entrance. A familiar red shoe stepped into view. Leaving in such a hurry? Zed and Ryu froze. A familiar voice rang out. Well, Zed. Before either of them could react, the woman stepped forward with a sly smile. We meet again. Hee. Turns out you're quite the big deal. Huh? Zed's expression hardened. Did she figure out I'm an Arahan in such a short time? Did that bastard betray me? From the corner of his eye, he saw the tavern owner frantically shaking his head, as if desperately trying to signal that he had kept the secret. No, that can't be it. He's too terrified. Zed's mind raced. That means there's only one place she could have gotten information about me. If Herna finds out I'm a fake Arahan, I'll lose all the money. I need to change the location immediately. Without hesitation, he said, let's go somewhere else. We need to talk in private. Herna smirked. Fine by me. In a secluded room, the atmosphere was thick with silence. The three sat facing each other. Zed was the first to speak. Why are you here? What do you want from me? Herna chuckled, then turned her gaze toward Ryu. Oh, Zed, you got it all wrong. I'm not here for you. Today, I came to see my client. Zed's head snapped toward Ryu. Client? No way. Ryu. You. Ryu stiffened, his face pale with guilt. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep this from you. But, before he could finish, Herna cut in smoothly. I followed up on your request. Ryu. But it turns out, I'll need more money. What? Ryu shot up from his seat, slamming his hands on the table. No, that wasn't the deal. Do you have any idea how much I've already paid you? Herna leaned back, unimpressed. That amount wasn't even enough to cover my meals. Do you think tracking down a missing person is easy? Someone whose whereabouts are completely unknown. Someone who might not even be alive. Ryu clenched his fists. His frustration boiled over, but there was nothing he could do. Tears welled in his eyes as he choked out. How could you do this? This was my last hope. At last, Zed finally understood why Ryu had been sneaking out at night so often. So this is what's been going on. Wanting to help his friend, Zed turned to Herna. Wait, how about this? You said you had business with me, right? Let's combine these matters. Herna raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, so if I grant your client's request, you'll agree to mine? I like the sound of that. And my request is simple. She leaned in slightly. Fight Ikas again, that's all. Sensing trouble, Ryu immediately protested. Wait, Zed, this is obviously a trap. But Zed didn't hesitate. Fine, I accept the rematch. Zed, Ryu called out in distress, knowing full well this was Herna's scheme. Zed confirmed. So you'll carry out Ryu's request as well? Herna's lips curled as she licked them lightly, her eyes gleaming with hidden intentions. Of course, I always keep my promises. The appointed hour arrived. Zed and Ryu walked slowly toward the meeting place, their footsteps heavy. Even though Ryu knew Zed had agreed to this rematch for his sake. He couldn't shake his sorrow. Zed glanced at him and nudged. Why do you look so down? You just made a fortune, didn't you? Ryu sighed. I'm really sorry. I never meant to deceive you. Zed's response was calm. I know. Ryu hastily tried to explain. I secretly hired that woman. I know it was stupid, but I had no other choice. Zed nodded knowingly. I figured as much. I also knew you'd been saving up money. Ryu's eyes widened. You knew? Zed confirmed. Yeah, but I only just found out you went to Herna. So why did you pretend not to know? Ryu hesitated, then asked. Because it didn't matter to me. I figured that whatever help you've given me is worth at least that much. After a pause, Zed warned. But we can't let this happen again. From now on, don't hide anything, tell me everything. The thing I despise most in this world is betrayal disguised as trust. No matter how harsh your past was, don't turn into garbage. Ryu's eyes welled up. Got it, I'll remember that. Still worried about Zed's safety, Ryu urged. Don't go through with the rematch. Just take the money and leave like we originally planned. Zed countered. And what about your request to find your brother? Ryu clenched his fists. You know the truth. That woman is just trying to scam us again. I'm not stupid enough to fall for Herna's tricks. But the fact that Ryu had sought Herna's help in the first place showed just how desperate he was. He was so desperate that he clung to a rotting rope, even knowing it could snap at any moment. And Herna, she's the kind of person who wouldn't hesitate to betray a child in despair. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Zed made up his mind. I know, I was planning to leave, but I've changed my mind. Ryu's eyes widened in shock. What, you're seriously going through with the rematch? I believe in your skills. But this time, Herna is going all out to take you down. Zed smirked. That just makes me want to fight even more. Ryu was dumbfounded. What? Why? Zed chuckled. When I see trash, I want to clean it up. And beating an opponent at their full strength is the most exhilarating feeling. Isn't it? Meanwhile, at Kiryan prison, a squad of guards scrambled into formation, preparing to hunt down Zed and Ryu. A commanding officer barked out orders. All personnel are assembled. Good. Move out immediately. The vanguard will take point. Understood? Sir. Yes, sir. The guards responded in unison. In the warden's office, the prison chief sat fuming. His hands gripped the desk so tightly that it shattered under the pressure. Those damned sewer rats. They escaped right under our noses. His body radiated a sinister, suffocating aura of raw fury. The tension in the room thickened, as if the air itself was being crushed by his murderous intent. His teeth clenched, voice seething with rage, he growled, Zed Arahan. Time flew by quickly, and 3 days later, the long-awaited rematch between Zed and Ikaz had finally arrived. The two fighters stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by the deafening cheers of the crowd. The massive Ikaz reveled in the roaring excitement, feeding off the energy. Zed, however, couldn't help but feel a nagging curiosity. Why is he so confident? After everything he went through, how can he still wear that expression? Something's definitely off. Behind him, Ryu couldn't hide his worry. His face was tense as he whispered, Zed, if things get dangerous, promise me you'll stop immediately. Zed remained silent, merely staring at the arena floor in deep thought. Before the audience could grow impatient, the referee's voice echoed across the stadium. The rematch between Ikaz and the beggar officially begins. The moment the announcement ended, the spectators saw Ikaz take an unusual stance, causing murmurs to spread through the crowd. Wait a second, is he using that stance? Ryu's face darkened as he clenched his fists. That bastard, he's copying Zed's stance. On the other side, Ikaz smirked inwardly, adjusting his position. Herna guaranteed victory in this fight, so I agreed to step into the ring. But an Arahan without mana? That doesn't sound right. He was abandoned in prison. So maybe it's true. I'll see for myself. With that thought, he clenched his fist and pounded his own chest before launching forward with breakneck speed. His right fist shot out, aiming straight for Zed's chest, a powerful, thunderstrike punch. Zed instinctively tilted his head to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. However, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Seeing this reaction, Ikaz felt even more triumphant. He unleashed a flurry of punches with lightning-fast precision, his voice dripping with mockery. What's wrong? Surprised? Did you think you were the only one who could do this? The more I trained, the more I realized just how useful it really is. From Zed's perspective, while dodging the brute's relentless attacks, he had to admit to himself, HMPH, I have to admit, this is a bit surprising. Without hesitation, Zed retaliated with a swift boxing punch straight to Ikas's cheek, forcing the giant to stumble backwards several steps. However, with his ridiculous endurance, Ikas barely seemed to feel any pain. Instead, he burst into laughter, confirming his suspicions. What the hell? Are you even serious right now? So it's true, you really are just some weakling without a shred of mana. Zed, unfazed by the mockery, used that moment to verify his own theory. So it's confirmed. That belt he's wearing, it's the ogre's belt. It reduces physical damage by 90%. Paired with my lack of mana, this makes him the worst possible opponent for me. So that's why he's so confident. Meanwhile, Ryu, watching anxiously from the sidelines, also realized something was wrong. Wait, what's going on? Zed's attack didn't work? A deep unease settled in his chest as he shouted. Zed, I'm telling you, that woman must have done something. This fight is too dangerous. But instead of concern, Zed responded with a confident smirk. Ryu, just stand there and watch. Ryu was momentarily stunned, unable to understand how Zed could smile in this situation. But Zed didn't bother explaining. His focus was entirely on his opponent now. Across from him, Ikas continued his taunts. What's this? Are you giving up already? Zed's voice rang out, firm and unwavering. Not a chance. I was just a little surprised. That's all. This is the moment I've been waiting for. You really think I'd quit? As he spoke, Zed began shifting his stance. Ikas narrowed his eyes. Yeah, of course he'd change tactics. But still, before he could finish his thought, Zed's figure flickered for a brief instant, then suddenly, he was right in front of Ikas. Without hesitation, Zed raised his leg and executed a high kick straight to the side of Ikas's head. The impact sent a shockwave through his skull, disorienting him instantly. His vision blurred, and even his thoughts grew hazy. Am I being pushed back? Before he could process it, a brutal kick from Zed slammed directly into his gut, sending him reeling. For Zed, also known as the strongest man on earth, Kim Jin-ho, this was the first time he had ever felt such excitement. No one had ever lasted more than a minute against him, meaning he had never been able to use his full skill set. But this guy, even after taking multiple devastating kicks, he was still standing. For Zed, no. For Kim Jin-ho, this was a first. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. He couldn't even suppress the grin spreading across his face. This guy was a living punching bag just for him. Without hesitation, Zed rushed in again, closing the distance. Ikas, seeing his stance, assumed another high kick was coming and quickly folded his right arm to protect his face. Unfortunately for him, he had never fought against this kind of martial art before. He had no idea what was coming next. Zed unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks, each one hammering into Ikas's body like a storm. The sheer force made Ikas's eyes bulge in shock. The only thing he could do was stand there and take it, gritting his teeth while cursing internally. Damn it, I can't even predict his attacks, let alone block them. How the hell is this guy supposed to be a mage? The more he thought about it, the more hopeless he felt. Meanwhile, Zed was getting even more fired up. Grinning wildly, he taunted, "Don't even think about giving up. It doesn't even hurt that much. Does it?" That insane statement was the final straw for Ikas. He couldn't take it anymore. "Please, stop, I surrender." The moment those words left his mouth, Zed delivered a brutal knee strike straight to his chin. Then, before the stunned crowd could even process what was happening, Zed followed up with a vicious hooking kick aimed directly at Ikas's belt. With a loud snap, the belt tore in half. Instantly, the damage-reducing effect vanished. The moment the pain hit, Ikas's face turned pale as he dropped to one knee in front of Zed. But Zed had no intention of letting him off so easily. "What's wrong?" Zed's voice was ice cold. "Not planning to stand up?" Ikas shuddered at the chilling gaze staring down at him. Panicked, he blurted out, all right, I give up. The belt's broken. Referee, end the match." Before he could finish, Zed's foot came crashing down onto his face. "End the match?" Zed sneered. "Oh no, this isn't nearly enough yet. Stopping here would be such a waste." As he spoke, The colored contact lenses in his eyes slowly dissolved, revealing a pair of piercing red irises. The moment Ika's laid eyes on those crimson irises, his body froze, and in the next instant, he blacked out completely. Zed stood over him, staring down with a hint of disappointment. "That's it," he muttered under his breath. He hadn't even gotten to enjoy himself fully. Just then, something strange happened. A sudden surge of energy blossomed in his chest and quickly spread through his entire body. A peculiar sensation coursed through him, making his expression shift in confusion. "What the hell is this?" Zed wondered. "It's like something's flowing inside me." Before he could dwell on it any further, a system notification materialized before his eyes. Mana increased. Mana has risen from 0 to 1. For a moment, Zed just stared at the words. Then, a grin split across his face, growing wider and wider until he was practically beaming. Finally, he burst out, practically shaking with excitement. "It feels like I just took a damn stimulant. This is even better than I thought." "Yeah, that's more like it. A mage with no mana? Ridiculous." His euphoria was cut short by an unsettling realization. "Wait a second, why is it so quiet all of a sudden?" His eyes darted around, scanning the arena. Meanwhile, Ryu had already bolted up onto the stage, his expression one of sheer panic. "Zed, why the hell did you take your glasses off?" "Huh?" Zed blinked in confusion. "I didn't." A sinking feeling crept into his gut. "Wait, don't tell me, people saw my real eyes?" "Obviously," Ryu shouted. Zed's mind raced. "It doesn't seem like they fell off. Did my mana dissolve them?" Ryu, still staring at him, furrowed his brows. "Now that I'm looking closely, they seem even redder than before." "And, are they glowing?" Then, from somewhere in the crowd, a blood-curdling scream rang out. "Red eyes. It's Anarahan. Run. If you look into his eyes, you'll die. Get away." The entire stadium exploded into chaos. People shrieked, shoved, and scrambled over one another in blind panic, fleeing as if the devil himself had descended upon them. Zed's stomach twisted. "Shit, this is bad." He snapped his head toward Ryu. "Guards will be here soon. We need to move. Now." Ryu groaned in frustration. "Damn it, I told you we should have left earlier." Before making his escape, Zed's gaze locked onto a figure watching from the stands, Herna. Smirking, he called out to her. "Hey, you, I'll be coming for you soon. So you better find Ryu's brother." Herna's eye twitched in irritation as she bit down on her nail. Seething, watching her so-called champion get obliterated, despite using a damage-reducing belt, was infuriating. "Damn it, I should have listened to Warden from the start." Her nails dug into her palm as she glared at Zed's retreating figure. "You bastard," she hissed under her breath. "I'll tear you apart." Zed Arahan. Herna wasted no time rushing to check on the betting results of the match. Dreading how much she had lost, Ikaz had been a top-tier fighter recruited from a major city, with an exorbitant contract fee of 600 gold coins for 3 years. But now, thanks to this disastrous outcome, that entire sum was gone. On top of that, the ogre belt, worth 200 gold coins, had been destroyed. And an additional 1.200 gold coins had already been transferred to the Warden of Kirian. That brought her total losses to a staggering 2.000 gold coins. The sheer magnitude of the number made her lose her composure. She clutched her head in frustration, yanking at her own hair as she cursed herself. "Damn it, I should have listened to the Warden from the start. My 2.000 gold coins, gone just like that. That bastard. I'll tear him to pieces," she shrieked, her eyes burning with pure hatred. Meanwhile, Zed had already grabbed his winnings and retrieved his contact lenses before making a swift exit. However, he and Ryu barely made it a few blocks before being forced to take cover in a narrow alley. The streets were now crawling with prison guards, all actively searching for them. With no other options, the duo resorted to their usual tactic, hiding inside wooden barrels. They stayed there for hours, only daring to emerge when the city had quieted down past midnight. After cautiously scanning the surroundings and confirming that no one was in sight, Ryu let out a long breath of relief. That was way too close. "All right, stay here. I'll go borrow a carriage and come back for you," he whispered. But before he could leave, a well-dressed servant suddenly approached them, guiding a horse-drawn carriage. "Lady Herna has sent me." the man announced in a composed voice. She has information to share and wishes to meet with you both. Besides, you won't find any other carriages at this hour. Zed narrowed his eyes, immediately suspicious of the offer. But as much as he wanted to refuse, the man wasn't wrong. They had no way of securing transportation this late at night. Left with little choice, he and Ryu reluctantly climbed into the carriage. As they settled in, Ryu leaned over and whispered, "Zed, are you sure about this? Does this seem safe to you?" Without missing a beat, Zed replied nonchalantly, "No, this is obviously a trap. They're probably waiting to toss us into a dungeon." Ryu gaped at him. "Then why the hell did you tell me to get in?" Zed smirked. "Because we were gonna have to deal with them eventually. Weren't we? Besides, escaping right now would be a pain." Ryu let out a long, defeated sigh, slumping back in his seat. "Great, this is it. I'm really gonna die this time. Aren't I?" Time passed quickly, and soon, the carriage carrying Zed and Ryu had ventured deep into the forest. Before either of them could even step down, a sudden, powerful slash from the distance sent the entire carriage shattering into pieces. The attacker, none other than Chief Clark, had struck with overwhelming force. Luckily, Zed's reflexes kicked in just in time, allowing him to grab Ryu and leap to safety before the attack could reach them. As the dust settled, Clark's cold voice rang out. "Huh? How the hell did you escape that?" Ryu, still reeling from the near-death experience, quickly scanned the number of enemies surrounding them. Panic set in as he turned to Zed. Zed? What now?" Before Zed could respond, Clark's voice thundered from across the battlefield. "You really thought you could steal my key and just walk away? You're nothing but a pathetic, rat-like excuse for a mage." From the back, the sly woman, Ikaz, peeked out with a mischievous smirk, her tone laced with mockery. He, what a shame. If only you'd worked with me from the start, things wouldn't have ended up like this." Despite the overwhelming danger, Zed remained unfazed. His gaze was cold and unwavering as he fired back at them. "Even if you gave me 1,000,000 years, my answer would still be no. I have no intention of sitting around waiting to die." Clark's grip tightened around his sword. He was clearly eager to settle this personally. So without hesitation, he barked an order to his men. "Zed Arahan, today will be your funeral. Everyone, stand down." Zed, understanding the challenge, turned to his companion. "Ryu, step back." With that, both groups began retreating, giving the two combatants a wide open space to face off. Clark chuckled at the audacity of it all. So you're actually going to fight me in a situation like this? You've got guts. Mage. Zed smirked, exuding absolute confidence. "Well, the odds are still 50-50. Aren't they?" Silently, he reminded himself. "A 50% chance of victory, that's my magic. It keeps me from faltering against the strong, ensuring I never lower my guard. Even if he's a 5th-ranked knight, as long as the probability stays at 50-50, there's no reason to be afraid." On the other side, Clark had no interest in wasting any more words. He slowly enveloped his sword in a menacing aura of purple mana, his voice turning into a deep growl. "You're still acting cocky even at death's door? Fine, then I'll be using my full strength right from the start." The moment Clark finished speaking, his entire body became engulfed in a radiant aura. With a single powerful stomp, he shot forward like an arrow, his voice roaring through the battlefield. "Die, Arahan." On the other side, as soon as Clark launched his attack, Zed's eyes widened, meticulously tracking every movement of his opponent. "Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. I don't need much, I just want to feel it again." At that moment, he once again became the challenger. As if responding to his determination, the system promptly issued an alert. "Trait activated. Unyielding challenger. All stats temporarily increased by 10 points." As the notification rang out, Zed's contact lenses slowly dissolved, unveiling his crimson eyes. A mere second later, an explosive shockwave erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. From the sidelines, Ryu's heart skipped a beat at the deafening blast. Panic-stricken, he shouted, "Zed!" As time passed, the dust gradually began to settle. Clark, still gripping his sword tightly, scanned the battlefield for his target. However, all he found was a deep, gaping slash on the ground. Zed was nowhere to be seen. Confusion flickered across his face. Then, A sharp voice broke through the chaos. "Clark, up there!" It was Herna's warning. Instantly, Clark snapped his gaze toward the sky. And there he was, suspended in midair. Zed hovered with an almost divine presence. His hair had turned a brilliant gold. His entire body enveloped in crackling golden lightning. This was electrification. Clark's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered under his breath. Lightning? But how? Before he could finish, Zed vanished. A blinding flash erupted as he streaked forward like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance between them in an instant. Then, with a devastating force, he unleashed a lightning kick straight toward Clark. Forced to react, Clark hastily raised his sword, positioning it in front of his chest to block the blow. The moment their attacks collided, an enormous shockwave erupted outward, shaking the ground and sending ripples through the battlefield. The sheer force of Zed's attack was overwhelming. Even Clark, a seasoned warrior, felt his arms tremble under the weight of the impact. Sparks of golden lightning surged through his body, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. The force of the blow sent Clark skidding backward several meters before he finally managed to steady himself. His breath came in ragged gasps, his muscles aching from both the physical impact and the relentless surge of electricity. Through gritted teeth, Clark roared in frustration. How is this possible? This can't be real. Is that really lightning? Lightning, a force unlike any other. It stood beyond the four classical elements: water, wind, earth, and fire. It was the power that every mage dreamed of mastering. Yet even the legendary first patriarch of the Arahan family had never attained it. There was no way this fool could possibly wield such a legendary force. The more Clark dwelled on the thought, the more absurd it seemed. And he wasn't alone in his disbelief. Everyone watching from the sidelines stood frozen, their eyes widened in sheer astonishment, as if they had just witnessed a living dinosaur rise from the dead. Among them was Ryu, who could hardly process what he was seeing. His mind raced. Could this really be the power of the Arahan bloodline? Clark, on the other hand, was seething. With a furious stomp, he cracked the ground beneath him and bellowed, "I despise brats like you, loud, arrogant fools who think they're invincible just because they inherited a bloodline." As he spoke, he channeled his mana into his sword and swung forward, sending a crescent-shaped slash of pure energy hurtling toward Zed. But Zed's reaction was lightning fast, literally. With the grace of a seasoned warrior, he bent his back, effortlessly dodging the first strike. Clark's eyes narrowed as he swiftly swung his sword twice more, unleashing two more energy slashes, one horizontal, one vertical. Yet, once again, Zed dodged them with ease. Then, in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. Clark, unwilling to let the boy take control, spun his body and swung his sword in a powerful arc. "You won't be able to dodge this," he thought, but reality defied his expectations. The moment his blade neared Zed, a golden surge of lightning erupted between them, halting the sword's advance completely. Clark's strike, one that should have cut clean through his opponent, was utterly stopped in its tracks. His mind barely had time to register the shock before Zed was already in front of him. The next thing Clark knew, a thunderous punch slammed directly into his gut. A deafening explosion echoed through the battlefield as the sheer force of the blow sent shockwaves in every direction. Clark's face twisted in agony, every muscle in his body screaming in protest as the electricity ravaged his insides. Meanwhile, Zed, standing tall in his Super Saiyan-like state, simply gazed at him with cold, merciless eyes. There was no pity in them. Next, a chaotic surge of wild energy began to flood the battlefield. Blazing streaks of golden and violet light intertwined, exploding in every direction with no pattern or restraint. Fueled by the massive blow to his pride, Warden Clark launched an even more ferocious assault on Zed. His sword slashed through the air with shrieking force. But to a seasoned warrior like Zed, those attacks barely meant anything. After swiftly dodging one of Clark's strikes by leaping backward, Zed immediately lunged forward, catching Clark in the brief moment before he could pull back his sword to defend. Zed drove an uppercut straight into the warden's chin. The force of the blow sent Clark's entire body flying into the air. The punch landed so hard that Clark's mind went blank for a second. What the hell? He's supposed to be a mage. Why is he charging in and fighting head-on like this? The warden questioned internally. Rattled, And his confusion wasn't baseless. Normally, mages rely on spells to keep their distance from knights, while engineers are the ones who close that gap. That's just how the system works, an unchanging rule etched into the history of this world. So why was this guy brawling up close? Still shaken, Clark instinctively raised his sword in front of him to block Zed's next punch, this one crackling with lightning. The moment their clash landed, electricity surged through Clark's body, and he had to mentally steady himself. I can't treat him like an ordinary mage anymore. I need to create some distance, if I can just get enough space to swing properly. He didn't hesitate. Clark immediately leapt backward, trying to open up the gap he needed. But Zed was already a step ahead. The moment Clark moved back, Zed closed in again with lightning-fast speed, refusing to let him breathe. Before the warden could even react, Zed's fist crashed into his face once more. The impact was brutal. Clark's face flushed red from the pain. Damn it, there's no opening at all, he cursed silently. Unaware of the string of curses running through Clark's mind, Zed calmly began to channel more mana into his fist. Then, without warning, he unleashed another thunderous punch, this time slamming it straight into Clark's gut. The moment the blow landed, it triggered a devastating lightning explosion that blasted Clark's body backward like a cannonball. He was only stopped when he crashed hard into a massive boulder. Dust and smoke filled the air, but once it cleared, Clark was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. The surrounding prison guards panicked, shouting, "Warden!" But before they could rush over, Clark barked, "Stand back!" His voice was sharp and commanding. Then, locking eyes with Zed, Clark let out a bitter, almost defeated laugh. Ha ha ha, as expected of the Arahan bloodline. Truly terrifying. I've lost. Go ahead, kill me. But instead of striking, Zed calmly asked, "Do you want to know why you lost?" Clark clenched his jaw, refusing to listen. "I don't want to hear it. Just kill me already." Ignoring the demand, Zed answered his own question, voice steady and firm. "There's only one reason. I worked harder. I trained more." From Clark's point of view, Zed's words left him frozen for a moment, his eyes vacant. Then, just a second later, an explosive wave of fury surged inside him. He roared, "Hard work and training? Don't give me that crap. It's all because you carry the Arahan blood. You were born different. That's the only reason. Do you have any idea what it's like for people like me? People with no talent at all? You are the reason my life was ruined." As he shouted, Clark's grip on his sword tightened so hard it trembled in his hands. Looking at the pitiful sight before him, Zed went quiet for a moment. Then, after a pause, he spoke again. "Right now, I'm stronger than you, but if you had more experience and sharper instincts, I would have lost. It's your own insecurity that blinded you, and that's what held you back. Stop looking for excuses. The only thing standing in your way is you." Clark's rage began to fade, replaced by something heavier, shame. He muttered to himself, "I can't believe I'm getting lectured about a night spirit by a damn mage." Letting out a long, defeated sigh, Clark spoke one last time. "Enough. Just finish it already." For Zed, Clark's request wasn't easy to deal with. It left him genuinely conflicted. Damn it, this is such a pain. If I kill him here, the Empire will definitely put a bounty on my head. But I can't just leave him like this either. Just as that thought crossed his mind, 2 notifications from the system popped up in front of him. Trait, Unyielding Challenger, has been deactivated. Skill, Transcendence, has been nullified. The moment the notifications faded, the lightning that had been crackling around Zed's body slowly dissipated as well, leaving him with a faint sense of regret. TCH. So that's it, huh? That's as far as I could go? Meanwhile, Herna had been watching everything unfold. The instant she noticed Zed's power vanishing, she realized this was her golden opportunity. Her voice pierced through the tension like a blade. "What are you all waiting for? Now's the time. Kill that Arahan brat right now. Isn't this your job?" Her sharp command snapped the prison guards out of their daze. Finally aware of the shift in the battlefield, they began closing in on Zed from all directions. Still, they didn't dare rush him recklessly, not after witnessing how brutally their warden had been beaten. From Zed's perspective, he quickly scanned the number of enemies and thought grimly, "This might be a serious problem. They've got numbers." And before he could come up with a proper response, a sudden white gust swept across the battlefield. It was like a blizzard had erupted out of nowhere. clouding everyone's vision with thick, swirling wind. Thanks to his ability to sense mana, Zed immediately caught on. Magic. Someone's casting a spell nearby. There's a mage in the area. Damn it, this isn't good. Where is the enemy? I've got to get out of here. He frantically scanned his surroundings, trying to pinpoint the caster's location, but the wind was just too strong. His eyes darted in every direction, but nothing, he couldn't see a thing. Then, just a few seconds later, the storm began to settle. The roaring wind turned into a gentle breeze and vanished altogether. Zed, who had already dropped into a combat stance, froze for a moment in confusion. What? The storm's gone? His eyes widened as he took in the scene in front of him. In that brief window of time, mere seconds somehow, all the prison guards had been taken down. They were now lying motionless in pools of their own blood. Even Herna couldn't escape her fate. She too was sent straight to the afterlife without so much as a scream. The sight sent a cold shiver racing down Zed's spine, his hairs standing on end. A disturbing thought crept into his mind. They're all dead, not even a chance to cry out. Even Herna. Could she have been the one who helped me? No, that doesn't make sense. If this goes south, I might end up taking the blame for all of it. From Zed's point of view, the realization struck him hard. Forget the grunts, Clark. The prison warden, the one standing closest to me, even he was silently killed. Pushing those thoughts aside, his mind suddenly jumped to his friend. Ryu, he shouted. Hey, Ryu, are you still alive? Where are you? Say something. Moments later, a head popped out from behind a nearby bush. It was Ryu. Seeing his blonde-haired friend still breathing, Zed let out a heavy sigh of relief. You're safe, thank God. Ryu emerged from the bush, his eyes immediately falling on the bloody chaos ahead. His expression twisted in fear. Zed, what the hell happened here? Did you do all this? Zed quickly shook his head, looking as confused as Ryu. No, I think there's a high-level mage nearby. We had to get out of here, now. Without wasting another second, Zed turned and started moving. But as Ryu's eyes scanned the battlefield, something on the ground caught his attention, a small white card. He bent down and picked it up. Hey, Zed, look at this. It's a card, it looks brand new. Like someone just dropped it. Something's not right about this. They didn't have time to examine it. Without another word, the two of them took off, leaving the dangerous scene behind. And just as Zed had guessed, the mysterious gust of wind had been conjured by a hidden mage. From the shadows, the cloaked figure silently watched as Zed and Ryu vanished into the distance. Time passed. The scene shifted to a quiet corner deep within the forest. Ryu was already fast asleep, his breathing steady. Zed, meanwhile, sat silently, staring down at the white card in his hand, deep in thought. A white card? What happens if I channel mana into it? He decided to try. Slowly, he pushed a bit of his energy into the card. And sure enough, it reacted. The pristine white surface began to fade, dissolving away like mist, revealing a symbol beneath, a leaf-shaped insignia. Just as I thought, it's a magic card, a type of encrypted message card used by underground organizations. And that emblem, that's the black flame of the Arahan family. His eyes narrowed. The Black Mirror Core, the Arahan family's shadow force. They answer only to the family head. Their size, their missions, everything about them is hidden behind a curtain of secrecy. They're the Empire's most elite, most secretive unit. With that thought, Zed flipped the card over. On the back was a single symbol, the number 4. The moment he saw it, memories of his past training rushed back into his mind. If I remember correctly, 1 means acceptance or approval. 2 stands for rejection or denial. 3 signifies negotiation or a proposal. And 4 means observation or protection. So, Arahan is protecting me? But why now? They cast me aside because I had no mana. And now they've changed their mind? As the idea lingered in his mind, a sudden realization struck him like lightning. His eyes widened. Wait, that's right. After defeating Clark, part of the curse was lifted. My mana increased by 2 points. This world has an experience system, just like a game? The skill, Transcendence, that was a physical enhancement spell with a protective shield. And right now, it's deactivated, just as I suspected. It must be because my stats are still too low. Do I need at least 5 mana points to activate it? Or maybe 10? It'd be amazing if I could stack it up to 5 levels. Right then, Ryu's voice cut through his train of thought. Hey, Zed. Zed quickly stashed the card away and turned to his friend. Huh? You're still awake? Ryu nodded, looking a little restless. Yeah, I couldn't sleep. Zed, what are we going to do now? Zed tilted his head slightly. What do you mean, what are we going to do? We're going to Prilda, remember? You said you got separated from your brothers there, didn't you? Ryu hesitated, even though Zed sounded confident. He couldn't shake the unease in his chest. But Zed, earlier you mentioned the carriage driver's body was never found. That means the rumors are already spreading. It won't be long before the Empire puts a bounty on us. And more importantly, we can't just walk to Prilda, it's way too far without a carriage. Zed chuckled quietly, an almost mischievous smile spreading across his face. Ah, right, I was just about to bring that up. We'll have to make a little detour. We're heading to Tamaya. Time skipped forward. The scene shifted once more, this time to Tamaya village. A southern outpost at the edge of the Empire's front lines. Somewhere deep inside the village, a glowing magic circle flared to life. And within seconds, several figures suddenly materialized inside its luminous perimeter. They were a group of knights from the Bahal family. At the front of the group, a strikingly handsome knight stepped forward and barked out a command. Then let the search begin at once. I, Torres Bahal, will hunt down those shameless Arahan dogs and execute them myself. To explain why Torres had shown up in the first place, we have to rewind a bit, back to when he was summoned by the head of the Bahal family. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Torres dropped to one knee and respectfully said, "You summoned me, Lord Bahal?" A tall, imposing man sitting ahead responded in a deep voice. "That's right, you've been given a new mission. An Arahan, one who had been imprisoned in Kyrian prison several years ago, has escaped confinement. He is now on the run after killing several wardens and guards from Motor. I'm entrusting this matter to you. As the heir of House Bahal, it is your duty to pass judgment and uphold the honor of our family." At the end of his declaration, a steward stepped forward and presented a scroll to Torres. The young knight raised his head, accepted the mission scroll with both hands, and swore with conviction, "I, Torres Bahal, will lay down my life to carry out your command." The scene shifts back to Zed's perspective. He and Ryu are still trekking through the wilderness, navigating treacherous terrain. Behind him, Ryu grumbled with obvious frustration. "Zed, the more I think about this, the crazier it sounds." Before he could finish venting, Zed sighed and cut in. "You've been saying that for 5 days now. How much longer are we gonna do this?" But Zed's reply only made Ryu more annoyed. He glanced around nervously, taking in the scattered monster skulls and the remains of some unlucky souls, and shouted, "Seriously? We're probably the only idiots marching straight through the front lines." To explain, on the outskirts of the Empire lies a military front designed to keep magical beasts at bay. Each noble family is assigned a region to guard, and the southern region falls under the Bahal family's jurisdiction. The place we're heading, Tamaya, is a village located right on the edge of that front. It's frequently visited by monsters. Practically a forward outpost, but the reason we're headed there, despite the danger, is because Tamaya holds something very rare and very valuable, a teleportation gate. It's so expensive that even most nobles can't afford to use it, but hey, we've got money to burn. Back to the present, Ryu continued grumbling as he walked. "You'll only realize how insane this is after a beast tears you apart." Zed responded with a chuckle full of mischief. "Haha, you know this was our best option." Time passed swiftly until nightfall. Sitting around their modest camp, Ryu tossed a piece of jerky at Zed and muttered, "Here, bastard, eat up. Who knows how much longer you've got to live." "Ah, yeah, you too, buddy, hee." Zed replied with a grin. But just as he was about to take his first bite, the ground around them began to tremble. At first, it was subtle, but the vibrations quickly intensified. Startled, both of them instinctively scanned their surroundings. The tremors grew stronger and more violent by the second. Reacting fast, Zed and Ryu kicked dirt and debris over their campfire, smothering the flames in haste. "Ryu, something's coming," Zed muttered with a furrowed brow. Still annoyed about his unfinished meal, Ryu snapped, "Unbelievable." Without wasting time, once they were sure the fire was out, the two scrambled into a nearby bush and crouched low, holding their breath. "I swear, if that's a magical beast," Ryu whispered nervously. Zed replied in a hushed but strangely hopeful tone. I'd prefer that, honestly. In truth, Zed already had an inkling of what might be causing the tremors. This isn't a one-off tremor, it's a series. No way that many magical beasts slipped past the southern front without the Bahal family noticing. If that's the case, then there's only one real possibility. Tensing up, Zed peered through the leaves. Sure enough, a moment later, a group of knights rode into view. A white stallion with piercing blue eyes. That's the Bahal family's cavalry. There must be at least 50 of them. Please just keep moving, right on. Don't stop here, he prayed silently. Unfortunately for Zed, these knights had sharp senses, especially their noses. As they passed near the extinguished fire pit, one of them suddenly shouted, "We found signs of a camp." Zed gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, to even qualify for the knight division, a mage has to be at least level 5. That means there are over 50 knights here, each at Clark's level or higher. If we keep hiding like this, it's only a matter of time before they catch us. We need to run, now. Even Ryu, timid as he was, could grasp the gravity of the situation. He knew just how powerless he truly was. If I keep clinging to the protagonist like this, I'll only increase the risk of us both getting caught. With that thought in mind, Ryu whispered urgently, "Zed, you have to run. You can do it. They might let me go. But you're an Arahan. They'll definitely try to kill you." His voice trembled with uncertainty as he added, "But maybe they won't actually kill us. Right?" His small frame began to shake uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zed shook his head and replied with a smirk, "You're trembling like a leaf. Man, don't worry. I've got a plan." He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the knights ahead. Time passed quickly as the knights of the Bahal family began to spread out, fanning through the area in search of them. But before the search could gain any momentum, Zed boldly stepped out of hiding and announced, "Took you long enough to find me. I'm Zed Arahan." Of course, Zed wasn't stupid enough to simply hand himself over. He had already formed a plan based on the white card he'd picked up earlier. That card meant surveillance or protection. Time to put it to the test. If I just sit here, I'm dead for sure. I'd rather act than regret doing nothing. With that resolve, he raised his voice again, hoping to negotiate. "I want to speak with your commander." But before the words even fully left his mouth, a knight opposite him drew his sword and lunged. Luckily, Zed had anticipated some level of hostility and managed to dodge back just in time. Still, the knight was far quicker than Zed expected. "Wait, just talk for a second," Zed shouted, but it was no use. The knight didn't hesitate, closing the distance in an instant and slashing his blade straight toward Zed. Instinctively, Zed twisted his body to escape. At the same time, a glowing magic circle appeared at his feet, and just as the sword was about to slice through him, it suddenly stopped, completely blocked by an invisible barrier. Zed blinked, startled. Why did it stop? No, not by choice. It was stopped, blocked by something. Then, a chilling voice rang out, "Stand down." The sound cut through the air like a blade, cold and sharp, carrying an overwhelming pressure that made the attacking knight pale with fear and instinctively leap backward. He regrouped with the other knights and barked out, "Who are you?" Standing protectively in front of Zed was none other than the mysterious mage from before. Zed's eyes widened in recognition. So they weren't just watching from afar. They were this close all along? Even with my sensory stats maxed at 100, I couldn't detect a thing. That's the Black Mirror core of the Arahan family. From the surrounding shadows, more mages in black cloaks emerged, silently encircling the knights, forming an unbreakable perimeter. The captain of the mage unit stepped forward and stated coldly, "Return, leave now, and no harm will come to you." But Torres wasn't about to back down. His voice rang out with fiery pride. "Who dares block the path of the Bahal family?" The captain cast a sidelong glance at him and replied with calm precision, "You must be Torres Bahal, the heir of Bahal." Zed's heart skipped a beat at the mention of that name. Looking at the man standing just a few feet away, his breath caught in his throat. Torres Bahal, it feels so familiar, like a part of me. The character I was closest to. The one who stood by me until the very end. I know this isn't the time, but seeing him here in the flesh, it's almost nostalgic. Torres, unaware of the whirlwind of emotions inside Zed, now turned his attention toward him and asked, "So you're Zed Arahan?" Before Zed could respond, the mage captain spoke again. his voice unwavering. Knights of Bahal, fall back. If you leave now, there will be no conflict. Zed realized what they were trying to do, protect him. But why? Why would the Black Mirror Corps go this far to shield me? On the other side, Torres narrowed his eyes as realization dawned. So, you're the secret force of the Arahan family I've only heard whispers about. And despite knowing who I am, you dare act this boldly? The Arahan family has crossed the line. You'll pay for this insult with your lives, for daring to provoke the Bahal family. With those final words, Torres raised his sword high above his head. A powerful energy began to surge around him, gathering rapidly into the blade, glowing brighter with every passing second, clearly the build-up to a devastating technique. But of course, there was no way the mage captain would just stand by and let Torres finish casting his technique. That was never going to happen. The mage simply said, "All right then." The moment those words left his mouth, a massive red magic circle erupted beneath the feet of all the knights, spreading outward in a terrifying radius and locking them in place. The knights immediately realized something was very wrong. A magic formation? When the hell did they prepare this? Zed only needed a quick glance to grasp what was happening. It's a trap-type formation. He didn't need to move a single step to trigger it, no warning. No delay. He predicted this exact location and preset the spell long before any of this started? That mage isn't some average tier 5 or tier 6 caster. He's tier 7. Up front, the black-robed mage calmly warned the knights. Move even a single step, and it'll explode. Torres clenched his jaw in fury. Does the Arahan family truly intend to wage war against the Bahal family? The mage remained unshaken, responding with chilling composure. I've already told you, leave. Even your family head wouldn't want this. Though the words were spoken without malice. To Torres, they were a deep and unforgivable insult. He gritted his teeth, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword as he shouted, "You're finished. How dare you insult the Bahal family?" As the words rang out, a powerful aura surged around his body. Fierce and wild, Zed, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel alarmed. No, this isn't right. If this is still the early stage of the game, then at best, Torres should only be a tier 6 knight. This fight is hopeless. He can't win. If an all-out battle breaks out here, Torres and the entire knight squad will be annihilated. At that moment, the blue energy surrounding Torres took shape, morphing into the head of a massive lion. Roaring silently with raw, primal power, it was the Bahal family's forbidden technique, Lion's Roar. As it manifested, the pressure emanating from Torres spiked violently. So intense that Zed had to raise his arm to shield his face from the slicing winds now tearing through the air. Zed shouted internally, panic rising in his chest. No, this is insane. That technique requires at least a tier 7 spell to sustain. Torres, snap out of it. You'll die if you go through with this. Unable to contain himself, he turned to the black-robed mage and yelled, "Black Mirror Core, dispel the magic now. Didn't you hear me? I said deactivate it." The squad leader turned his piercing gaze toward Zed and replied with chilling calm. "That is not possible. We follow the direct orders of the family head. I was told to protect you, not to obey your every command." Zed clenched his fists in frustration. "Then stick to that. Just protect me. Why are you trying to kill them, the Bahal Knights? That's way beyond your authority. With your power, you can protect me without having to kill him. Disarm the formation, now." He then turned toward Torres and shouted, "And you, Torres, stop this before it's too late." But the knight's conviction didn't waver. His eyes burned with fury as he roared back, "Shut your mouth, Arahan. You murdered the jailers and innocent civilians in the south. I'll make sure you pay for your crimes." Zed's voice trembled slightly as he tried to reason with him. "It's a misunderstanding. Please, just talk to me." But his desperate plea fell on deaf ears. Torres glared at him with unyielding rage. "Fine, I'll talk to you, once you're on your knees." With that final declaration, he gripped his sword tightly and charged straight at Zed, ignoring the massive red formation still glowing ominously beneath his feet. He didn't care about the trap, only the vengeance burning in his heart. Yet something strange happened, despite Torres leaping into the air with full killing intent. The magic formation beneath his knights didn't activate. Zed's heart fluttered with cautious relief. It didn't go off? Don't tell me, did the Black Mirror Corps just follow my command? But there wasn't time to dwell on it. Torres's attack had already landed. erupting into a violent explosion right where Zed stood. Dirt and debris exploded in every direction. Yet just like before, the knight's sword never made contact. A magic barrier had once again shielded Zed from harm. From his perspective, staring at the blade that came within inches of cutting him down, Zed broke into a cold sweat. Damn, if the Black Mirror Core hadn't interfered, I'd be dead right now. He just tore through 4 layers of my 7-fold wind barrier. It's not even complete yet. And he still pushed it that far? Despite the danger, Zed couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. The devastating strike lasted only moments before fizzling out. Torres, drained and pale, fell to his knees and began coughing up large amounts of blood. Zed watched silently, unsurprised. That's the backlash from forcing out an incomplete ultimate technique. To witness the lion's roar firsthand, it's an honor. Sure, but was it really worth it? He slowly stepped forward, crouched beside the fallen knight, and asked softly, "Feeling any better? I'm serious. Why would you use a secret technique when your body clearly wasn't ready?" But instead of answering, Torres roared with fury. "How do you know the secret arts of my family?" His question barely left his lips before his face turned a deep shade of purple and he collapsed unconscious right in front of Zed. Gasps erupted from the Bahal knights behind him, who rushed forward in panic to check on their commander. Sitting nearby, Zed called out calmly, "It's a mana backlash. If you don't treat him right now, his life could be in danger." The knights didn't dare waste another second. They swarmed around Torres, casting healing spells over his broken body, their voices trembling as they pleaded, "Sir Torres, please, don't leave us. Sir Torres, stay with us." Watching the desperate struggle of the knights, Zed couldn't help but shake his head with quiet frustration. It's no use, he thought. You can't treat mana backlash if your level is lower than the one suffering from it. And right now, only one person here could possibly have a higher level than Torres. His eyes flicked toward the black-robed commander of the Black Mirror Corps standing behind him. Without wasting another second, he spoke up, "Hey, Black Mirror, heal him." The sudden command made the stoic mage's expression twitch with surprise. "You really want me to save that knight?" he asked incredulously. Zed answered plainly, "Torres is an old friend of mine." That statement seemed to hit even harder. The mage's brow furrowed, and his voice turned sharper. "That's ridiculous. Knights are enemies. They can never be friends." Zed sighed, not wanting to drag the conversation down the emotional path any further. Instead, he shifted tactics, one that mages would understand best. "Then let me put it in terms you can relate to, benefit. If Torres dies here, there's no way Arahan can avoid a full-blown war with the Bahal family. And tell me, what benefit is there in that for us?" The commander raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with dark amusement. "You truly don't see how his death might actually benefit Arahan? Besides, this situation is of his making. It doesn't concern my mission." Meanwhile, Torres's condition was deteriorating rapidly. The cries of the knights around him were growing louder, more frantic. Zed winced at the pressure mounting from all sides. "Damn it, we're out of time." He knew he had only one move left. "This does concern your mission," he growled. "You created this situation, and now it's affecting your directive. If you don't heal Torres right now, then your job, protecting me, ends here." As he spoke, Zed reached down, picked up Torres's fallen sword, and calmly rested the blade against his own neck. Blood welled up immediately from the fresh cut. The gesture froze even the cold-hearted mage in place. "I always keep my word," Zed continued, voice low and steady, "and you've been watching me long enough to know that's not an empty threat." The silence between them was thick, charged with tension. The commander narrowed his eyes, grinding out a warning through clenched teeth. "If the Patriarch finds out about this, he will not be pleased." Zed responded with a calm face. "That's my burden to carry. Just heal him now." Left with no other choice, the black-robed mage, despite his obvious reluctance, stepped forward in silence to carry out the treatment. However, the knights still hadn't lowered their guard. One of them quickly stepped in and barked, "Stop right there. You'd let a mage lay hands on the young master?" Zed didn't even know whether to call these people foolish or just too obsessed with their pride. Shaking his head slightly, he spoke bluntly, "Stand down, right now. He's the only one who can save Torres. Or would you rather let your young master die clinging to your pride?" The directness of his words left the knights speechless. Slowly, they began stepping aside, reluctantly opening a path for the mage. The black-robed man didn't waste a second. He raised his hand, and a soft magical glow enveloped Torres. Little by little, color returned to the young knight's face, and his breathing steadied. The tension lifted in an instant. He's stabilizing. His mana flow is returning to normal, one of the knights cried. Tears brimming in his eyes. Thank the heavens, the heir will be all right. As Zed looked around, he suddenly noticed something odd, somehow. At some point, the entire Black Mirror Corps had silently disappeared. The only thing they'd left behind was another white card, placed a short distance away. He walked toward it and picked it up. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the outskirts of Tamaya village. Zed had followed the knights back to their temporary encampment. The card now in his hand. He examined the number inscribed on it, 9. His thoughts raced. Card number 9? It means abandonment or survival. Just then, Ryu, his curious companion, leaned in and asked, Hey, Zed, those mages back there, were they part of the Black Mirror Corps? That white card from last time, was it theirs too? Zed nodded firmly. Yeah, basically. They told me to handle things on my own from now on. Ryu gave an exaggerated shrug. Welp, the Arahan family is gonna freak. Our unshakable backup just walked away like it was nothing. Zed didn't respond right away. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Ryu. Clearly puzzled. Wait a sec, how do you know about the Black Mirror Corps? Ryu, surprisingly taken aback by Zed's question, blinked before replying. Wait, are you serious? Everyone knows about the Black Mirror Corps. Even kids have heard of them. Sure, maybe they don't know what those guys actually do. But the name? It's legendary. He then cast a cautious glance at the knights nearby and leaned in to whisper. Still, I think we should lay low for a while. Look at them. They're still on high alert. If anything goes wrong, we're dead meat. Zed followed Ryu's gaze and observed the knights quietly. His thoughts stirred, and he muttered inwardly, if they were mages and I were a knight, I'd already be dead. He reasoned further. Knights live and breathe honor. Even if you're a wanted criminal, killing someone who just saved your life? That'd go against everything they believe in. Knights are willing to die for honor. Mages, on the other hand, would kill a friend if it meant gaining something of value. Both extremes are irrational, but they're also easy to predict. With knights, appeal to their sense of honor. With mages, just offer them a better deal. Simple. As his thoughts settled, one of the knights approached them. The young master wishes to see you. Please follow me. The scene transitioned to the command tent. Inside, Torres had regained consciousness and was seated comfortably. He gestured for Zed and Ryu to sit and poured each of them a cup of tea. This is Manar tea, he said with pride. It's grown exclusively by my family. The aroma is truly something special. Zed took the cup without hesitation, completely unbothered by the possibility of poison, and took a sip. The pleasant fragrance lingered on his tongue, and he smiled. You're right, it's got a nice kick to it. By the way, how are you feeling? Torres nodded with a grateful smile. Much better, thanks to you. Zed waved off the formality. Save it, I'm not a fan of stiff politeness. Let's keep it casual, alright? You're 17 this year, yeah? I'd rather we talk like equals. Torres paused for a moment, visibly thrown off by the sudden shift in tone. After a few seconds, he asked curiously, then, how old are you? Zed grinned. This body's probably around 15. Torres blinked, then laughed. So I've got 2 years on you. Huh? Zed raised a brow playfully. What, you want me to call you big bro now or something? Torres quickly waved his hands, chuckling. No way. Getting called big bro by a mage? That's pushing it. Haha. He burst out laughing, and for a moment, the tension between the two sides melted away. Zed grinned from ear to ear and shot back. Relax, I had no intention of calling you that anyway. Haha. Their playful banter brought a puzzled look to Ryu's face. He glanced between the two and thought to himself, wait, are Arahan and Bahal really talking like old friends? What kind of alternate universe am I living in right now? Setting the small talk aside, Torres soon shifted into a more serious tone. Alright, before we move on, I should thank you properly. You saved my life, so, thank you. There was sincerity in his voice. The kind that didn't need dramatic gestures to feel genuine. It made Zed silently reaffirm his earlier decision. He's really thanking a mage, he thought. If he's truly the heir to the Bahal family, his pride should be sky high. But I know Torres well. And honestly, that's exactly what I like about him. Torres continued without missing a beat. Alright, no more formalities. Let's get to the point. You said the incident involving Commander Torres's death was a misunderstanding. What did you mean by that? Zed's expression shifted, growing solemn. Just like I said, I'll explain everything. He then laid out the whole story, from the prison incident all the way to how he ended up here. Of course, he left out certain details, like his mana awakening or the lightning-based skill he had acquired. There were things better kept secret for now. To sum it up, Zed concluded, that's how it happened. As you probably know, the Arahan family doesn't shy away from a fight. They tried to kill me first. So I just defended myself. Torres listened carefully, nodding slightly but not fully convinced. If what you're saying is true, then yeah, it could be considered legitimate self-defense. But the key question is it true? Zed crossed his arms, wearing an expression of pure confidence. If I had anything to hide, if I really wanted to cover this up, I wouldn't have saved your life back there. From where I'm standing, there's no clearer way to prove my sincerity. Am I wrong? Torres held his gaze for a moment before finally nodding. Fair point. In that case, maybe I was the one who misjudged the situation. He reached into his pouch, pulled out a small cloth bag, and placed it gently on the table. Please accept this. It's freshly ground manar powder. A small token of apology for my misunderstanding. But instead of being impressed, Zed made a face. His expression turned long, unimpressed. If this is your idea of an apology, I'd rather you repay me by doing me a favor instead. Torres raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. You have a request? Well, if it's within my ability, I'll grant it. As soon as Torres finished speaking, Zed didn't hesitate to make his request known. Of course it's doable, he said confidently. I want you to help find Ryu's missing younger brother. The statement caught Ryu completely off guard, his eyes wide in shock. Meanwhile, Torres arched an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance toward Zed. That doesn't benefit you in the slightest. That's not something a mage would usually ask for. Zed simply shook his head. I don't care about that. I made a promise to help Ryu find his family. That's all that matters. Time passed quickly, and morning soon arrived. Zed was already up and sweating, fully immersed in his physical training. Ryu stood off to the side, silently watching, his mind drifting back to the conversation from the night before. Who would have thought? He used the favor of the Bahal family, something most people would kill for, just to ask them to help a no-name like me find my brother? Ryu smiled faintly. This guy, he's really something else. With that thought, he called out to Zed, cheerful and lighthearted. Hey, you hungry? They've got Bertie beef around here. Want me to go grab some? Zed paused mid-push-up, glanced over, and grinned. Haha, let me finish this last set and then we'll eat together. Unbeknownst to the two, just outside the tent, Torres had been quietly listening to their exchange. He leaned against the canvas, deep in thought. What is he doing? A mage, drenched in sweat from physical training? A mage from that elite group that treats sweat like savagery? He clenched his jaw. I've heard Zed Arahan has no mana. For a mage, that's like a knight without a sword. And yet, he still hasn't given up. He's still pushing forward. The image of Zed, persevering despite everything stacked against him, stirred something inside Torres. That's admirable. If I were in his shoes, would I have been able to hold on to my pride the way he has? Determination flashed across his face as he clenched his fist tightly. I've made up my mind. That mage, he's braver than any knight I've ever known. He will be my friend. Next, to treat the two starving demons, the knight Torres generously offered them his signature beef dish. Staring at the massive, steaming slab of meat in front of him, Ryu looked completely stunned. Wait, is that berry beef? You seriously went all out and brought out something this rare? Torres beamed with pride. We're hosting Arahan here. This is the least we could do. Plus, it's packed with protein, great for muscle gain too. Alright, everyone sit down already, he said cheerfully. There's no reason to waste time when there's good food on the table. Sitting beside him, Zed couldn't help but smile as well, quietly thinking to himself, a round table without a seat of honor, that's so Bahal. Makes me respect the guy even more. Meanwhile, Ryu leaned in to whisper a warning to the protagonist. But, are you sure this is safe to eat? What if it's poisoned or something? Zed heard that and laughed reassuringly. Relax. Trust me. Just try one bite. It's way better than anything we ever had at that place. That was all Ryu needed to hear. He popped a piece of beef into his mouth and immediately let out a pleased gasp. Whoa, for real, this is incredible. It just melts in your mouth. Seeing that reaction, Torres grinned and asked, So, how do you like the taste? Zed responded, It's amazing. I bet you get to eat stuff like this every day. Huh? Man, I'm jealous. But then he reminded himself silently. Still, nothing in this world comes for free. A meal this luxurious, there's definitely something they want in return. Kindness lasts only until the last piece of beef is gone. Just then, a knight suddenly stood up and said loudly, Sir Torres, forgive me, but I can't sit here any longer, I'm leaving. Right after that, several other knights stood up as well, shaking their heads. Same here, I just can't do this anymore. I tolerated Arahan staying at the outpost. But this is too much. Sorry. And just like that, the whole group of knights walked out, leaving only the three of them at the once crowded banquet table. From Torres' perspective, watching his subordinates walk away with obvious discontent, he could only offer a regretful look and turn to Zed. Please forgive their rudeness. I apologize on their behalf. Zed, understanding the situation, just waved it off. Don't worry about it, and if you're thinking about punishing them, don't. It won't do anyone any good. Torres looked a bit surprised. After being treated like that, you're still defending my people? Zed shook his head gently and explained. They've been raised since childhood to see sorcerers as enemies. Instead of punishing them, maybe we should try to understand them and ease their fears. Understanding? Huh, Torres murmured. Looks like I've learned something new tonight. Back from Zed's perspective, the young man didn't want to waste any more time. He cut straight to the point. But more importantly, there's something you've been wanting to say to us. Isn't there? Torres blinked in slight surprise. Then admitted, So you noticed, huh? We're planning to head out to Frielda to search for Ryu's sister. Would it be alright if we delayed our departure by just one day? Zed raised an eyebrow. Why? Torres explained. I want everyone to see that you're a good person. Just one day is all I'm asking. Zed paused, thinking it over for a moment, then turned to his companion. Hey, Ryu, you okay with that? Ryu nodded. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, it's not like we're the ones doing the actual searching anyway. Honestly, with the way things are going, I'm starting to think this whole search party is just for show. Hearing that, Zed made his decision without hesitation. Alright then, let's do it. We'll stay one more day. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the southern front, beyond the Tamaya wall. At that moment, a violet lion barely had time to snarl before it was cleanly sliced in half by a knight from House Bahal. The knight grinned as he boasted. Just a low-level beast. Easy work, right, Torres? A voice responded with praise. Good work, everyone. Let's keep moving. Continue the search. Yes, sir, the group replied in unison. Back with Zed, he looked slightly pensive, thoughts churning in his mind. What's Torres thinking? Bringing me out here? Whatever. I'll go along with it. But seriously, he assembled a 20-person unit just for this search mission. The southern and western fronts are crawling with beast activity. These expeditions are no joke. As he mulled it over, a sudden suspicion crossed Zed's mind. Wait a second, could this all be because of them? In Bahal, there's a tradition of hosting post-mission banquets to celebrate the safe return of deployed troops. So what? Is his plan to bring me into that warm, uplifting atmosphere? The kind where everyone's patting each other on the back, praising the success of the mission? That emotional surge, totally the kind of thing a 17-year-old would think up. Just then, a voice called out from the front lines. Sir Torres, we've found something unusual over here. Everyone quickly rushed toward the sound. Sure enough, there was a large gouge in the earth, strange enough to make Torres narrow his eyes. These tracks, they're odd. He muttered. Anyone recognize what creature could have left these? No one answered right away. The group fell into silence. Eventually, a knight nearby spoke up. They look like they came from some unclassified creature, nothing in the beast catalogs. Also, Torres, according to protocol, shouldn't we report this and return to base? Torres, his golden hair catching the sunlight, closed his eyes briefly. Considering it. But if we turn back now, it's a bit too early. We're still in Zone 1, aren't we? Even if it's some unidentified beast, it's likely just a low tier 1. Seeing the tension rise, another knight quickly stepped in to voice his concern. But, even if it's low tier, we don't know what it is. That alone makes it dangerous. Zed completely agreed with that logic. He's right, he thought, until we know what we're dealing with. Heading back really is the smartest move. Then he spoke up. Need a hand with this? His offer caught Torres off guard. Wait, you know what this creature is? Zed replied casually. Of course, it's a basilisk. Technically, it's a mid-tier beast. But you're a level 6 knight. And you've got 20 level 5s with you. This shouldn't be too much trouble. For real? Torres asked, still unsure. But before he could process it, a few of the mages in the back lost their composure and started barking like mad dogs. Sir Torres, are you really going to believe a sorcerer? A monster from the south, and some guy from the west claims to recognize it? Zed smirked and shot back. Do you have proof that it only appears in the south? Maybe Arahan just keeps better records than you lot. That fired them up even more. Some knights growled under their breath like bristling wolves. You arrogant bastard, you're just a half-rate mage who can't even use proper magic. How dare you mock Bahal, after Arahan? No less. Zed's expression cooled. His voice dropped a level. You're the ones doing the mocking. Is this how you normally speak to the heir of a noble house? From the side, Torres quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. That's enough. All of you, silence, unless I give the order. Then, turning back to Zed with an apologetic tone, he said, Zed, I'm sorry for their behavior. I really hope we could get along, but things clearly aren't going the way I imagined. Right as he said that, as if to validate Zed's earlier words, a thunderous scream tore through the air. A massive serpent suddenly burst out from beneath the ground. Torres reacted instantly, drawing his weapon in one swift motion, and shouted, Everyone, battle positions, spread out now. Quote, just as the words left his mouth, the Cerberus whipped its tail straight toward Zed's position, splitting the ground beneath it into jagged fragments. Luckily, Torres had fast reflexes. He leapt to the side just in time to avoid being crushed. He quickly turned back to check. Zed, are you alright? But before he could finish the sentence, Zed shouted, Torres, behind you, move. At that exact moment, the massive serpent lunged forward. Its gaping jaws aimed right at the blonde knight. Thanks to Zed's timely warning, Torres managed to dodge at the very last second. TCH, there's two of them? Torres cursed under his breath, wasting no time, and clearly wanting to deal with both beasts swiftly. He raised his sword high above his head. A brilliant blue aura flared around him, cloaking his entire body in glowing energy. All units, focus your attacks on the one to the right, he shouted. At his command, the knights raised their swords in unison, preparing to unleash a coordinated strike. Once fully charged, Torres swung his blade downward, unleashing a crescent-shaped slash that sliced through the air like a razor-sharp wave. The rest of the knights followed his lead, hurling their own glowing arcs of energy toward the basilisk on the right. The flurry of crescent slashes collided with the beast, forcing it to roar and thrash in fury. But despite the pain, their combined attack hadn't even pierced its skin. Torres's eyes widened in disbelief. Our attacks, they didn't even scratch it? Even Zed was taken aback. Fully trained knights, level 5 and 6, and their sword energy can't even penetrate its hide? On the opposite end, the enraged basilisk was clearly done playing games. It twisted its body and aimed its massive, spike-covered tail toward them. Zed could sense what was coming and yelled, It's going to strike. Everyone, get down. The knights hesitated, unsure. Follow Zed's orders, Torres shouted. Down, now. That did the trick. The unit dropped to the ground in an instant. Well, almost all of them. One stubborn idiot still stood frozen in place, grumbling. Why the hell should we listen to some mage? Zed snapped, furious. I said get down, you dumbass. But the basilisk wasn't waiting for them to finish arguing. With a violent lash of its tail, it launched a barrage of sharp spikes, hundreds of them, shooting through the air like a storm of lightning-fast arrows. Thankfully, the knights had all hit the ground in time, otherwise, they would have ended up just like the tree behind them, riddled with holes like a chunk of Swiss cheese. The tree, once a natural brown, was now a sickly shade of dark purple. Torres felt his whole body go numb as he looked at it. A toxic spike barrage, launched in all directions. He muttered, but not a single one hit the ground. It only targets above-ground objects. Meanwhile, at the height of that danger, Zed had grabbed the black-haired knight by the collar and yanked him down just in time. Those spikes hurt like hell. You know that? He barked. I just saved your damn life. Then, turning toward Torres, Zed warned, Torres, their next attack's gonna be lower. It'll be harder to dodge. Torres nodded. Then we'll just have to finish it before it attacks again. Zed followed up. Torres, can I leave the one on the left to you and your knights? The knight blinked, a little doubtful. What, are you planning to take the other one alone? Do you actually know its weak spot? But Zed didn't give him time to finish. We don't have time for this. Just tell me, can you handle it or not? Seeing the fierce determination on Zed's face, Torres wiped the sweat from his brow and gave a sharp nod. Alright, we'll handle it. Just don't go dying on me. Hearing that, Zed chuckled inwardly. Who's worrying about who now, he thought. Honestly, the guy really is something else. With a faint smile, Zed replied, then I'm counting on you. Without hesitation, Torres turned to his unit. Everyone, with me, we're taking down the one on the left. I'll lead the charge. Back on Zed's end, seeing Torres rush into action fired him up even more. If my favorite guy is out there giving it his all, there's no way I'm sitting this out. With that, Zed activated his latent abilities. Trait: Challenger, boosted by willpower, activated. Temporary stat increase. +10 across the board. Spell: Transcendent Humanity, cast. In an instant, Zed entered his Super Saiyan-like form. His entire body now cloaked in golden lightning. He stepped forward, electricity crackling around him, eyes locked on the basilisk to the right. Hey, you know who you're looking at? He shouted. Your opponent is me. And with that, Zed blasted forward in a lightning-fast blur. Charging straight into battle, Zed quickly noticed something odd about the basilisk. Its belly was slightly bloated. And its movements were sluggish. That's when it clicked. Did this thing just finish a hunt? Am I really this lucky? Without wasting another second, he took off, dashing between tree trunks at breakneck speed. With a final leap, he launched himself high into the air. The reason? The basilisk had only one known weak spot, right at the top of its head. If he wanted to take it down, he'd have to crush that exact point. With his target in mind, Zed came crashing down from above and slammed his lightning-charged fist into the basilisk's skull. The beast's eyes bulged, then rolled back as its massive body collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Watching the creature drop, Zed took a deep breath and muttered a quick prayer. Alright, here we go. Come on, yes. Demon's breath. Demon's breath, a key ingredient in crafting elixirs. With just a drop of holy water, it had a chance of transforming into a true elixir. Normally, elixirs offered random stat boosts. But for Zed, there was only one stat that mattered: mana. So for me, this stuff's basically a 100% pure mana potion. And I just got it for free. Thanks for the donation, big guy. He grinned. Alright, time to go help the others. Scene shift. Back to Torres and the Night Squad. They were still locked in a brutal struggle with the second basilisk. Torres raised his sword just in time to block a direct charge. But the force sent him skidding backward, his arms trembling under the pressure. Damn it, I've fallen too far behind the other knights. We're out of time. Before he could recover, a sudden flash of golden lightning streaked down from above, crashing right into the top of the basilisk's skull. The beast reeled, its jaws flung wide open in pain. Naturally, the one who'd just arrived was Zed. Wrapped head to toe in crackling golden lightning, he stood like a storm in human form. Torres stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. What kind of demonic energy is that? Across the field, knights who'd rushed in to assist were just as stunned. Huh? How the hell did he get here so fast? Wait a sec. That glow, is that lightning energy? Still trying to wrap his head around it, Torres cautiously asked. Zed, is that really lightning energy you're using? Zed shrugged. I mean, kinda hard to miss, right? Torres looked even more confused now. But, how? I thought you didn't have mana? Zed just smirked. I didn't, but I got a mana ring not too long ago. Torres stood frozen, completely stunned. What? You already have a mana ring? But that's impossible. A mana ring forms around the heart at birth. Sure, sometimes it takes a little while for the mana circuits to fully connect. But by 6 years old, all pathways are supposed to be complete. He stared at Zed as if seeing a ghost. That means, Zed, who's what, 15? Just now awakened his mana ring? That's like someone being born with 9 fingers and suddenly growing a 10th one out of nowhere. In the 1,000-year history of the Empire, nothing like this had ever happened. Even the heavens must have trembled at the willpower of this guy, Torres thought to himself. Meanwhile, Zed had already crouched beside the massive snake-like basilisk and pulled out a glowing red orb from its body. He turned to Torres and asked, "Hey, mind if I take this?" Torres, still half in awe, responded brightly, "Of course, you're the one who took it down, everything it drops is yours." But before he could even finish the sentence, Zed waved him off. "Nah, this is plenty for me. But hey, if you skin it, I bet that hide's worth at least a few pounds of prime beef." With that, Zed chuckled quietly to himself. "I've been playing this game for over a decade. And never, not once, have I picked up 2 demon's breaths in one go. This is jackpot level luck right here. I haven't even eaten yet and I already feel full." Scene shift. At the warp gate, the knights were still murmuring among themselves, buzzing with disbelief over what they just witnessed. "Did you hear about Arahan, the guy who joined the monster hunt earlier?" "Yeah, I heard he took down a completely unknown beast, with his bare hands. I heard he awakened lightning energy." Lightning energy? Isn't that just a myth? Are we sure that's what it was? A sorcerer without mana, suddenly using lightning energy? That has to be a mistake. Nope, everyone who was there saw it happen. Even Sir Torres confirmed it. There's no way that's wrong. That guy, Arahan, he's not like any other mage we've ever seen. Right? He even skinned the monster he killed. I heard he trains during breaks too. Like, actually sweats and everything. A mage that skins his kills? A mage that sweats from physical training? The more I hear, the more I think he's nothing like the usual spellcasters. Man, I wish I could have talked to him. I should have volunteered for today's mission. A chorus of admiration and envy echoed through the air, as the name, Arahan, spread like wildfire among the ranks. Scene shift, celebration banquet. That evening, at the celebration feast, the black-haired knight, whom Zed had saved earlier, stepped forward and bowed his head. "Zed, thank you for saving me today." Zed turned to him with a small smile. "Oh, you're all right though, yeah? No injuries?" The knight shook his head. "No, I'm fine, but I still can't believe I hesitated like that on the battlefield. As a knight, that's unacceptable. I'll reflect on it seriously and push myself to do better." His voice was filled with conviction. Watching the sudden shift in behavior among the knights, Ryu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Haha, what exactly did you do out there to change their opinions so fast?" Zed grinned and shrugged. "Guess they like me now. I'm betting tomorrow they'll actually mean it when they help you search for your sister." Just then, Torres walked over with a more serious look. "Zed, Ryu, can you step outside with me for a moment?" Both of them looked a little surprised, but they followed him out without hesitation. Once outside, Torres turned to Zed. "You did great today, Zed. Seems like the Knights' attitudes toward you have changed completely. Everyone who joined the mission said they'll head to Frielda tomorrow to help." Zed, though he had expected it, still couldn't hide his happiness. They must be exhausted after a day like this, but still. "That's amazing, thanks, Torres." Torres shook his head with a modest smile. "For a knight, doing our duty even while tired is just how it is. Besides, we owe you a life debt. We're comrades now." Then, more thoughtfully, he added, "I think I should visit my family tomorrow. Leadership's probably having a heart attack after hearing what happened today." Zed smirked and teased. "Getting scolded already? I mean, you did hang out with a member of House Arahan." Torres had seen it coming. He didn't seem fazed. "I've already made peace with that. First, I'll report to the higher-ups, then I'm heading straight to Frielda. Ryu, I'll do everything I can to help you find your sister. We will find her." Zed turned to Ryu with a big grin. "Look at that. The heir of House Bahal himself is going to help you out. Talk about reliable, huh?" At that, Ryu couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes brimmed with tears. Thank you both. So much." The two waved it off. "No need to thank us. We're friends, aren't we?" Scene transition, the next day. Frielda. Time flew by, and by morning, they had arrived at the port city of Frielda, the commercial hub of the south. As they walked through the bustling streets, Ryu began to explain. Her name's Lisa. She's my little sister, 13 years old. She has long blonde hair, down to her waist, and was about this tall. He lifted his hand to demonstrate her height, eyes full of memory. She's probably grown since then, though. Zed listened, then blinked, skeptical. That's it? That's all we've got to go on? He sighed. Well, sounds like she's cute. At least. Torres had just made a comment that left Zed speechless. After a brief pause, he turned to the group and said, all right then, let's ask the knights for help. That's all we've got to go on. After all, we don't know where she went, but we're sure she's somewhere in Frielda. Try checking the slave registries, household records, and around the city. You guys can dig that deep, right? The knights nodded confidently in unison. Yes, sir. Encouraged by their determination, Zed offered another idea. Let's start with the merchant group you used to work for. Ryu's eyes widened in surprise. They're not far from here. Zed gave a firm nod. Perfect. Also, is there a clothing shop nearby? Scene skip. Later. Ryu had just led Zed to the location. There it is. That's the Hamel Trading Guild, the last place I worked. They accused me of theft and kicked me out. Back in Zed's perspective, he gave Ryu a quick nod. Alright, they might recognize you, so I'll go in alone. As he spoke, Zed straightened his freshly bought outfit. It shimmered under the sunlight, catching Ryu's attention. Whoa, sorry, but, dang, you really look like a noble in that outfit. Ryu muttered, I know you are one. But still, it's kinda shocking seeing it for real. Zed waved the comment off and headed straight toward the guild. Outside, a neatly dressed gatekeeper spotted him and quickly bowed. Welcome, sir. Thank you for visiting. Are you looking for something in particular today? Zed didn't answer the question. This is the Hamel Trading Guild, right? The man chuckled. Haha, you must be mistaken, young master. This is a slave market. But what he didn't realize was that Zed had already caught something in his phrasing. Zed tilted his head and calmly replied. A slave market, huh? That's odd. Didn't you just ask if I was shopping for goods? The gatekeeper's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a colder expression. Listen here, punk, you're not actually a noble. Are you? What kind of scam are you pulling? Huh? Zed remained composed and replied with mock innocence. What if I am a noble? What then? The bouncer nearly doubled over laughing. Ha, you trying to scam a merchant? Listen, kid, merchants survive off sharp instincts. Nobles see slaves as inventory. Nothing more. And one thing's for sure, no noble shows up alone. The second I saw you, I knew something was off. What is this? Some kind of prank? Did DeVito send you? Zed's eyes narrowed, his voice suddenly colder. So, are you insightful? Or just plain stupid? That was the last straw. You little brat? Looks like someone needs to be taught a lesson, the man snarled, raising his massive fist. Cut to moments later. The bouncer's face was swollen and bruised, and he was on his knees, groaning in defeat before Zed. If you don't want to get hurt worse than this, Zed growled, you'll start answering my questions right now. As he spoke, he slapped the man hard across the face, sending his head snapping sideways. This building used to belong to the Hamel Trading Guild, didn't it? Zed demanded. Then why are there people locked up here? The bruised thug quickly complied. The previous owner went bankrupt, so we took over the place. Zed narrowed his eyes. And DeVito? Who is he? Another slave dealer? The man nodded furiously. Yes, he runs the biggest slave market in the entire southern region. Got it, Zed thought. DeVito, he's my next target. Before leaving, Zed had one more question. And where is everyone else? Tell me, where did they all go? The thug hesitated. Everyone else? You mean, the, merchandise? That was the wrong answer. Zed immediately delivered another stinging slap. Merchandise? You sick bastard. Want to try saying that again? No. I meant, not merchandise, the thug yelped. Panic in his voice. But it was too late. A storm of open-palmed slaps rained down on him. The brute's face was thrown left and right, a blur of bruises forming as Zed let loose. Only when he felt the lesson had sunk in did Zed stop. Breathing evenly, he spoke coldly. Slaves are still people. You think it's okay to treat human lives like property? Just try being decent. It's not that hard. Got it? The thug nodded desperately. Now, Zed continued, voice like steel. Take me to them, right now. The thug couldn't agree fast enough. Yes, this way, sir, he stammered, practically stumbling over himself to pull back a curtain and reveal a doorway. Right here, young master. Zed stepped forward and fell into silence. Before him stood a barred iron cage. And inside was, imprisoning people in a place like this, huh? Just the sight of it made his blood boil all over again. Then, turning back to the thug, he asked sharply, is there anyone else being held here? The thug shook his head and replied, no, that's everyone. That left Zed a bit disappointed. No one with blonde hair. And no trace of any child slaves either. Young slaves are expensive. Lisa was probably already sold off or taken somewhere bigger. He clenched his fist. Next, we need to track that slaver DeVito. But before that, with a colder tone, he said, I'm giving you one last chance to act like a decent human being. Bring me all the coin from your vault, and the keys to these cells too. With that order, Zed freed all the captives from their cages and, without hesitation, shoved the hulking thug into one of the cells himself. Stay put in there for a while. It's about time you got a taste of what it feels like. Time passed quickly, and by evening, all the freed slaves were gathered around Zed, chattering with gratitude. May you be blessed for this, sir. For someone as lowly as me, this kind of kindness was beyond hope, said a brown-haired man, clutching Zed's hand tightly. But Zed simply shook his head and replied softly, no need to thank me. Just rest easy now. In his heart, he thought, I gave away all the slavers' wealth to those we rescued. The knights have escorted them to decent shelters. While dining with them, I listened to each of their stories. And sometimes, buried in all those life tales, lies something unexpected. Sure enough, it happened again. An elderly man with white hair began recounting his own story. My name is Gordon. I used to be an assistant for the Chervil family. After their fall, somehow, I ended up here. Hearing this, Zed raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, you served the Chervil family? I thought they were completely wiped out? I'm glad you're still alive. The old man shook his head and said that he only survived by sheer luck. Then, he went on about the Chervil family. If the Arahans were famous among mages, the Chavils were revered among blacksmiths. At their peak, people came from all over just for the chance to own a single artifact crafted by them. But then, the Empire branded them traitors and crushed them. Now, their name is little more than a whisper in the annals of history. And that wasn't just true in the history books. It held true in the game Zed knew so well too. There's no one left to inherit their legendary craftsmanship. For an empire still at war with monsters, this was a devastating loss. Unaware of Zed's thoughts, the old man let out a weary laugh and sighed. The Golden Age really is nothing but a memory now. Hearing the old man's sigh, Zed nodded in agreement. What a shame. If the Chervil family's craftsmanship had survived, we'd have countless extraordinary artifacts by now. Deep down, he couldn't help but think, that's a major loss for me too. Then, across from him, the old man lowered his voice and said, actually, there's something I want to tell you. But only you. Will you promise to keep it a secret? Of course, I swear it on my honor. Zed replied without hesitation. After glancing around and making sure no one was eavesdropping, Gordon gestured for Zed to follow him into the nearby woods. Once they were safely out of earshot, he whispered, the true heir of the Chervil family, Lacto, is still alive. Zed couldn't contain his shock and let out an audible gasp, prompting Gordon to quickly hush him. Please, keep your voice down. Realizing his slip, Zed rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and lowered his tone. Where is he now? Gordon's expression turned solemn. His most trusted aide sacrificed himself in Lacto's place, switched clothes and burned the body to hide the truth. If everything went smoothly, he's now in hiding somewhere in Maya. This revelation hit Zed like a thunderbolt. Even if Lacto had survived, a fugitive's life would make reaching him nearly impossible. Still, Zed nodded and said with conviction, thank you for telling me this. I truly hope I'll get the chance to speak with him one day. Gordon smiled faintly and added, I shared this because I believe you're someone who can be trusted. Please, don't let any harm come to him. You have my word, Zed replied. Let's head back. we've been gone a little too long already. The two of them returned to camp, and just as they arrived, Zed noticed Ryu sitting off to the side, clearly downcast. Zed raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Not hungry? Lost your appetite? He gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry too much. That slaver today was just small fry. Tomorrow, we go after DeVito. That'll be the real deal. Yeah, Ryu muttered, but he still couldn't hide the frustration on his face. Then suddenly, Gordon, who had overheard the name, stepped forward, visibly alarmed. Wait, sir, did you just say, DeVito? You mustn't go after him. He's on a completely different level from the slavers we were just rescued from. Do you even know who's backing him? Zed folded his arms, a confident smirk crossing his face. Doesn't matter how powerful his backer is. I've got the Bahal Knights by my side. In response, Gordon shared an even more shocking piece of information. Sir, DeVito's network stretches across the entire empire. There are even rumors that his biggest client is none other than the Arahan family. Zed's expression instantly darkened. He stammered. That can't be. Why would the Arahans bother coming all the way down to the south? Before Gordon could answer, another older man who had overheard the conversation shouted. The reason is obvious. The fall of one's enemy is to one's gain. Capturing all the slaves deals a major blow to the southern noble houses, Bahal included. Hearing this, Zed fell into deep thought. If it's the Arahan family, that makes sense. Wait, if that's the case, then the Black Sword unit might be protecting DeVito. This isn't just about taking down a slaver anymore. This could spark a covert war between the Arahans and Bahal. Meanwhile, Ryu, ever sharp and observant, caught onto the implication and said quietly, Zed, if what he's saying is true. Then, he didn't finish the sentence. But he didn't need to. Zed understood. Ryu's worried I'll end up throwing myself into danger. He thought. Zed smiled and reassured him. Don't worry so much. This is for you, but it's also for what's right. I'm just doing what I believe in. No matter what, we have to deal with DeVito. Time passed quickly, and the next day, the scene shifted to DeVito's slave market. Zed had arrived to begin his investigation. Outside, one of the guards saw him and greeted him casually. But before he could say much more, Zed pushed the door open and walked in like he owned the place. The startled guard rushed after him, shouting, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Zed didn't bother answering. He stared down the thugs inside and demanded, Where's DeVito? Naturally, the guards weren't about to give in so easily. One of them growled, Do you even know where you are? Brat, you think being some noble kid means anything here? Around here, even nobles get their skulls cracked open. Zed sighed in irritation. TCH, so working with the Arahans really has rotted your brains. As he spoke, he calmly removed his contact lenses, revealing a pair of glowing crimson eyes. The moment the thugs saw them, they went pale and instantly dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. We're so sorry. We didn't realize you were a young master of the Arahan family. In the back of the room, Zed noticed a hunched figure in a cloak offering a slight bow in greeting. The man's posture and attire suggested he was a lowly servant, but Zed's instinct said otherwise. That one, is he DeVito? No, not with those clothes. He's a subordinate, but judging from that reaction, he's definitely Black Sword unit. I was hoping I was wrong, but this confirms it. At that moment, from the second floor above, an irritated voice clicked its tongue sharply. TCH. What business does a noble guest like you have in such a filthy place? I heard you wrecked the slave market down at the docks yesterday. I figured you'd be too scared to show your face around here again. Looks like you're either braver than I thought, or just plain stupid. As he spoke, the man casually picked up a glass from a wooden shelf beside him. Zed, not interested in wasting time, went straight to the point. As of today, the Arahan family is cutting all ties with you. I'm taking every last one of the remaining slaves. DeVito, the slave merchant himself, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, sorry, I couldn't hold that in. His mockery made Zed's eyes narrow in annoyance. No manners at all. You dare meet the gaze of an Arahan, and still dream of walking away alive? After a few more seconds of chuckling, DeVito finally regained his composure and responded. Oh right, so, when are you going to kill me then? I think we're done with the small talk. Since you're a distinguished guest, I'll let you live. Consider this a life lesson. With a flick of his hand, he signaled to his henchmen. In an instant, The thugs drew their weapons and surrounded Zed, cutting off all escape routes. Even the Black Sword Unit operative, who had previously stayed quiet, now gripped his weapon tightly. Zed let out a quiet sigh. Figures. Good thing there's only one Black Sword here. I don't know how strong he is, but if he's just tier 5, I might be able to manage. If I strike first and take him out. He clenched his fist, muscles tense in preparation. But before he could make a move, a thunderous shout echoed through the building. Surround the structure. Teams 1 and 2. Breach now. Kill them all. The voice belonged to none other than Knight Torres, who had arrived with his squad and launched a full-on assault. The timing couldn't have been better. On the other side, DeVito finally began to panic when he saw a group of knights storming into the building. He let out a terrified scream. What is the Bahal family doing here? What the hell is going on? The slave merchant collapsed onto the ground in fright, only to have the severed head of the Black Sword Unit's mage tossed right in front of him a moment later. His eyes widened in horror as he stumbled backward in a daze. Torres stepped forward, his voice firm and resolute. DeVito, you are under arrest for illegal abduction, unlawful imprisonment of the powerless, and for tarnishing the reputation of House Bahal with your filthy deeds in the south. As the Lord of Bahal, I will sever your limbs as a warning to others. With that, Torres began to draw his sword. DeVito looked up and saw two cold, unflinching gazes bearing down on him, one from a man with piercing blue eyes, the other glowing red, the sheer contradiction of the two men, who should have been enemies, standing united in judgment, filled him with even greater fear. Those eyes, they should be glaring at each other in hatred. Why are both of them staring at me? This doesn't make sense. Desperate, he shouted out, please, my lord, spare me. I swear I'll never. But before he could finish his plea, Torres's blade flashed, severing one of his arms. DeVito froze, dumbfounded. A moment later, the second swing came, and his other arm fell to the ground. Now armless and in agony, DeVito finally understood that Torres wasn't bluffing. Wait, please, have mercy. His begging was in vain. Another swift strike came, taking both of his legs. And finally, with one clean motion, his head was separated from his body, ending his miserable life. Torres looked over the bloody mess and muttered, ground floor secured. Zed, watching from nearby, looked a bit surprised at their timely arrival. Perfect timing, but what was that imperial decree you mentioned earlier? Sheathing his blade, Torres gave a slight nod and replied, exactly what you heard. The emperor has issued a decree to eradicate all slave traders. A merciful king indeed. Zed's curiosity deepened. So, what about the others? Have all the other slavers been dealt with already? Torres answered, we've dispatched night squads to every known location. This place was the most critical. So I came personally. Now tell me, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you were planning to take down DeVito all by yourself? Zed just shrugged. Well, let's just say, there were a few things I needed to confirm. Clearly not pleased with Zed's reckless solo mission, Torres gave a slight reprimand. It's impressive you've awakened your mana at such a young age. But don't overestimate yourself. You're still not strong enough to take on something like this alone. Then he turned to his men and ordered, sweep the interior, search for any slaves, report back once you find them. While Zed stood off to the side with his arms crossed, his thoughts wandered to the emperor's sudden decree. So this imperial edict, the timing really is suspicious. Still, House Bahal won't let this slide so easily. His gaze drifted toward the severed head of the Arahan mage. Unlike the others, he looked accepting. Did he not resist because he couldn't? Or because he didn't want to? If it's the latter, that kind of loyalty to House Arahan is something else. One by one, the slaves were led out of the building, many of them limping or weak, but alive. Among the crowd, Ryu anxiously scanned each face, his eyes darting from person to person, searching for his younger sister. A soldier approached Torres and gave a quick report. Lord Torres, we've tallied roughly 600 people. Torres nodded firmly. Understood. If there's a blonde girl among them, bring her directly to Ryu. Just then, Ryu's heart leapt. He spotted a blonde figure emerging from the building. Lisa, he called out, running forward, but when the girl turned around, her face was that of a complete stranger. Ryu slowed, his excitement fading into quiet disappointment, and quietly returned to his spot. Zed, noticing, felt a cold knot twist in his chest. 500 have come out, and still nothing? That's not a good sign. Young girls, especially pretty ones, fetch a high price on the underground market. There's a chance she's already been sold off. He didn't say any of this aloud. Instead, he gently placed a hand on Ryu's shoulder. Don't give up, he said quietly. Ryu gave a faint nod, but his eyes had lost their spark. Meanwhile, the knights had completed their sweep of the underground prison. One of them returned and reported with a shake of his head. Lord Torres, we've checked every corner. Unfortunately, those were the last of the slaves. The weight of those words hit Ryu hard. His expression darkened, shoulders slumping under the growing despair. Time passed quickly, and by late afternoon, all the rescued captives were gathered outside. A dark-haired knight stepped forward and addressed Torres. Sir, as per the Emperor's decree, we'll escort the freed slaves to the palace for shelter and medical care. Torres nodded with a tired smile. Good, make the arrangements. And you too, well done today. We'll continue the crackdown tomorrow. Ryu, don't lose hope. You will find her. Thank you, for everything. Zed added with sincerity. At that moment, a small figure in a brown cloak approached a white horse nearby. The horse startled and neighed loudly, causing the figure to stumble backward in surprise and fall onto the ground. Seeing this, Torres walked over and cleared his throat. Ahem, you shouldn't sneak up on a horse like that, especially from the side. Are you alright? As he helped the figure up, he paused, surprised. The person was a beautiful young girl with golden hair. Zed's attention snapped toward them. Hey, Ryu, did you see anyone like that earlier? The girl, hearing their voices, turned with wide, uncertain eyes. Her voice trembled as she asked, Brother. Upon seeing his sister's familiar face, Ryu couldn't hold back his tears. In a surge of emotion, he rushed forward and wrapped his arms tightly around her, sobbing uncontrollably. Zed, watching the scene unfold, offered a quick deduction. Must have been the hood, that's why no one noticed her earlier. We nearly missed her completely, good thing for that horse. As he spoke, he glanced over at Torres, who, to his surprise, had tears welling in his eyes. Zed raised an eyebrow, teasing, Wait, are you crying? I am not crying, Torres snapped, quickly turning his head away in an attempt to hide his expression. That only fueled Zed's grin. Right, sure, something just flew into your eye. Huh? Flustered, Torres fired back, You heartless bastard, how can you be so calm after seeing something like that? You're crying, you're clearly crying, Zed said, smirking. I am not, Torres shouted, but even his indignation couldn't hide the emotion in his voice. Time passed swiftly, and the scene shifted to a lively banquet celebrating the successful liberation of the slaves. Laughter echoed through the hall as food and drinks were shared freely. Torres stood up, mug of beer raised high, and shouted, Tonight, it's on me. Eat, drink, go wild. A resounding cheer followed. Yeah, Lisa, now clean and safe, stared wide-eyed at a massive platter of roasted beef in front of her, like she couldn't quite believe it was real. Torres noticed and chuckled. He carved off a piece and offered it to her. Here, eat up, as much as you want. Lisa trembled slightly as she bowed her head. Thank you, sir. Torres waved it off. Ryu's my friend, so that makes you a friend too. No need for all that formal stuff. And hey, you can think of him as a big brother too, he said, nodding toward Zed. He's cold on the outside, but he's a good kid. Zed caught the look and raised a brow, slightly confused. A 40-year-old knight hanging out with a 15-year-old and his 13-year-old sister. Yeah, that's gotta look weird from the outside. Nearby, Ryu playfully tossed a chunk of meat toward his sister. Whatever you want, just say the word. Your big brother will get it for you anytime. My friends are loaded, okay? I bet I'm the only guy around here who's got both House Arahan and Bahal on his side. His comment drew smiles and chuckles from those around them, the warmth of the moment spreading like firelight through the hall. The chatter between the siblings filled the air with joy and a rare sense of peace. Maybe this is the first truly peaceful day I've had since coming to this world, Zed thought to himself, letting the sound of laughter carry him for just a moment longer. Unfortunately, the celebration had barely begun when a tall, imposing knight stepped into the room, silencing the chatter. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Zed's eyes narrowed as he recognized the man. That's Phillips, the vice captain of Bahal. Torres raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Phillips? What are you doing here? The vice captain didn't waste time on pleasantries. I'm here on behalf of the Lord, he said, his voice cold and clipped. Torres looked even more confused. On behalf of the Lord? I haven't received any word about new orders. What declaration are you talking about? Without answering directly, Phillips unsheathed his sword in one fluid motion and pointed the gleaming blade straight at Zed. His voice dropped, heavy with authority. The Lord has issued a command. The Arahan boy is to be taken to him immediately. The sudden shift in tone made the room tense. People froze mid-bite, eyes flickering between Phillips and Zed. Zed let out a tired sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. So much for a peaceful day. I knew it was too good to last. Whether he liked it or not, Zed was thrown into a carriage by the knights and escorted straight to the Bahal estate. On the way, the vice captain, a man named Phillips, turned toward him and issued a stern warning to keep you from doing anything stupid. Let me lay down the rules. First, do not look the Lord in the eye. Second, kneel the moment you stand before him. And third, no questions allowed. But before the metal-faced knight could finish, Zed shot him a sharp glare and nearly snapped, "Hold it. Who do you think you are, barking orders at me?" Phillips didn't take kindly to that. His face twisted in irritation as he reminded Zed, "Don't forget where you are. This is Bahal territory. Show some respect or I'll beat it into you right now." Inside the carriage, despite the threats, Zed showed no hint of fear. "You should remember your place." "Don't forget I'm from the Arahan family," he retorted calmly. Just as their exchange ended, the carriage arrived at the grand gates of the estate. Zed glanced up at the flag fluttering in the wind and muttered to himself, "This is the Bahal estate. The game has officially begun. I have no idea what Fernando, the head of the Bahal family, is scheming, but as the heir of the Arahans, I need to carry myself properly." He clenched his fists, keeping his posture straight. "For some reason, I get the feeling that's the only way I'll make it out of here alive. It's like walking a tightrope. Bow my head too low and they'll think I'm weak. Raise it too high, and I'll provoke them. I'll have to play this very carefully. I just hope I've read the situation right." Soon after, the knight, still as unpleasant as ever, escorted him to the guest parlor where the family head would receive him. Phillips stood guard at the side, his usual scowl still painted on his face. Ignoring him, Zed subtly scanned the room and thought to himself, "This is the 6th floor guest parlor, just like in the game. Not the office on the 7th floor. That means he's receiving me as a guest, not interrogating me. That's a good sign." Or so Zed believed. But barely a second later, a crushing pressure suddenly descended on him, making his posture bend slightly under its weight. Then came a voice, deep, commanding, and unshakably firm. "You're the first person from the Arahan family to ever set foot in the Bahal estate." From Zed's perspective, he didn't even need to look, he already knew who that voice belonged to. What the hell? He's here already. Right behind me. The head of the Bahal family didn't even need to raise his voice. Just sharing the same space made it nearly impossible for Zed to focus. He didn't dare turn around. He's not using mana pressure. If he were, Zed's core would have reacted immediately. This is pure presence. The kind of presence that comes from someone who's broken past the 10th threshold. A true swordmaster. Zed's inner turmoil was of no concern to the man across from him. At that moment, a massive figure strode past Zed, and calmly took a seat in the chair reserved for the head of the household. He was a towering man with golden hair and a thick beard. To match his sheer size and presence resembled that of a wild bear. Just by sitting there, he radiated an overwhelming pressure that made Zed gulp hard, his throat tightening. Still, he bit his lip and refused to show any fear. After a few seconds of silent scrutiny, Fernando gave a subtle nod. "I'll admit you've got guts, Arahan. But this is the Bahal estate. Conduct yourself accordingly." With his words, the weight in the room seemed to grow even heavier, as if the atmosphere itself had thickened. Yet Zed stood firm, repeating a single thought to himself over and over: "I can't kneel here. Kneeling before the strong is shameful. If I show even the slightest sign of submission, he'll never take me seriously." So instead, he gave a slight bow, just enough to show respect. "Thank you for inviting me, sir." "Inviting you?" Fernando echoed, his tone laced with a hint of challenge. Zed replied quickly, "Yes. I was brought here in a carriage and escorted into the guest parlor. That's how one treats a guest, isn't it? I came here as a visitor. But if kneeling and bowing are customary in the Bahal household, I'm willing to follow your traditions." The boldness and clarity of Zed's response made the lord of the manor raise both eyebrows. Zed, for his part, waited tensely for a reaction. Then, after a brief pause, the hulking man suddenly burst into laughter, a loud, hearty, almost thunderous laugh. "Haha, you've got some nerve, kid. Alright, take a seat. Can't have a guest standing forever. Minar, bring the tea." Only then did Zed allow himself to relax slightly. He let out a quiet breath of relief and thought, "Thank God. He's actually treating me like a guest, at least for now." Across the room, the imposing lord narrowed his eyes, as if reading the thoughts written on Zed's face. "You seem deep in thought. Don't overthink it. I summoned you here purely out of personal curiosity. Nothing more," he said. "I heard you met with that smuggler on the Emperor's orders. Is that true?" Zed shook his head calmly. "I didn't hear anything about that air conditioner business. It's already been handled." That only made the lord more curious. "So you acted before the official order reached you? Why?" From Zed's perspective, he knew he had to tread carefully now. This wasn't the time for careless words. There were probably dozens of answers that might please Fernando, but in this moment, Zed understood one thing: the only thing he should say was the truth. After all, lying in front of a swordmaster was practically suicide. "I understand," he began calmly. "Slave trading goes against human morality. I acted out of conscience, nothing more." Fernando's face grew thoughtful for a moment, as if weighing something in his mind. Then, without warning, he asked, "You really didn't know DeVito had ties to my family?" "At first, I thought it was just a rumor," Zed replied. "But the moment I laid eyes on him, I knew." "You knew, and you still didn't back down?" Fernando asked, raising an eyebrow. Zed didn't flinch. "Right and wrong are what mattered to me. Family doesn't change that." Fernando let out a quiet, almost imperceptible sigh, and then gave a subtle warning. "You know your family, the Arahans, won't let this slide." But Zed remained unfazed. "That's fine. I have no regrets. I did what was right." For the first time in the conversation, something shifted in Fernando's expression, an unspoken hint of admiration. "He really means it," the lord thought. "This kid understands exactly what it means to go against his own bloodline, and he did it anyway. Just because of his own moral compass. And now, just because I was curious, I might have dragged him even deeper into this mess." Taurus was right. This one's a mage who truly knows the meaning of honor. With that thought lingering in his mind, Fernando brought the conversation to a close. "That's enough for now, Zed. Stay the night. If you don't mind, I'd to invite you to breakfast tomorrow." Across the room, Zed could hardly contain his relief. It was like being thrown a lifeline. "Thank you for your hospitality," he replied gratefully, placing a hand over his chest in a respectful gesture. Fernando blinked, then chuckled in surprise. "That's the knight's salute. Huh, I didn't expect a mage to greet me like that. This whole day's been full of surprises." Soon after, Zed was escorted to his quarters, a luxurious guest room reserved for VIP visitors of the estate. The moment he sank into the soft chair inside, he let out a long, exhausted breath. "Whew, thank God. I survived. That man drained everything out of me." Slumping deeper into the chair, he muttered. "If Fernando hadn't acted exactly like he did in the game, I might have blown it. Looks like being honest instead of dodging questions actually saved my life this time. Man, I'm starving now." Just as he groaned in hunger, there came a knock at the door. Moments later, a servant entered, pushing in a lavish table loaded with an elegant meal. "Please enjoy your stay," the man said with a courteous nod before quietly taking his leave. Zed's eyes were already locked onto the feast, unable to hold back his amazement. "Now that's what I call hospitality." Zed's voice had been filled with joy just seconds ago, but that feeling didn't last long. His expression froze as his eyes landed on something on the dinner plate, a small, white card. His heart sank. It hadn't been there before. Somehow, without him noticing, a white card clearly marked with the insignia of the Black Mirror mages from House Arahan had appeared right in front of him. Zed sat there stunned, his breath caught in his throat. "What?" Snapping out of his daze, he shot to his feet, flung the door open, and rushed out into the hallway, hoping to catch sight of the servant who'd brought the meal. But the man was gone. Completely vanished. He just left a second ago. How the hell did he disappear like that? And how did Black Mirror manage to get all the way here? Zed muttered, panic and confusion racing through his mind. After a quick glance around and seeing nothing unusual, he hurried back into the room, clutching the white card tightly in his hand. Channeling mana into it, he focused, trying to read the meaning hidden within. A glowing mark appeared, one simple, ominous number, 0. In the code of the Black Mirror, a 0 didn't mean retreat or mission failure. It meant, stand by. Await the next command. Zed's face grew pale. This wasn't just a warning, it was a sign. A message from the very top. Is it time already, for the head of House Arahan to make a move? He thought, his chest tightening. The tension in the air had shifted again, and this time, it was far more dangerous than anything that had come before. Time continued to crawl until the early hours of the morning, but Zed's mood hadn't improved at all. If anything, it had gotten worse. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he clutched his head with both hands, overwhelmed. I still can't believe I saw a magic card from House Arahan with my own eyes. Just how far does their influence actually reach? He wondered silently, his thoughts spinning with anxiety. But before he could sink any deeper into speculation, a voice called out from the hallway. Hey Zed. You in there? The tone was familiar enough to shake him out of his funk. He stood and opened the door to find none other than Taurus the Knight from before. Taurus? It's you. The Knight gave him a small nod in greeting. Zed immediately asked about his companions, concern flaring up again. How are Ryu and Lisa? Did you come here alone? They're fine. Everything's settled now, Taurus said reassuringly. I couldn't just sit around. I was worried they might detain you or something. I only heard bits and pieces, but I'm glad you're still in one piece. Heard you even got invited to breakfast, huh? He added with a teasing grin. But Zed wasn't in the mood for jokes. Safe isn't really the word I'd use for someone in my situation. Taurus, picking up on Zed's tension, tried to ease the weight a little. The Lord of the House knows what kind of person you are now. He's even considering revoking the bounty on your head. That made Zed pause. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he turned toward the Knight. Wait, what bounty? He hadn't even known one existed. Internally, his thoughts were racing again. I didn't see that coming. This could have all gone perfectly if it weren't for that damn card. If there's truly nowhere I can go to escape House Arahan, then there's only one answer left. I'll have to face them head on. Later that morning, after breakfast, Taurus took Zed on a walk through the estate, showing him around the vast grounds of House Bahal. They soon arrived at an open training area bustling with activity. This section's for the artists, Taurus said, pointing toward a row of buildings. And over there's the main practice yard. Zed nodded politely, but his mind was still consumed by everything that had happened. Even seeing the Bahal estate with his own eyes, something he'd only known from the game, failed to impress him. Maybe it's just because I'm so distracted, but none of this feels real right now. Just then, something in the distance caught his eye. His gaze narrowed. What's that over there? He asked. Curiosity sparked at last. Taurus followed Zed's gaze, then calmly explained, that area's a bit special. You've probably heard the stories white steeds of the Bahal family choose their riders. That's where we keep the ones who haven't picked anyone yet. Zed's curiosity piqued, and without another word, the two made their way toward the stables. But to his surprise, there was only a single horse inside. That's it. Zed blinked, puzzled. As if anticipating his reaction, Taurus stepped forward and extended a hand toward the lone white steed, intending to demonstrate. But the moment the horse saw his hand, it flinched and turned its head sharply away, as if it had just seen the plague. The rejection visibly irked Taurus. Normally these horses bond within 3 months, but this one, it's held out for over 2 years. Damn thing's picky. It even rejected the Lord of the House. Zed's eyes widened. Wait, it turned down your lord? What kind of horse has that much pride? I thought they chose the strongest. Taurus sighed, shaking his head. It's not always about strength. Seems like each of them has its own criteria. Zed nodded thoughtfully. That's actually pretty interesting. From Taurus's perspective, he was surprised to see Zed genuinely intrigued. Of all things, it's the white steed that caught your attention. Zed chuckled. Come on, Bahal's white steeds are legendary. They're not just mounts, they're divine beasts. Partners even. That's why people respect their choice. Taurus smiled faintly at that, then looked toward the horse again. Exactly. That's why we treat them like equals. At that moment, Zed locked eyes with the steed's striking blue eyes. Something about the gaze stirred a feeling inside him, an instinct. Slowly he lifted a hand toward it, as if compelled to reach out and touch its face. But before he could make contact, a grating voice broke the moment. Well, look who it is. Isn't that the heir of House Arahan? Zed turned his head slightly at the familiar, condescending tone. Sure enough, it was the annoying Vice Captain Phillips. Seeing that he had Zed's attention, Phillips smirked. Heard Taurus was training over here, so I thought I'd drop by and say hi. But looks like he's busy playing host to someone from Arahan. His voice practically oozed mockery. Taurus, ever the knight who valued honor, couldn't let that slide. His expression hardened as he stepped forward. He's here as a guest under the Lord's invitation. Show some respect. But Taurus's words rolled off Phillips like water on stone. He nodded with feigned politeness, but his sneer remained firmly in place. Oh, of course. Of course. So Zed, how about a little sparring session with us, huh? I mean, it's not like there's a quiet meditation chamber around here, right? But maybe a little friendly duel wouldn't hurt. Care to show us a few moves? His voice was smug, chin raised, eyes narrowed in clear provocation. Hearing that ridiculous challenge, Taurus furrowed his brows and snapped. Do you even realize what you're doing? But Phillips had already come prepared with an excuse. Playing the fool with a smug grin. Sir Taurus, a friendly spar isn't disrespectful, is it? It'll be a great learning experience for everyone, including young Zed. That's all I'm saying. Torres wasn't buying any of it. Zed's not ready. We'll do this another time. But the mutt named Phillips either didn't hear or chose not to. With a mocking chuckle, he gestured behind him. Come on now, it's just a light spar. If you're worried about the level difference, we've got a rookie who just joined a few days ago. Heck, if that's still too much, the rookie can even go easy on him. From Zed's perspective, watching these idiot knights bark like dogs for the fifth damn time, he couldn't hold it in any longer. To hell with this, I'm in. You want this? Fine. Let's spar, right now. He barked back, pointing straight at the blonde-haired rookie behind Phillips. And just like that, the group made their way to an open training ground, ready to greet each other the knightly way with a couple of love taps. The rookie, still radiating confidence, spoke first. Since this is just a friendly match, I'll be using a wooden sword. Across from him, Zed was warming up, stretching his shoulders, eyes sharp. You're gonna regret that. You'd better give it everything you've got. But the rookie just chuckled, brushing off the warning. Let's hope your skills aren't just talk. Meanwhile, Taurus stood at the edge of the field, watching it unfold with increasing concern. He didn't understand what the hell Zed was thinking. Zed, what's going through your head? This guy spars with seasoned knights, and you're not even at level 1 yet. You know you can't match a level 5 knight. Back on the field, the rookie tightened his grip on the wooden sword, stepping into stance. His eyes locked onto Zed with a smirk. Let me ask you something, do you really think you've got a chance? Zed calmly replied, 50-50. That's probably about right. For some reason, that answer struck a nerve with the rookie. His face twisted with irritation. Huh? 50%? You sure are an optimist, aren't you? As he spoke, his body flared with aura, cloaking him in a powerful glow. At the same time, our main character let his own mana erupt, crackling lightning wrapped around his entire body as he growled. I just hope you last long enough to get me warmed up. Ending this too fast would be boring. Off to the side, Phillips watched the stormy energy dance around Zed and raised an eyebrow. So that's the lightning attribute I've heard about. Definitely lives up to its reputation as the element of dreams. It feels wild, intense, stronger than anything I've seen before. Still, the amount of mana he's putting out, not even at level 2. No matter how impressive it looks, this match will be over quick. With that thought, he raised his voice. Match begin. The rookie charged instantly, throwing all his weight into his legs as he lunged toward Zed. But strangely, Zed didn't move a muscle. He just stood there. What the hell is he doing? The rookie thought. He's a mage, shouldn't he be trying to keep his distance? He's not even chanting. Wait, don't tell me I'm so fast he can't react. That'd be disappointing. I mean, I can't go all out on a guest, right? With that in mind, he pulled back slightly, holding back some of his strength. But what happened next left everyone speechless. Zed effortlessly sidestepped the attack with the grace of a leaf drifting in the wind, then turned his head to scold him. I'm warning you, give it everything you've got." Before the rookie could even process the words, Zed's foot slammed forward with stunning force. The blonde knight managed to raise his wooden sword in time to block, but the sheer power of the kick still sent him flying back several meters, his boots scraping furrows into the dirt. What the hell kind of strength is that? He thought, stunned. He barely had time to recover before Zed's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of him. Panicking, the rookie slammed his foot into the ground to halt his momentum and swung wildly in a desperate attempt to defend himself. But Zed moved like lightning, too quick, too fluid. His strikes never even came close. From Zed's point of view, it was almost laughable. He toyed with his opponent for a few more seconds, then took a deep breath. Lightning surged once more, now focused into his clenched fist. Mana sparked violently as he drew back, then drove a crushing punch straight into the rookie's gut. The poor guy nearly threw up on the spot. But he didn't even get the chance. A second punch followed immediately, this time to the face, snapping his head back and sending him sprawling onto the dirt, completely out cold before he even knew what hit him. The entire arena fell silent. Taurus and Philip stood frozen, too stunned to speak, unsure how to process what had just happened. And not far from the chaos, the white steed stood watching the battle, its gaze suddenly different. A few seconds later, the rest of the knights snapped out of their daze and rushed over to check on the fallen rookie. To their horror, the guy was foaming at the mouth like someone suffering from food poisoning. "Hey, snap out of it," someone shouted. "I think he's unconscious. Damn it, get a healer over here, now." Meanwhile, one of the other knights, clearly not the brightest, started acting like a thug. He pointed his wooden sword directly at Zed and barked, "You bastard. Fine, then I'll fight you next." But before Zed could even respond, Taurus stepped in, shielding his new friend without hesitation. "What the hell are you guys doing? The match is over. Stand down." The dumb knight didn't take kindly to that. He yelled, "Get out of the way, Taurus. I have to fight this damn mage." And Taurus yelled back, even louder, "What, do you guys want a sparring match or a full-on brawl?" Back on Zed's side, he found himself surprised more than worried by how the knights kept pushing him despite his victory. "What the hell's wrong with these guys?" he thought. "They're completely unhinged. Now they'll start adapting instead of relying on assumptions. That's the real danger." Clark, the rookie, they both lost because they were trapped by their own way of thinking, not because they lacked skill. Realistically, a level 5 knight should have had the upper hand. But the tension in the air was thick. More knights were clearly itching for a fight. To prevent himself from getting dogpiled, Zed reached out to stop Taurus, then turned to the group and said, "One match wasn't enough for you, huh? I thought accepting defeat with grace was part of the knight's code?" That did it. If they weren't already pissed, they sure were now. One knight shouted, "You dare preach about honor to us? You filthy little mage, what the hell would you know about knighthood?" Zed didn't flinch. His voice was calm, even analytical. "I fought this match because you asked for it. And I did it right here, smack in the middle of Bahal territory. Do you even realize what that means?" As those words left his lips, Zed's thoughts ran deeper. Let's see. Do they really have the guts to challenge a mage to a duel? Right in the heart of the Bahal estate. Right after Zed finished speaking, out of nowhere, old man Fernando appeared and suddenly broke the silence. "Impressive," he said. The entire group jolted at his unexpected arrival. "Lord Fernando." They all shouted in unison. With a sharp glare in his aged eyes, Fernando barked, "All of you put your weapons away." As if someone had flipped a switch, the knights immediately dropped to one knee and responded in perfect sync, "Yes, sir." The only one left standing was Zed. Even though he already knew this old man was stupidly powerful, the fact that he had appeared right behind him without the slightest warning made Zed's scalp go numb. Even with 100 points in perception, I couldn't sense him until he was practically breathing down my neck. So that's the level of a true swordmaster. Fernando didn't pay any mind to what Zed was thinking. He gave the young man a brief glance and murmured, "A duel between someone from the Arahan family and a knight from Bahal right in the middle of our training grounds. This one's going into the history books." Zed quickly brought his hand to his chest and bowed. "My apologies, sir. I know this was a bit rude, but I couldn't refuse the challenge." Fernando didn't scold him. Instead, he nodded and admitted plainly, "Of course. A true RAN never backs down from a challenge." Then, his expression hardened, and the pressure around him intensified as he turned his gaze toward the knights. Let this be a lesson to all of you. This is why you can't afford to slack off in training. Rising through the ranks is important, but experience is more important. Learn from this, and make those lessons your own. Understood? Yes, sir, the knights roared in unison. Zed, however, couldn't quite tell if Fernando's words had thorns behind them or not. He wasn't sure what the old man was really trying to say. Then, as if reading the curiosity on Zed's face, Fernando gave him a cold, lingering stare. You've taught my knights a valuable lesson today. I won't be forgetting it. His face looked calm, but everyone present could feel it. He was pissed. Zed didn't yet understand that this was a direct and unmistakable warning. It felt like he was lying on a bed of nails. In the end, he had no choice but to lower his head and respond politely. Yes, sir. Just when everyone thought things would finally settle down, nope, out of nowhere, that white stallion locked up in the stable suddenly went wild. Nobody knew what it had eaten, but it charged straight out and started running circles all over the training grounds. Dead was completely baffled about what it was trying to do. But the knights of the Bahal family understood it perfectly. No way, why? Are you kidding me? They exclaimed. Zed, curious, turned and asked, what's going on? Torres's serious voice cut through the confusion. This is a ritual. Like when a white stallion chooses its rider. It's showing off its strength to earn recognition from its master. That means the owner of the stallion is here. After the stallion finished its impressive display, it ran straight up to Zed, as if willing to submit. Torres's face lit up like he'd struck gold. Zed, the white stallion has chosen you. Meanwhile, Fernando's face turned as dark as burnt charcoal. Clenching his fists, he muttered, this will leave the former head of the family speechless for sure. From Zed's point of view, he still couldn't believe that such a wild horse would pick him, so he asked, are you sure it really chose me? From Fernando's perspective, he clearly saw just how arrogant this horse was, so his disbelief was even stronger, but at the same time, relief that it had finally found its rightful rider. But why someone from the Arahan family? Is this respect for a teammate? Or some kind of tradition gone wrong? Maybe the answer is right in front of us. Then he turned to Zed and said, Zed Arahan, will you accept Jinju as your partner and stand by its side for life? That question threw Zed completely off balance. Wait, hold on, this is too sudden. He stammered, while thinking to himself, for life. What is this, a wedding or something? Behind them, the white stallion Jinju gently brought its face close to Zed's. Their reflections mirrored in each other's eyes, and as if sensing Zed's thoughts, he couldn't help but ask, do you want me to agree? Jinju gave a soft whinny, as if to say yes. At the same time, Fernando stood behind, radiating an intense pressure, as if just waiting for Zed to refuse so he could immediately step in and knock some sense into him. With no other choice, to save his own skin, Zed bowed his head in acceptance. Mostly because Fernando's stern face left him no room to say no. Jinju looked visibly pleased. But just at this rosy moment, the gruff voice of Phillips broke through. Sir, you cannot allow this. This is impossible. Throughout our family's history, only Bahal family members have ridden the white stallion. We cannot set such a dangerous precedent. He said this while dropping to a deep 90-degree kneel. Even Fernando couldn't argue and had to admit, that's right. Until now, only family members have been chosen by the white stallion, simply because there was no other choice. Hearing this, for some inexplicable reason, Phillips grew bolder and looked up to directly confront his lord. Have you forgotten the crimes the Arahan family committed against our Bahal's white stallion? They treated them like pigs to devour. How can you trust our comrade with such a beast? Mages lie as easily as they breathe. How can we ever trust them? Phillips's words grew more and more enraged, verging on madness. To calm things down, Fernando promised firmly, then I promise you, Deputy Captain, if Zed Arahan mistreats our white stallion as a comrade, I will personally take his life. His voice was serious enough to send chills down Zed's spine. Still, Philip seemed unsatisfied with the outcome and wanted to say more. But Fernando cut him off sharply. Phillips, Robert, I have never doubted your loyalty, but on this matter, I will hear no further advice. Faced with that, Phillips, though still bitter, had no choice but to accept. I understand. Time flew by quickly until evening. Right now Zed was riding Jinju, testing the speed of the mighty warhorse. In his mind he thought, I left because I felt staying put might be dangerous. But this is honestly exciting. I like you a lot, you've exceeded all my expectations. Let's go faster. We'll head straight to Frilda. Zed spoke with exhilaration, and at lightning speed, he soon caught up with Ryu and Lisa, leaving them wide-eyed in amazement. What am I even seeing? Not only did you survive inside the Bahal territory, but you even brought back a white stallion. You must be blessed by the gods. It's a pleasure to be your friend. Hearing that, Zed smiled softly and replied, "Let's go inside and talk. There's a lot we need to discuss." Once they were in a private room, Zed recounted everything that had happened, from the magic card from the Black Lion Army, the demonic energy, to the story of Lactoshirville. After explaining everything, he kept his next goal to himself. "Right now I have to go to the Arahan clan. It's unavoidable, and I have no other choice." Before Zed could finish, Ryu cut in, "If you're going to the Arahan clan, then I'm coming with you, Zed. You said before you'd never abandon your comrades. Think about it, since you were exiled. You probably have no close allies left. And the Arahan clan fights dirty. Is there anyone trustworthy there?" Zed was stunned by these words. After all, he wasn't exactly in the Arahan clan. He'd been thrown into prison as soon as he arrived in this world. Ignoring Zed's puzzled look, Ryu turned to his sister and said, "Lisa has already done a lot of hard work, so she can handle her part. If you hire us as your companions, we can be a big help, just watch." Zed still felt a bit uneasy inside. I thought parting ways with Ryu here was the safest option, considering the dangers ahead. But then, looking at the two in front of him, he nodded and said, "Alright, thank you. Let's go to the Arahan clan together." That said, of course Zed wasn't foolish enough to just rush straight into the Arahan clan without any preparation. No matter who the boss is, I can't blindly rush in. We need support. Right now the last surviving member of the blacksmith clan has fallen, Lactochirville. We have the demonic energy from the basilisk, and the holy water needed to turn that energy into an elixir to solve the problem. We need to head to Myers first. Whether the head of the Arahan clan will help us or not, that's the real question. Time quickly passed until the next morning. By then, Zed's group had packed their belongings and officially set out on their journey. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to a dining table. Suddenly, Ryu, our friend, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What? All of it is gold bars. That's 500 gold coins. Why on earth do we need that much money?" In response, Zed actually thought it was a bit too little. That might not even be enough. Then, quietly calculating in his head, he thought, "The elixir I plan to make requires the breath of demon fire and holy water, and the success rate totally depends on the purity of the holy water. If it's low grade, pouring hundreds of bottles in won't help. Each bottle of average holy water costs around 10 gold coins, so with this money I can get about 50 bottles. That's quite a lot. Just imagine spending all that and getting nothing. It'd be cruel. That's why I'm going after Myers, because that priest is trustworthy." Not knowing Zed's full plan, Ryu didn't try to stop him, but he still couldn't help sounding a little worried. "You're seriously taking all of it? At least keep one gold bar as a backup." Zed turned back and replied, "No need. Besides, we still have some silver coins left. I'm going out for a while, so I need you to find someone for me. It's the old man I mentioned yesterday, Lacto. One-eyed, white-haired." Ryu almost froze, overwhelmed by the vague info. This place is full of one-eyed, white-haired guys. Hearing this, Zed left some silver coins on the table and gave clearer instructions. "Just tell them there's a reward. Gather everyone like that for me." On Ryu's side, the mention of money made everything seem easier. "Alright then, we'll find him soon." "I mean, we don't really need that much money." Zed explained. "No, he's on the run. A few coins won't make him show up." Ryu frowned. "Then how do we find him?" Zed answered, "Exactly because of that, I'll watch for those who don't show up. He won't be using his real name either, so don't call him Lacto or anything like that." At that point, our blonde friend didn't ask more and nodded. "Got it, I'll do my best." And so, Zed left the task of finding the man to Ryu, grabbed the suitcase full of gold coins, and quickly stepped outside. As he walked, he pondered the next steps. "Originally, I planned to use this money to buy magical tools, but after Gordon mentioned Lacto, I changed my plan. I'll use this money to make Ellers and pull Lacto to my side to commission him to make the tools. That's my ideal scenario. If everything goes well, it could greatly compensate for my pitifully low mana stats." At that moment, suddenly there was a loud commotion ahead, grabbing Zed's attention. Alright. Please keep orderly, no pushing. Move toward the front of the temple." It doesn't matter if you're nobles, merchants, or commoners, first come, first served. Hey, I said, no pushing. The hurried voice of a security guard rang out. Curious, Zed moved closer to see what was going on. What's happening here? This is a church, right? But why is it so crowded? Wait, don't tell me news about Johan's divine power has spread already. No way, it's too early for that. Wanting answers, Zed asked a brown-haired man nearby. Excuse me, what's going on here? The man kindly turned around and replied, they're selling holy water at half price, so everyone's crowding in. Hearing that, Zed's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, wait, half price? Seeing Zed's surprised expression, the brown-haired man guessed something. You look like a noble's kid, huh? Well, let the commoners have their share. He even clicked his tongue in annoyance, clearly irritated by the nobles coming to grab all the goods. What he didn't realize was that Zed wasn't bothered by that at all. Instead, Zed grew worried, would he be able to buy enough holy water to make his potion? This is serious. With this deal I could turn both breaths of demon fire into elixirs. But here's the problem, holy water needs to be infused with divine power. And usually they only produce 1 bottle a day. Knowing Johan doesn't care much about money, a half-price sale is plausible, but in such quantity, and with production so slow, something feels off. The more Zed thought about it, the more he sensed something fishy. After a while, it was finally Zed's turn to buy. Inside the temple, a man dressed as a priest greeted him. Welcome, son. Zed stared at the man, calculating in his mind. I've only ever seen him in graphics before, so it's hard to recognize him just by face. Testing him, Zed said, greetings, Father Johan. Unaware he was being tested, the fake priest smiled and replied, my child, how many bottles do you need? The moment Zed heard this, his eyes narrowed. He knew this was an imposter. Must be exhausting, putting on this act all day, he thought quietly. The fake Johan looked a bit flustered. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. By this point, Zed had no patience left to play along. He slammed his hand hard against the door and shouted, there's only one Father Johan in the Myers Temple, and that's Johan Chris. You're a fake. Where's the real Father Johan? In response, the imposter quietly reached inside his robe and pulled out a sharp dagger, smirking as he said, haha, I really don't know what you're talking about. I am Johan. If you have nothing else to say, then please leave, there are people waiting right behind you. Just as he said, some of the bystanders, unaware of the situation, grew impatient seeing Zed stand his ground. One shouted, hey. The line's already packed. If you're done talking, then get out of the way. My child is seriously ill, we don't have much time. Please hurry. Hearing this, Zed glanced at the pile of holy water and gold coins stacked nearby, then warned, you really think you can mess with the church and get away with it? I'll be reporting this to the provincial army immediately. The fake Johan laughed, clearly unfazed. Haha, the provincial army. Go ahead. If I've committed a crime, I'm ready to pay for it. So if you don't want to get hurt, then scram. Don't block the way for busy people. He whispered this menacingly into Zed's ear. With no choice and unwilling to make a scene, Zed turned and headed back to his lodging, pondering his next move. He didn't even flinch at the mention of the royal army. Could the provincial army be backing them? The central royal army is strict, but the provincial forces tend to get tangled in corruption with local city officials. This won't be as easy as I thought. Without evidence, I'll have to investigate this myself. With that thought, Zed quickly wrote a note for Ryu and left his room. His goal was to report this matter to the provincial army stationed in Myers. There's a fortress for the provincial army. It has to be there. As he approached the camp, the guards at the gate spotted Zed's Jinju horse and immediately recognized which noble house it belonged to. One guard raised his hand in salute and said, wait, isn't that the white horse of the Arahan clan? What brings you here, sir? Zed replied, I'm here to report something. Is the general inside? The guard hesitated before asking, do you have an appointment? I don't, Zed answered. That made things difficult for the guard. Ah, that's a bit tricky. You'll have to make an appointment and come back later. Surprised, Zed asked, is the general really that busy? The guard shook his head slowly. No, it's just the general's rule. He never sees anyone without a prior appointment. On this side, Zed's tone began to edge into irritation as he questioned, isn't the local army responsible for managing the situation here? You're telling me I need an appointment just to report something serious. The soldier, caught off guard, could only stammer, sorry, we're just following orders. From Zed's perspective, his brows furrowed deeply as he admitted to himself, well, yelling at the soldiers won't change anything. But still, just walking away like this isn't right. At that moment, a booming voice rang out from behind him. The soldier immediately snapped to attention and saluted, while Zed glanced back, silently assessing, so that must be the general here. No way. Look at that soft, flabby figure, that's no knight. From Zed's viewpoint, the general was a fat, sloppy man, lacking any hint of a commanding presence. The general calmly approached Zed and asked, "Who are you?" Zed bowed politely and said, "I've come here to report something." The general's gaze then shifted to Zed's horse. "You don't look like you belong to the Bahal family. Why are you riding a Bahal white horse? Did you choose it yourself?" Zed replied softly, "It was a gift." Though he said this casually, in his mind he was thinking, this rotten pig of a general is utterly beneath contempt. He doesn't even care about the report. If it weren't for the horse, he probably wouldn't have bothered to look at me at all. Unaware of these thoughts, General Pullman looked slightly surprised. A gift? I've never heard of anyone giving away a white horse before. Which family are you from? You don't look like a knight. Zed shook his head. I'm just a mage from an unknown family. Pullman was obviously not naive enough to believe that. He sneered. Ha, a mage, not even a knight, and you're gifted a white horse from the family. Do you really think you can come in here and lie so openly? His gaze locked onto Zed, trying to intimidate him. However, Zed remained calmer than ever and responded, that may be rare, but more importantly, don't you think you should hear what I've come to report? Someone is selling fake holy water at the Myers Temple, even impersonating the priest. As you know, holy water is extremely precious. Before Zed could finish his report, Pullman suddenly shouted orders to his soldiers, "Seize that bastard immediately." What? I haven't even finished talking. Zed thought in disbelief, but by now the soldiers had surrounded him from all sides. Pullman dismounted his horse and commanded, "Take Zed to the dungeon and confiscate his white horse." At this point, Zed could only let out a sigh. So you all really are working together. In his mind, he cursed quietly, damn it, my instincts have never been wrong. Across from him, Pullman continued arrogantly, lecturing the young man, "You'll regret opening your mouth, kid. What are you waiting for? Drag him away." Without hesitation, the soldiers quickly tied Zed's hands behind his back and began to lead him away. But before being taken off, Zed didn't forget to warn him, "You're the one who'll regret this." His threat made the general laugh heartily, like a grave being disturbed. Haha, let's see if you're still so loud-mouthed after we break all your bones. At that moment, Zed no longer bothered to argue. He just smiled slightly, as if he already had a way to handle the situation. Meanwhile, at the Bahal family estate, the head of the family, Fernando, was talking with the knight Taurus. The emperor has announced a large reward. Taurus immediately asked straight to the point, "Is our family the biggest contributor?" Fernando took out a list and replied, "Yes, among the imperial citizens rescued from slave traders, the Bahal family saved 3,720 people. Next was the Arahan family with 2,580 people. The emperor always values balance and harmony. Knights and mages rarely encourage competition like this, so he really cares about this mission. For the Bahal family to take the lead is a meaningful achievement. You'll receive a reward too. The journey is long, don't waste any more time. Start preparing." At this moment, Fernando's voice suddenly faltered, and his eyes fixed carefully on the list in front of him. At the same time, a knight stepped inside and reported, "Sir, a boy has come to the estate asking to see you. We intended to send him away, but he said he was a friend of Sir Taurus and Zed Arahan, so I came to verify." Hearing this, Taurus turned and asked, "Is the boy's name Ryu?" The knight nodded in confirmation. "Yes, sir." "Do you really know him?" Taurus showed a hint of concern as he looked toward the family head before replying, "I do. But why would he come here?" Fernando's expression grew serious, prompting Taurus to quickly add, "Sir, I'll handle it myself. You don't need to worry." Before Taurus could finish, Fernando interrupted, "No need. Bring him in. Zed Arahan must have sent him. If he says he has something to discuss with me, it's better to hear him out." Inside the document Fernando held was a note. The royal family commends Zed Arahan's efforts in helping imperial citizens regardless of their status. All noble families are expected to follow his example. Faced with Fernando, Ryu was overcome with fear. Trembling, he stammered, "I'm just a lowly servant. My deepest respects to the Grand Lord of Bahal." The head of House Bahal sat regally on his throne, peering down at Ryu before asking, "So, what brings you here?" The blond young man quickly bowed, thanking him for the honor. Then, he offered a crimson envelope. Well, Zed left behind this letter. He wrote that if night fell and he still hadn't returned, I was to deliver it to Lord de Wahal. Torres took the letter from Ryu and handed it to Fernando, who extended his hand to receive it. As he did, thoughts raced through his mind. The imperial decree ended with Arahan's name. Bahal may have won the battle, but lost the war. And now, a letter from Zed Arahan, the boy once praised by the emperor himself. Even if it's nothing important, I ought to read it myself. Slowly, Lord Bahal opened the red envelope and unfolded the letter within. The moment his eyes landed on the contents, his expression shifted to one of visible surprise. The letter contained documented crimes of a member of the church. A priest from the Myers Cathedral used the church's name to sell counterfeit holy water, exploiting the faithful and deceiving the people. Even after repeated warnings, he clung to power, suspected of conspiring with the local military and accepting bribes. Upon reading this, Lord Bahal grew deeply contemplative. So he wrote all of this, hoping I'd read it myself. Could these truly be the thoughts of a 15-year-old? At the bottom of the letter, Zed had left a final note. If I don't return by nightfall, Ryu must give this to Lord Bahal. After finishing the letter, Fernando nodded thoughtfully and murmured, "Now I understand why he wrote it this way." Ryu remained kneeling, trembling as he tried to speak. "Why, yes. I was afraid something terrible might have happened to Zed. I know I've overstepped my role, but I still came here anyway. I'm so sorry." From his throne, Fernando's voice rang out with an awe-inspiring presence. "You must have been terrified, and yet you came all this way for your friend. That is an act truly worthy of respect." Startled, Ryu looked up, confused. "Huh?" Though his tone was sharp, the meaning behind the words was full of warmth. The Lord of Bahal raised his golden arm and gestured behind him. "It's getting late. Go find something warm to eat. While you do, I'll write a letter for you. So eat in peace." Ryu watched his figure walk away, deeply moved. He bowed repeatedly, shouting, "Thank you. Truly thank you so much." He froze for a moment, thinking back on what Fernando had just said. He called someone like me worthy of respect. Knightly men really are something extraordinary. Ryu was quickly treated like an honored guest. A servant presented him with a warm pastry and smiled politely. "Please enjoy your meal." "Grateful," Ryu replied. "Thank you so much." As he bit into the delicious pastry, savoring every bite, tears suddenly streamed down his cheeks, completely beyond his control. Overwhelmed by emotion, and the incredible flavor melting in his mouth, he thought, "This is even better than Vertisen beef." Meanwhile, in a dark, grimy prison cell, the only light came from a faintly flickering torch on the wall. The stone floor was slick with a mixture of blood and sweat, and cockroaches crawled freely alongside the noble insignia that had been trampled into the dirt. There Zed was suspended upside down, his feet tightly bound with visible bruises and blood trickling down. His ragged breaths echoed throughout the dungeon. But surprisingly, he wasn't moaning in pain, he was calmly doing inverted sit-ups, completely focused and unbothered. The guard outside the cell, glancing in from time to time, couldn't help but be unsettled. This lunatic. He's been doing that for over 2 hours now. He was hung up here to be tortured, yet he's treating it like some kind of training. I'm starting to feel like I'm the one losing it. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. A man grumbled as he drew near. "My nose is about to rot off in here." Recognizing the superior officer, the guard immediately stood at attention. "General Pullman, sir." "Present." Pullman, a stout and red-faced man, clutched a handkerchief to his nose and snapped, "What the hell is he doing?" The guard saluted and answered, "We're not sure, sir. But he's been like that the whole time. The previous shift reported he was already like that when they took over." Pullman scowled and muttered, "So, he's been doing this for hours, non-stop?" Glancing uneasily at the still exercising Zed, the guard added, "Yes, sir. And honestly, he's scrawnier than he looks." Without another word, Pullman ordered the guards to open the cell door. Zed was lowered to the ground, collapsing into a kneeling position, flanked by 2 guards. Pullman's voice rang out, cold and commanding, Depending on your answer, I might let you go, or I'll personally take the torture to the next level. That white horse wouldn't obey me. Did you enchant it somehow? Zed glared up and responded evenly ridiculous. The white steed only submits to the one it chooses as its master. Still clutching his handkerchief, Pullman sneered with disgust. And I'm supposed to believe some noble beast chose a damned wizard like you as its rider? Zed gave him a faint, mocking smirk. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Infuriated, Pullman's eyes flared with rage. You little bastard. He threw off his outer armor and rolled up his sleeves as he marched forward. Looks like we've been too gentle with you. From now on, I'll handle things myself. No one's ever lasted more than 30 minutes under my hand. But as he advanced, Zed simply smiled calm and unafraid, like someone welcoming the challenge. The sight of that smirk only fueled Pullman's fury. Oh, still smiling, are we? Pullman picked up a long, sharp dagger from among the heated weapons scattered across the floor, and approached Zed with a menacing glare. I can't wait to see how long that smug look lasts. No one's ever withstood what I'm about to do. I'll drive this dagger straight into your knee, then twist it until it hits the bone. This is your one and only chance to talk. As he spoke, he jabbed the tip of the blade into Zed's muscular thigh. But the threat didn't frighten Zed. If anything, it only fueled his defiance as he shouted back, "Get lost." Pullman, already on edge from being ignored, lost his temper and roared, "You little bastard." Using every ounce of his strength, he lunged forward and thrust the dagger toward Zed's thigh, fully intending to begin a brutal torture session. But just before the blade could pierce his skin, stopping barely 3 centimeters away, a soldier burst in. Breathless and frantic, "Sir, urgent news. A letter has just arrived for Bahal." The sudden interruption completely killed Pullman's momentum. Enraged, he flung the dagger in the soldier's direction and snapped, "Damn it. What the hell is wrong with you? I told you never to interrupt during an interrogation. Didn't I make that clear?" The panicked guard bowed and hurried to explain, "I'm sorry, sir. But this is urgent. It's a message from the head of House Bahal." Pullman stormed over, snatching the letter from the soldier's hands, and growled, "If this isn't important, you'd better start digging your own grave." He ripped open the envelope and began reading aloud, his voice growing more tense with every word. "The man you've imprisoned is the rightful master of the White Steed, and a friend of Bahal." The letter's contents were as follows. "The person currently in your custody is the master of the White Steed, a trusted ally of Bahal, and a son of the Arahan family. Due to suspicion surrounding your involvement in a corruption case, you are hereby ordered to relinquish command and await an investigation by the Central Military Authority." He muttered the final lines under his breath. "Should you disobey this order, you will face judgment from Bahal." Pullman was seething. In a fit of rage, he tore the letter to shreds and shouted, "What the hell is this? An investigation? Judgment?" He spat the words like venom. He thinks he can say that to a general appointed by the Emperor. He turned toward Zed, eyes blazing. "You orchestrated all this, didn't you? That smug face. This is what you've been waiting for from the start. You still don't get it, do you? Even if he's the head of House Bahal, he can't just trample over an imperial general like this." But Zed simply smirked, his voice calm and cutting. "He can. And the reason why is obvious." Pullman's fingers clenched around the hilt of his blade as he spun it threateningly, his gaze sharp as a predator's. "The reason? Don't make me laugh. If I kill you and that fake priest, there'll be no witnesses. No proof. No trail." Suddenly, arcs of lightning erupted from Zed's body, burning through the ropes binding his wrists. His voice dropped into a cold, ominous tone. "People like you only learn when they've felt real pain." In one fluid motion, he rose to his feet, his entire body crackling with electricity. The sheer force of it made Pullman flinch as he cried out, "What?" Before he could react, a sudden gust of wind surged through the room. A metal chain snapped forward and wrapped itself around Pullman's ankle. "What the hell is this?" he shouted in shock. Even Zed looked stunned, staring at the unfamiliar force that had appeared out of nowhere. Despite Pullman's furious scream, "You bastard!" the white chains continued to coil around his body, slowly tightening until they consumed him completely. Zed watched in astonishment as the man was crushed amid his own blood-curdling screams. Just then, a strange energy brushed past his senses, prompting him to turn sharply in that direction. To his surprise, the chains came from a mage cloaked in black, who had somehow appeared beside him without notice. But the man showed no hostility whatsoever. In that instant, Zed realized the man's identity. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion and muttered silently, "A shadow guard, infiltrated among the low-ranking soldiers. Just how deep does this organization run?" While he was still trying to piece everything together, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Young master." The commander of the black-clad unit stepped forward and continued, "The family head has ordered your immediate return. We'll escort you back. Please come with us." Zed's eyes widened in disbelief. When did they even get here? Damn it, just how far does this web stretch? Still suspicious, he questioned the commander. "Why such a sudden summons?" The man replied coldly, "That doesn't matter. An order is an order. We ask that you come with us now." Zed hesitated. "No, I haven't secured the spirit elixir yet. And I still haven't found Larko Sherville." With that he spoke up, "Give me a few more days. I'll return on my own." But the commander stood firm. "We're simply following the family head's orders. This isn't negotiable." Zed glanced at Pullman, now lying in a mangled heap, bound tightly by the chains. "I need more time, I have to stall them somehow." Suddenly, an idea struck him. "You're shadow guards, and yet you're unaware of the Arahan family's current situation. If I return now, I'm walking straight into a death trap. There's no way the family head isn't aware of that." The black-clad warriors fell silent, unable to refute his logic. Zed pressed on, "Please relay my words to the family head. If he truly wants to survive what's coming, I need time to prepare. If he still insists I return after that, I'll come without another word." The commander responded by casting a teleportation spell, disappearing instantly to report to the Arahan family head. Before leaving, he said, "Understood. Please wait here." As he waited, Zed placed a hand under his chin, deep in thought. The family head must have been monitoring my every move through these shadow guards. The real issue now is eliminating that slaver DeVito, and preparing myself for any interrogation once I reach Bahal territory. It wasn't long before the commander reappeared. Bowing slightly, he addressed Zed, "Young master. The family head has granted your request. You're allowed 14 days. That is the full extent of your grace period." Zed's face turned serious. He pictured the bloody conflict awaiting him back in Arahan, his father. The shadowy guards, the silent executioners already circling like wolves. But then his eyes gleamed with fresh determination. He knew that the clock had already started ticking. 14 days. Starting now. Whatever he needed to do, he had to do it fast. His life depended on it. Zed raised a hand to his chin, his emerald eyes fixed thoughtfully on the ground. "The clock's already ticking. At least I've been granted more time, that's something. 14 days, I'll have to move fast." The black-robed commander remained in a respectful bow as he spoke in a firm tone. "The matter with Pullman and the Myers Church has been assigned to you. An investigator will be arriving shortly. Handle it wisely." Surprised, Zed turned to him. "An investigator? That fast? I figured I'd have at least a day." His eyes drifted back to the man as his mind wandered. "Is this the Shadow Wardens again? The deeper I look, the more terrifying they become. I want that kind of power." Just as he thought the conversation was finished, the man added, "There's one more thing." Zed propped his hand on his hip and asked curiously, "What now?" The man conveyed the final message. "The family head requests that you stop hiding the fact that you carry the Arahan bloodline." Zed looked confused and instinctively touched his eye. "What the hell? Wait, my contact lenses? You mean I'm not supposed to wear them anymore?" The commander nodded. "That's correct." Zed couldn't wrap his head around it. He frowned and questioned, "Why?" "They threw me in prison, and now this." The commander offered no explanation, his voice neutral. "That's all we were instructed to tell you. We'll be taking our leave now." With that, he and the other cloaked figures activated a teleportation spell, vanishing from sight, and leaving behind a faint swirl of dark energy. Zed stood there with one hand on his hip, watching the residual magic dissipate. Of course. Drop a bombshell and disappear like they were never here. Roughly 2 hours later, an older man with silver hair and a well-groomed beard arrived. Cox, an Imperial investigator. He greeted Zed with a warm, charismatic smile. "A young man like you accomplishing so much, uncovering corruption within the Empire's own military, impressive. Which noble house are you from, if I may ask?" "The Emperor will surely commend you personally for your service." Zed didn't reply immediately. Instead, he slowly reached up and removed his contact lenses, revealing the deep crimson hue of his true lineage. He remembered the words of the cloaked commander, "Stop hiding your heritage." Lifting his chin with quiet pride, he met Cox's gaze and said solemnly, "It's an honor to meet you." The moment Cox saw the true color of his eyes, he recoiled slightly in shock. Zed continued, voice unwavering, "I am Zed Arahan, seventh son of the Arahan household." Cox couldn't believe what he was hearing. He paused for a moment before asking, "Zed, are you really Zed Arahan?" Though surprised by his reaction, Zed calmly replied, "Yes, that's right." Stroking his pristine white beard, Cox let out a breath of amazement. "My goodness, so the name Arahan written in the imperial decree, that was you." Unlike Cox, Zed had no idea what he was talking about. Tilting his head slightly, he wondered to himself, imperial decree? What is he talking about? Noticing the confusion on Zed's face, Cox chuckled and pulled up his sleeve. "Ah, I suppose you haven't heard." He took out a folded piece of parchment and held it in front of Zed, explaining with a warm smile, "Your name is listed at the very end, in a decree personally written by His Majesty. The Emperor himself praised your accomplishments." As he spoke, he pointed to the final lines of text written in elegant script, "The merits of Zed Arahan, who aided the citizens of the Empire, shall be publicly honored. Every noble should strive to emulate such an example." Cox then rolled the parchment back up and tucked it away into his sleeve. "I've wanted to meet you for some time now. And it seems fate has finally brought us together." Still somewhat confused, Zed asked, "But how would His Majesty even know who I am?" "The Emperor values words more than status or rank." "I heard that some of the people who were recently repatriated mentioned you," Cox answered. That's when realization struck Zed. "Wait, Gordon?" he said aloud. "He did say he'd repay me, but I never thought it would be this soon." Gordon's smiling face briefly flashed through Zed's mind. Meanwhile, Cox's voice continued to echo beside him, "His Majesty was pleased to hear about it. This is a tremendous honor for your family as well." Zed silently mouthed the words, "my family," then placed a hand over his chest. "Investigator Cox, I have a request. I'd like to personally see the Myers Church case through to the end." "Will that be allowed?" Cox nodded slowly, letting out a hume before replying, "I see. You want to finish what you started. That's commendable." Zed bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle in gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding," he said sincerely. He really is a central military investigator, Zed thought. Willing to forgo a chance at personal recognition without a second thought. Cox extended a hand and spoke candidly. "Arahan or not, you're the first person to thank me in a very long time. Maybe I've just been around too long. Take the central unit with you. You'll be confronting enemies of the Empire. If they resist, you have full authority to execute them on the spot. And if anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility." With that, he placed a firm hand on Zed's shoulder, giving it a few reassuring pats. Zed looked at him in disbelief, blurting out, "Your generosity exceeds all expectations." That made Cox burst out laughing. He slapped Zed on the shoulder and teased, "You really are nothing like the other Arahans so polite. I like you already." Zed stared at him with a baffled expression, mouth slightly agape. "Wait a minute, are all the other Arahans actually insane or something?" Moments later, the banner of the Central Army was raised high into the wind, its elegant emblem embroidered with precision, radiating authority and pride. The entire military force had assembled in front of the church. Two separate units took their designated positions, lining up neatly. At the forefront stood the commander Zed. Sensing something was about to unfold, nearby townspeople gathered in a crowd, murmuring with excitement and speculation. "What's going on between the Central Army and the Myers Church?" "You haven't heard. General Pullman's been arrested. Word is he had shady dealings with the church. I even heard that priest is a total con artist. Those bastards." The commanding officer at the front stomped his foot down with a loud thud. Zed fastened a brilliant golden insignia to his chest with solemn dignity, and raised his voice for all to hear, "To the swindlers who exploited the citizens of the Empire for their personal gain. I'll count to 3. If you're not out by then, you can rot and die wherever you're hiding." Several seconds passed, but the church remained silent. Not a single figure appeared. One soldier, growing impatient, stepped forward and asked, "Should we just go in there and drag them out ourselves?" Zed paused to consider. "Weapons and mana aren't allowed inside an imperial church, right? It's too risky." The soldier nodded. "Yeah, but what other choice do we have?" A mage stepped up and suggested. "Then maybe we wait for an official warrant." Zed firmly rejected both suggestions. He stepped forward and declared, "No. I'll handle this myself." Both of them were visibly stunned. "What?" Zed turned back with a cold gaze and explained, "I'm running out of time. I'll take care of it personally, just wait here." The soldier, clearly uneasy, tried to stop him. "You can't. What if something happens?" Zed continued toward the church doors without hesitation, calmly assuring him, "I'll be fine." The soldier exchanged a worried glance with the mage. "But he doesn't even use magic. What's he planning to do in there?" Someone else chimed in, "Shouldn't we follow him?" At that moment, Cox arrived, holding a white sheet of paper in his hand. As soon as the troops saw him, they called out, "Mr. Cox. That's the authorization form in your hand, isn't it? Let's just say it is." Instantly, the soldiers reached for their swords. One of them spoke with determination, "We've got the clearance now. No more waiting. Let's head in and arrest every last criminal in there." But Cox firmly refused. "No. Stand down." Everyone turned to him in confusion, asking, "What?" He calmly explained, "When I handed Zed the command seal, it meant I had entrusted him with full authority over this entire operation. That's what he wanted after all." The seal in question was the very same badge Zed had pinned to his chest, the golden command token, granting him the right to mobilize Imperial troops at will. As the soldiers watched Zed calmly stride toward the church doors, they grew agitated. One of them shouted in frustration, "But there's an armed group inside that church. We can't just stand here. If something happens to him, we'll be held accountable too. Please, sir, give the order to move in." Without waiting for permission, Zed drove his foot straight through the heavy wooden doors, shattering them open. From behind him, Cox's aged voice rang out steadily, "You really know nothing about the Arahan family, do you? Do you know why they're at the top? Why everyone fears them? Because they're stronger than the other noble houses, right? Just because they're strong." He paused. "No, there's something even more important than that." Inside the church, Zed stepped forward with icy composure. Before him stood a group of fraudulent priests, each clutching a dagger in trembling hands, watching him with wary eyes. Cox's voice continued in the background, clear and unwavering, "And Arahan never goes back on his word. No matter what it costs. No matter how dirty it gets, they'll see it through to the end. That's what makes people afraid." The soldiers and mages standing outside let out long, quiet sighs as the truth finally sank in. Back inside, Zed's eyes gleamed with amusement at the sight of the scam artist cowering before him. The corners of his mouth curled into a smug grin as he spoke. "Told you I'd be back, didn't I? You filthy imposters. Now open your eyes and take a good look. Because today's main character is me. Zed Arahan." With that, he charged forward unarmed, launching into a brutal, bloody fight. The massive doors of the Myers Church slammed shut behind him. And moments later, the sound of blood-curdling screams and clashing metal erupted from within, loud enough for everyone outside to hear clearly. After a tense wait, one anxious soldier muttered, "It's gone quiet. That fast. I told you he shouldn't have gone in alone." Just then, a white figure stepped out of the church. Spotting movement, the commanding officer shouted, "Someone's coming. Ready your weapons." But within seconds, every single soldier froze in place, wide-eyed and speechless. Trailing behind Zed were the very con artists he had single-handedly defeated and captured, faces bruised, bodies bound tightly with rope, marching forward like prisoners of war. And walking at the front was their conqueror, Zed himself, calm and confident. He tilted his head slightly, his handsome face lit by a smug, satisfied smile, emerging like a true hero. The square erupted into cheers. Everyone beamed with joy, voices rising in celebration. In the middle of the crowd, Cox watched with quiet pride, thinking to himself, "I knew it." People crowded around in awe, asking in disbelief, "You really took them all down without using mana? How is that even possible?" Zed raised his fist, smiled, and replied simply, "It wasn't that hard." Cox was overjoyed. He strode up to Zed, bursting into hearty laughter as he showered him with praise. "You really are an Arahan, through and through. Just when I think I've seen it all, you surprise me again. Truly extraordinary." Zed pointed at the bruised and battered con artists behind him. "Mr. Cox, these people were selling fake holy water. There are probably a lot of victims out there. Please take care of this matter." Cox nodded eagerly. "Of course, I'll personally see to it. That's my duty as an investigator, after all." Zed tilted his head slightly, drawing out his next words. One more thing, he turned and called out loudly. You can come out now, father. Curious, Cox followed Zed's gaze toward the church. A timid figure in white robes stepped cautiously outside. Just then, a shocked voice rang out from the crowd. Wait a minute, that's a... Sunlight spilled across the priest's graceful face, and instantly, the entire square erupted in joyful shouts. It's Father Johann, he's alive. One woman even broke into tears, clasping her hands in prayer. Oh, thank the Lord, thank you God. The ringleader of the scam artists, his face already purple with bruises, shot Johann a cold, hostile glare. But suddenly, Johann turned on his heel and began walking toward him. He gently placed a hand on the man's head, channeling a soft green light of divine energy into him. The ringleader's eyes widened in disbelief. With a trembling voice he uttered, Father. As Johann's entire body radiated a calming green glow, Zed couldn't help but marvel silently. That's holy power. Just seeing it makes you feel warm and at peace, like something sacred. The bruises on the ringleader's face faded almost instantly, leaving his lackeys stunned and speechless as they exchanged bewildered glances. Then Johann expanded his healing aura, blessing the entire group of con artists. He spoke to them gently but firmly. Repent for your sins and live according to God's will. Do that and He will always be with you. The con artists immediately lowered their heads in unison, their voices quivering with emotion. We're sorry, thank you, Father, we'll never go against God's will again. That day, the church echoed with shouts of celebration and heartfelt joy. Somewhere in the crowd, someone cried out in overwhelming relief, Father Johann has returned. Once everything had settled, Johann turned to address the Central Imperial Forces with a calm and composed voice. Let me properly introduce myself. I am Johann Chris, the 49th ordained priest of the Empire. I owe my deepest gratitude to Zed Arahan, who carried out God's will. I'd love to offer you a cup of tea. Would you be willing to stay for a while? He asked, motioning toward the church with a warm gesture. Zed didn't hesitate. Of course. I'd be honored. Just then Cox called out from behind, raising a hand. Zed Arahan. Come here for a moment. Zed turned around, puzzled. Cox opened his palm to reveal a brilliantly gleaming badge. If you don't mind, I'd like to give you this. Zed's expression turned uncertain as he asked, wait, is this the investigator's insignia? The one that lets you command Imperial forces? Cox nodded solemnly. That's right. Flash this anywhere in the Empire, and they'll obey your orders. Zed was stunned. Why are you giving this to me? You don't even know how I'll use it. But Cox placed it firmly in Zed's hand and said softly, because I believe you won't tarnish my name. Just promise me one thing, that you'll only ever use that badge for the good of the Empire. If the day ever comes when you use it for selfish purposes, then you will have betrayed the trust I placed in you. Zed clenched the emblem tightly in his hand, and responded with unwavering resolve, yes, I understand. I will never let that happen. Cox, clearly satisfied, let out a hearty laugh and remarked, you really aren't like any other Arahan I've ever met. With a thoughtful expression, he turned away and mused aloud, seems like living long truly comes with its share of surprises. Raising his hand to signal the Central Forces, he bid Zed farewell. Everything's settled now. We'll be taking our leave. Hopefully we'll meet again. With Cox at the front, the Central Army followed in perfect formation. Behind them, Zed bowed at a sharp 90 degrees, showing the utmost respect as they departed. Rising back up, a soft smile formed on his lips. His face radiated gratitude as he watched their silhouettes slowly disappear from view. Inside the ancient church, a solemn stillness hung in the air, enveloping the entire scene with a sense of quiet reverence. At a small wooden table where 2 cups of hot tea sat, Johann spoke up, thank you for saving us. I heard that everyone affected by the incident will be fully compensated as well. You've truly done something extraordinary, Sir Zed. Zed responded modestly, you give me too much credit, Father. Sensing Zed's intention, Johann cut straight to the point. Is there something you're hoping to receive from me? Zed was quietly impressed he had been seen through completely. So sharp and perceptive. He knows I'm not acting out of pure faith. He finally spoke, to be honest, I need your holy water, Father. Johann's expression turned serious, his tone laced with caution. Holy water is meant for healing illness and banishing evil. What do you intend to use it for? Zed answered truthfully, to craft magical tools. I'm not sure if that qualifies as banishing evil. But at the very least it's to save my own life. Johann tilted his head slightly in curiosity. Your life? Zed nodded. Yes, I'm an Arahan, but I was cast out of my family because I can't use mana. Now I've been summoned back. Do you understand what that means, father? Johann immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. I do. I've heard how brutal the power struggles are among the heirs of House Arahan. But do you truly believe a few magical tools will be enough to protect you and preserve your life? He asked. Zed replied steadily, I just want to prepare with everything I have. He lifted the teacup to his lips, lost in thought. Right now the maximum stat boost I can gain from herbs is 2. And if a transcendent skill requires 5 mana, I only have 3. That makes each point unimaginably valuable. Being able to use that skill freely rather than only in moments of desperation makes a world of difference. Across the table, Father Johann silently studied his reflection in the tea for a moment before finally speaking. In fact, I've heard rumors about you. That you were the one who took down that infamous slave trader someone your own family had secretly supported. I believe it was divine will that brought a member of House Arahan to Myers to help protect the sanctuary. Perhaps even my helping you now is part of the Lord's plan. With those words, Johann stood up from his seat, catching Zed by surprise. He turned back around, placing an old black box on the table. He brushed away the dust with his bare hands and said, I've kept this for the one who truly needs it. The potency of holy water depends on how much divine power it contains. These bottles took me a long time to create. I poured into them every bit of strength I could muster. I hope they'll serve you well, Zed. With that, Johann opened the box, revealing 3 radiant vials of vibrant blue holy water. Zed instinctively shot to his feet, startled by the sight. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he exclaimed, Such precious holy water. Thank you truly, Father. Johann gave a warm smile and extended his hand. And this is a personal gift from me, he said gently. May the blessings of the divine always be with you. After their meeting concluded, Zed was assigned a room within the ancient cathedral. Sitting alone in the small chamber, he took out the items he had just received and quietly examined them. Holding the most recent gift in his hand, Zed murmured in disbelief, Am I dreaming? I can't believe I finally got my hands on something I've been craving since I started playing this game. The priest's emblem, the gleaming badge, gifted personally by Johann, was known as the priest's emblem, essentially a mark of approval, issued by a clergyman. It might not sound like much, but in the world of Lass, it held immense power. The church had risen to its current level of influence because the emperor had poured the empire's resources into building a morally righteous institution. In that sense, a clergyman's emblem was basically a roundabout seal of approval from the emperor himself. With the priest's emblem in his possession, Zed would no longer be subject to immediate arrest or execution the moment someone recognized him. More importantly, no one could casually take his life anymore. Zed reflected quietly, Just this emblem alone is enough to make me feel far safer amidst the chaos within my family. Johann must understand that he wouldn't have given it to me otherwise. Glancing down at the 2 items in his hands, Zed spoke aloud. The investigator's badge and the priest's emblem. This is probably the best arsenal I can gather before returning to my family. From now on, anyone who wants to kill me will have to pay a steep price. And no matter where I go, the Imperial Army will be able to shield me. Just looking at them puts my heart at ease. A subtle smile tugged at his lips, and his face relaxed with newfound calm. He then turned to the bottles of holy water on the floor. Now then, he said. Picking one up, Zed muttered as he analyzed it. In the game, Johann's holy water only had a 20% success rate. But he did say this batch was made with extra care. I've got 3 vials of holy water and 2 demon breaths. If it works on the first try, that'd be amazing. Well, let's give it a go. If it fails, I'll just find a way to get more. With that, he bit off the cork and opened the vial. Zed slowly poured the shimmering blue liquid into the crimson demon's breath. The contrasting auras began to blend, gradually balancing each other out. He waited, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The holy water was gone now, fully absorbed by the demon's breath, and a sacred mist began to rise from it. Noticing the change, Zed let out a quiet, awestruck gasp. Just a few seconds later, the breath of the demon shattered, revealing a beautifully engraved blue vial radiating an intense aura of power. Zed's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Overwhelmed with joy, He stared at the newly crafted item, and shouted, "I really did it. I actually succeeded on the very first try." Without a moment's hesitation, Zed uncorked the vial and downed it in one go. The vivid indigo liquid flowed smoothly down his throat. Almost instantly, the system interface flickered to life. Magic stat increased by 1. His magic was now at level 4. Seeing the update, he exclaimed with satisfaction, "Yes. Just as I hoped, my magic stat went up." Inside the worn-out wooden box were 2 more vials of holy water, enough for one more attempt. Zed clenched his fists, eyes locked onto the system display, calculating possibilities. If the next one works too, I'll hit 5 points in magic. I've got 2 vials of holy water and 1 more breath of the demon. If I succeed again, I'll even have 1 left over. Without wasting any time, he started crafting another potion. As the crimson breath of the demon fused with the holy water, it began glowing like a miniature sun. Watching it carefully, Zed whispered, "Please, please, it worked again." Another bottle of radiant indigo liquid materialized, glowing with divine brilliance. Zed couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, "This is insane. I pulled it off again." Looking at the now empty vial in his hand, he muttered, "So this is what an 80% success rate feels like? He really did put a lot of effort into making these. With this much divine energy, it's basically like having an extra life. I'd better save 1 for later." Without another word, he downed the second potion. The system flashed again. Magic stat increased by 1. His magic was now level 5. But this time, a new window popped up on the system interface. A new spell had been unlocked: Transcendence. It dramatically enhances the user's physical capabilities and generates a shield that scales with their magic stat. Reading through the description, Zed could no longer contain his excitement. He sprang up from the bed and punched the air, a thrilled grin stretched across his face. The burst of excitement caused him to trip over the edge of the bed, but even as he stumbled backward, he laughed and relaxed into the mattress, savoring the changes coursing through his body. Lying on the soft bed, he looked up at the ceiling and let out a deep sigh. It really feels like all the tension just melted away. Man, that was intense. If Transcendence had required 10 magic points instead of 5. Damn, Zed let out a chuckle, his face lit up with genuine happiness. His eyes stayed fixed on the system panel projected on the ceiling as he smiled to himself and thought, "Honestly, this is even more fun than playing games." Within the city, the buildings were tightly packed, each painted in its own distinct color, giving the streets a vibrant and quirky charm. Down on the streets, Ryu walked leisurely, eyes glued to the sheet of paper in his hand as he spoke up. "Oh right, I looked into the white-haired Scareo Eve members you asked about. Turns out there are only around 40 of them. Way fewer than I expected." Lisa trailed silently behind as Zed responded, "Yeah, that's not as many as I thought either." Ryu continued, "Just like you suggested, I used money as bait and managed to gather them all in one place. 34 of them showed up. Which means the one you're looking for is definitely among the 6 that didn't appear." Zed's curiosity piqued. He asked, "Do you have the locations of those 6? Ryu turned toward him and nodded. "Of course. Just to be safe, I recorded the exact coordinates of each one. I'm sure if you go now, you'll be able to track them all down." Taking the paper from Ryu, Zed couldn't hide his appreciation. "I like your style. Thanks. This'll make everything a lot smoother." Ryu laughed modestly. "Ah, that was just some basic work. I've handled way more complicated and annoying cases than this." "Not bad," he added with a proud grin. Zed stared at him for a moment, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Then he said seriously, "Ryu, I already know how smart you are. You don't need to keep proving it." Ryu was taken aback, letting out a confused "Who?" as he blinked at Zed. But Zed stood firm in front of him and declared, "I'll take full responsibility for you and your sister. You're the first teammate I've ever had." The weight of those words hit hard. Both Ryu and Lisa were overwhelmed with emotion. Tears welled up in their eyes as they sniffled, calling out Zed's name between sobs. But Zed, as calm and blunt as ever, reminded them, "Seriously, don't cry over something so obvious. That's not healthy." Just then, a cheerful woman approached them with a bright smile and asked, "Excuse me, those red eyes. Are you Zed Arahan?" Zed turned to her, puzzled. "How do you know who I am?" The woman, her dark blue eyes sparkling and cheeks flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "What? In Myers, if someone doesn't know who you are, they're probably a spy. you're the young Arahan who exposed that con artist and protected Father Johann in the church, right? The whole city's buzzing about it." Zed glanced around and finally noticed the crowd gathering nearby, whispering and watching him intently. "So that's why everyone's been giving me weird looks. I thought it was because of my eyes. Turns out it's something else entirely." In the crowd, a man in a blue shirt spoke up. "That guy over there, that's Zed Arahan." But another young man nearby quickly corrected him, visibly offended. "That guy? You mean Sir Zed? Show some respect. I heard if you make eye contact with an Arahan, you'll die instantly. Is it really safe to even look at him?" Someone whispered. "They say if he's a divine emissary, then it's fine. Not all Arahans are ruthless." Watching the growing commotion, Ryu was visibly confused. "What the hell is going on?" he muttered. Lisa clung tightly to his sleeve, trembling with fear as she cried, "I'm scared, big brother." At that exact moment, everyone around them suddenly raised their voices in unison, shouting, "Thank you for protecting the Myers Cathedral. Our families will remember your kindness for generations to come. Thank you." Zed felt a little awkward and thought to himself, "I thought I was used to scenes like this by now, but honestly, it's still a bit embarrassing." He turned to Ryu, subtly pointed in a direction, and whispered, "Let's get out of here." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky above Zed's head, making him flinch in surprise. A wave of deadly energy swept over him. Zed quickly turned his head toward a man standing in the crowd, and immediately sensed something was off. "There's something wrong with that guy," he muttered to himself. He stared at the man, his instincts kicking in, and it didn't take long before recognition struck him. Scarred eye. White hair. There was no mistaking it, that man was none other than Lacto Sherville. Zed's eyes were locked onto the figure slipping away through the crowd, and he shouted urgently, "Wait. Stop right there." He pushed through the tightly packed people, weaving his way toward the man. "Excuse me. Let me through," he called out, forcing his way forward. But by the time he broke free from the cluster of townsfolk, the figure had vanished. He scanned the empty street in front of him, only passers-by going about their day. No sign of the man. Frustrated, Zed muttered under his breath, "Damn it." Seeing Zed rush off, Ryu chased after him, his voice full of concern. "Zed, what's going on? What happened?" "It was him," Zed replied coldly. "Him? You mean the guy we've been looking for?" Ryu asked in disbelief. Zed nodded, his expression hard. "He was right here, but he got away." Without wasting another second, he turned to Ryu and pressed urgently, "Tell me the closest location out of the 6 you mentioned. We have to move now." "Got it," Ryu replied with a sharp nod. Moments later, the 3 of them were dashing through the streets, following Ryu's directions. "At the end of this road, take a left," he shouted. As they ran, Zed's mind raced. He might be trying to escape through one of these exits. If he's truly committed to hiding, we might lose him for good. Following Ryu's instructions, they soon reached the end of a narrow alley. "That stone building up ahead, room 203. Ryu called out. Without hesitation, Zed burst into the building and sprinted up the stairs, throwing open the door to room 203. Inside was a strange old man with long silver hair and a scraggly beard. The man gasped the moment he saw Zed, while Zed muttered in disappointment, "Not him." Thinking he was about to be evicted or arrested, the old man dropped to his knees, pleading, "I promise I'll pay the rent tomorrow. Just give me a little more time." But Zed ignored him completely and darted toward the window. He leapt straight out of the second-floor window without a second thought. "Ryu, next location," he shouted mid-air. Seeing him jump from such a height made Ryu cry out in shock, "You maniac!" But Zed didn't slow down. One after another, he stormed through various rooms based on Ryu's intel, slamming open each door and checking every occupant with meticulous urgency. Eventually they arrived at a grim, dark and filthy location. The hallway echoed with Ryu's nervous voice, "Next one's over there, first basement floor, room on the left." Zed reached for the doorknob, gripping it tightly as he felt a powerful pressure radiating from the room within. Sensing that something was off, Ryu quietly called out to Zed, but Zed cut him off with a cold command, "Ryu, go upstairs." He offered no explanation, only a hardened look as his mind churned. "We need to move fast, but what is this unease I'm feeling? Our target this time is the greatest blacksmith alive, and he's a fugitive." If this really was one of Lacto's hideouts, Zed couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He immediately triggered a trap spell, lightning flame magic, causing arcs of electricity to flare and crackle across his body with intense power. His strong hands slowly pushed the door open, only for a blinding flash of light to burst from within. A split second later, a massive explosion erupted, obliterating the entire structure. The ground split and debris flew everywhere in a violent burst. At that moment, the system announced that lightning flame magic had been nullified, and the challenger's talent, Undying V, had been activated. Eyes wide with disbelief, Zed stared at the blazing blue fire now raging in front of him. This is blue fire. Hearing the explosion, Ryu rushed over in a panic. What just happened? Zed. Are you okay? Zed didn't answer, eyes fixed forward as he growled through clenched teeth. Damn it. As the dust settled and the blue flames slowly faded, the devastated scene brought a whirlwind of thoughts. Blue fire. An advanced fire attribute. Even regular fire magic rarely reaches this level of destruction without a catalyst. But he managed to set this up with just a trap. Is that even possible? Zed looked up at the sky, murmuring with frustration. Damn it, everything's been blown away. He thought grimly, if it weren't for the Undying talent just now, I would have been dead. The Undying Challenger is a trait that allows you to survive an otherwise fatal hit. I know that very well, used to rely on it all the time in the game. In short, it means no one can one-shot you. I figured the blast would be level 4 or 5 at most, but for it to actually trigger the Undying effect, I trusted that trait. But dying even once doesn't exactly feel good. I have to find him. I have to make him my ally no matter what. Later, everyone regrouped in Zed's room. Ryu's voice rang with frustration. This is ridiculous. Why are we the ones under suspicion? We're victims too. This is totally unfair. Zed slumped in his seat, exhausted, and replied dryly, well, we were the only ones on the scene. If we can't prove it was a trap, we're the perfect scapegoats. Especially since Arahan's from a fire-wielding noble family. Remembering the charred ruins of the room, Zed thought grimly, just in case I tried to find any proof left from the blast, but everything was incinerated, nothing remains. Ryu glanced over anxiously and asked, so what do we do now? Shouldn't we run before the Imperial troops show up? Should I try calling in a favor? What about the Bahal family? The Lord there seems decent. If we explain everything, maybe he'd help. Zed sat up properly and shook his head. Best not to involve Bahal any further. Ryu nodded in realization. Ah. Because of the Black Mirror Army, right? Zed confirmed with a quiet, yeah. They didn't exactly take it well last time. Outside the room, the flag of the local military outpost fluttered in the wind, raised high and proud. A small unit of soldiers stood in formation, fully armed, stationed right in front of the inn. At the front of the group, the commanding officer cleared his throat and shouted, Local Military Outpost Myers. General Maiden speaking. Zed Arahan, step outside immediately. Upon hearing the order, Zed sat up straight and said calmly, they're here. Ryu, who was sitting next to him, flinched in alarm. Zed? Are you really just going to walk out there like that? Beside them, Lisa whimpered in fear, I'm scared. Zed. In contrast to their anxiety, Zed remained composed. He pinned a cleric's emblem onto his chest and softly reassured them, don't worry. You two stay here. I'll handle this on my own. Ryu panicked and shouted, alone. Wait, Zed. Without hesitation, Zed opened the door and stepped outside. The commanding officer immediately acknowledged him. Zed Arahan has exited the building. This man was none other than General Maiden of the Myers outpost. He pointed ahead and barked out an order. Restrain him immediately. But the moment he caught sight of the emblem on Zed's chest, Maiden froze in his tracks. He stared at the gleaming insignia with a startled expression and quickly raised his hand to halt his soldiers. Hold up. Everyone stay where you are. Approaching Zed with a more cautious tone, he asked, Mr. Zed, is that truly the insignia of a cleric? Zed nodded calmly and replied, yes, it was granted to me by Father Johann of the Myers Cathedral. Upon hearing such a revered name, Maiden cleared his throat and said with newfound respect, I see. My apologies for not recognizing it sooner. Zed offered a polite smile. It's all right. Misunderstandings can always be cleared up. Maiden straightened his posture, regaining the authority of a military officer. I am Maiden, successor to General Pullman at the Myers outpost. There was a large explosion in town recently, and your name came up in witness testimonies. Were you present at the scene? Zed answered honestly, yes. I was caught in the explosion. Suspicion lingered in Maiden's voice as he pressed further, caught in it. So you're claiming to be a victim, not a suspect? Zed responded firmly. That's correct. I had nothing to do with it. Maiden paused in thought. Then continued, may I ask why you were there? This is just a routine question, you're free to decline if you prefer. With unwavering composure, Zed replied. I have no reason to refuse. I was searching for someone and happened to enter that place, but it had already been rigged with traps. I was just as surprised as anyone else. Madden let out a long, doubtful ah. I see. From the look on his face, Zed quietly smirked to himself, thinking, thanks to the priest's insignia, no matter how suspicious I seem, he can't just treat me like a criminal. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. With support from the local military outpost, finding Lacto, who's completely gone underground, would be much easier. With that thought, Zed decided to make his move. General Madden, would you be willing to help me? Madden refused without hesitation. I'm sorry, but the Imperial military cannot get involved in personal matters. We are not allowed to abuse our power without a valid reason. As if he'd anticipated this response, Zed calmly reached for something at his side. A valid reason? Huh. Then how about this? He asked as he held up a gleaming badge in his hand. Madden's eyes went wide, and he shouted in shock, an investigator's badge. How do you have that, Zed? The general demanded. Zed remained calm and replied, it was given to me by Investigator Cox. I heard that simply presenting this badge is enough to request support from Imperial forces, isn't that right? Madden nodded vigorously. Of course. According to Imperial law, we're required to provide full cooperation with any request from a certified investigator. Still, a sense of unease lingered in his mind. A priest's insignia and an investigator's badge, just what kind of monster is this Arahan guy? Zed seized the moment and gave his order. Excellent. And this isn't just a personal matter, this also involves pursuing the person responsible for the explosion. That makes it your official duty. Madden and his troops snapped to attention and saluted with utmost respect. Yes, sir. Please give us your orders. From this moment forward, the Myers military outpost will fully support you, Zed. Seeing this, Zed couldn't help but marvel internally. The investigator's badge carries so much more weight. If the priest's insignia is a license of immunity, the investigator's badge is a license to command. With that, he issued his first directive. First, we need to create a sketch of the perpetrator. Find someone capable of doing that. Madden responded immediately, yes, I'll see to it right away. Just then, a faint sound from upstairs caught Zed's attention. He glanced up and asked, something wrong? Ryu quickly shook his head to brush it off, but inside he was silently screaming. This guy is terrifying. By the next morning, a wanted poster featuring a rough sketch of the criminal had been pinned to the town's bulletin board. The poster read something like this: wanted. Reward 50,000 gold coins for any useful information. Meet at the elm tree outside the southern gate. If the suspect is not found within 3 days, the entire town will be locked down and searched. Zed Arahan. A crowd gathered around, whispering among themselves in growing excitement. Hua. Just how dangerous is this guy to have a bounty of 50,000 gold? I should try reporting something. That's the guy from the bombing, right? Meanwhile, Lacto, disguised as someone else, had blended into the crowd. Staring at the sketch, he frowned in confusion. Did he misremember my face? No, that can't be. He knows exactly what I look like. He changed the drawing on purpose. But why? Then, a realization crept in. Wait, could it be? He's trying to draw me out. Meanwhile, the townspeople kept talking about the freshly posted sketch. These wanted posters are plastered all over the city. Looks like he's serious about catching this guy. Another person added with a sigh, Tech, if luck runs out, we might be in for a bloody showdown. After reading the notice, Lacto lowered his head and quietly slipped away from the crowd, deep in thought. Once I meet him, I'll know exactly what he's planning. I can't even remember how many cities I've drifted through anymore. I'm tired of this fugitive life. Maybe it's time to end it all. I've lived long enough. There's nothing left for me to regret. Suddenly, Lacto noticed a dense crowd gathering ahead. He thought to himself, that's a lot of people in one place. First, I need to blend in and observe. Out of nowhere, Zed appeared right behind him and whispered, that's one hell of a disguise you've got there. Lacto jolted in alarm at the sound of the voice. Sensing his panic, Zed calmly warned, "Just act natural. One wrong move and the guards will be all over us." Unizi Lacto glanced sideways and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Zed responded without hesitation, "Zed Arahan. I've been waiting to meet you." Lacto, puzzled, asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Zed glanced around briefly before suggesting, "Let's change locations first. Come with me." Once they reached a more secluded spot, Zed pulled back his hood and spoke in a serious tone. "This is our first time meeting. I am Zed Arahan, 7th generation heir of the Arahan bloodline." Lacto didn't say a word. He silently removed the magical mask from his face, revealing his true identity. Seeing this, Zed continued, "I've known your name for some time now. Am I right?" Lacto's expression grew cold as he demanded, "Kid, if you knew who I was, why did you come looking for me?" Zed gave a knowing smirk and replied with a question of his own. "Why wouldn't someone seek out a living legend, right? I came here because I want you to become the exclusive blacksmith of the Arahan family." The blunt declaration stunned Lacto. His eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Games and reality truly are worlds apart, and one of the most obvious differences lies in how you equip items. In games, all it takes is a double click, but in real life, you have to physically put everything on yourself. You don't just compare stats, you have to think about comfort, weight, and fit too. Most magical equipment sold on the market is made for adults, which adds a whole layer of complications. No matter how powerful an item is, if it doesn't fit, it's useless. That's exactly why I need to recruit Lacto. Lacto can craft magical tools that fit my body perfectly, and I could get new ones every time my stats increase, even extra gear tailored to different situations. I have to make him an ally. Thinking that, Zed declared with absolute certainty, warhorses are born to run, and swords are meant to be wielded. As the last remaining heir of the Sherville bloodline, tell me, sir, what will you live for? Hearing those words, Lacto lowered his gaze to the ground, silent, lost in thought. Zed placed a hand on his chest and spoke with firm confidence, "The greatest craftsman, forging arcane gear for the greatest house, passing down the legacy of Sherville and continuing the flow of history. I believe that is the mission entrusted to you." Lacto looked up with a serious expression, his voice tinged with sadness. "Passing down the legacy and continuing history, it's a beautiful dream. Just imagining it is overwhelming. But my family," before he could finish, Zed interrupted with something that left him stunned. "I know it was all a lie. I, as a member of House Arahan, will work to clear the false charges brought against Sherville. With Arahan's help, we can make that happen." Lacto raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you even know the full story behind the Sherville massacre?" Zed answered honestly, "I don't know the details." Scoffing in disbelief, Lacto replied coldly, "You're trying to help Sherville without knowing the circumstances. Then how can you be so sure it was a false accusation?" Zed fell silent for a moment, locking eyes with him, his red eyes glowing with resolve. The Sherville incident was just a side story, something that happened long before the game's main storyline began. From what little could be pieced together through NPC conversations and scattered lore, the official account simply stated, they plotted treason and were wiped out by the Imperial Army. But here, Zed finally said with a soft smile, "Even if I don't know the details, I do understand House Sherville." Lacto eyed him with suspicion. "You know about us?" Zed gave a slight shrug and replied without hesitation, "That's right. Sherville was a family dedicated to the creation of top-tier magical tools. They had absolutely no reason to rebel." Then he thought to himself, "Not to mention, the Emperor has reached both Sword Saint and Grand Archmage levels of mastery. He stands alone at the pinnacle of power. Beneath him is the Central Army elite knights and mages. At that level, even if Arahan and Bahal joined forces, they couldn't take him down. And the Emperor is an immortal and undying sovereign who rules this world with absolute authority. There's simply no reason for Sherville to have attempted a coup." With a gaze full of empathy, Zed said with conviction, "Please tell me the full story of what really happened. I truly believe it was all a lie." Lacto closed his eyes tightly, letting out a long, weary sigh, hesitating for a moment. Lacto suddenly remembered something and asked, "Hey kid, you know the Martin family, right?" Zed nodded and replied, "Of course. They're the second most powerful family among mages." Lacto continued, "Exactly. They were also our primary business partner. Martin always wanted to surpass Arahan." Zed held out his hand slightly and added, Yeah, though in reality, that's basically impossible. Lacto nodded in agreement. True, Arahan really is that formidable. The trouble started when the Billy family got involved. Zed muttered the words Billy family under his breath, his eyes fixed on a distant void as memories surfaced. They were just a bunch of average mages at first, and yet somehow they suddenly rose up. By the end of the game they were even rivaling Martin. Curious, he asked, what happened to them? Lacto looked down at the ground and spoke with a quiet sadness. There's no time left to explain, and no opportunity either. Hearing that, Zed let out a long hum as realization dawned. I see, he silently thought to himself, now I get the general picture of what was going on back then. But there's one thing that still bothers me. Was Arahan truly uninvolved in the whole thing? If they had anything to do with it, then bringing Lacto along could be a terrible mistake. Arahan never dealt with Cherville, so maybe they saw them as a threat, especially since Cherville supplied top-tier magic gear to other noble houses. And if the Black Mirror Corps were involved, this could have been a flawless crime with no evidence left behind. Knowing how terrifying the Black Mirror Corps can be, the more I think about it, the more suspicious it all seems. No, maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. I shouldn't be so quick to judge. After pondering for a while, Zed spoke up, if any mages were involved, then Arahan has the power to deal with it. Lacto looked at him seriously and asked, can you take responsibility for that promise? Zed nodded with firm conviction. I absolutely will. So please, come with me. As he spoke, Zed extended his hand forward, lips slightly parted in a gesture of genuine goodwill. His glowing red eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. Seeing that, Lacto froze in silence for a moment, staring at the outstretched hand in front of him. Hesitating, he slowly reached forward, thinking to himself, I once believed that even if everything ended here, it wouldn't matter. But maybe placing my hope one last time isn't such a bad thing after all. Their hands clasped together, marking the beginning of a new alliance. Lacto said, as long as Cherville's knowledge and legacy can live on, I'll gladly go with you. With his goal achieved, Zed beamed with joy. He turned around and declared, then let's head out right away. At this moment, Zed was truly happy. He was finally starting to gather everything he needed, his first true companions. Next came Bahal's white warhorse, the investigator's badge and the priest's seal. And now, the last living bloodline of Cherville. All of it was finally within Zed's grasp. He clenched his hand tightly and looked down, silently hoping. Everything I've gathered here in the south, I wonder what kind of value it'll hold when I reach Arahan. Just imagining it made his heart race with excitement. The corner of Zed's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Shortly afterward, in the western region, they arrived at the golden city of Nekka. It was a prosperous and extravagant metropolis, so rich that one of its buildings was entirely plated in gleaming gold. As Ryu strolled through the streets, taking in the lavish surroundings, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, what is this place? Zed's group had traveled a long way together to finally reach this city. Ryu glanced around in awe, marveling aloud, it's blinding. I can't believe a place like this actually exists. Seeing his amazement, Zed turned his head and asked, didn't you ever come to Nekka while working with the trade guilds? Ryu replied honestly, nope. The big trade guilds control this place tightly. For the smaller ones I used to work with, coming here was just a pipe dream. Suddenly, Lisa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tugging on her brother's arm, she pointed ahead and shouted, look, that building's made entirely of gold. That one too. And over there. In contrast, the older Lacto remained calm, glancing around as he spoke. It's been a while since I last visited Nekka. The city's developed at an incredible pace. Zed tilted his head in curiosity. You've been here before? He asked. Lacto chuckled as he recalled. Yes, I traveled here during the later years of my life. Still, it's barely been 10 years, and it's changed so much I barely recognize it. Everyone seemed taken aback by the splendor of the Golden City, prompting Zed to take a more serious look at everything around them. As he observed the glittering buildings, he silently mused, it's colder than the southern region, yet there's an energy here vibrant and relaxed. It's different, but it somehow reminds me of Gangnam. Suddenly, the attention of everyone on the street turned toward Zed. Whispers and murmurs erupted among the crowd as they gawked at the horse he was riding. Isn't that Bahal's white steed? That can't be right, it's impossible. Look closely, those blue eyes. The growing attention made Zed uneasy. He thought to himself, Bahal's white steed really is too eye-catching in a city like Arahan. After thinking it over, Zed spoke up. We should find a place to stay first, don't you think? Before long they found a modest, unassuming inn and decided to settle there. Evening soon approached as they rested indoors. In the simple guest room, Ryu dropped his backpack onto the bed and looked at Zed in confusion. Were we heading straight to Arahan? He asked. As Zed changed into a new outfit, he replied, there's still a whole week left before the deadline. We can't afford to waste any time. Ryu tilted his head and asked curiously, you're going out again? Zed nodded and said, yeah. There's somewhere I need to go alone. Ryu looked puzzled. Alone, he repeated. Zed placed a reassuring hand on Lacto's shoulder and said, it might take a few days, so don't worry. Just wait here, alright? That goes for you too, sir. Ryu looked a little surprised and asked, huh? You're not coming back tonight? Zed answered calmly, leaving them with instructions, no, I might even need more than a week. Just get your food from somewhere near the inn, and don't forget to feed Jinju too. Before stepping out the door, he added one final note, try not to wander too far from this area. It's easy to get lost around here. Ryu nodded and replied, I'm not a kid, you know, but seriously it's ridiculously easy to get lost in this place. He smiled and waved goodbye. From behind, Lisa bowed politely in farewell. Zed gave them a reassuring smile that said he understood, then turned and left the inn. The streets outside sparkled with a flashy glow of wealth, crowded with people out enjoying the city. As he walked through the bustling crowd, Zed looked around as if searching for something, quietly murmuring to himself, it's like the scent of coins and gold is floating in the air. But no matter how dazzling a place looks, shadows always exist. People come to the Golden City chasing dreams of wealth, but many end up failing. I wonder if those people are now living in places like that. Soon after, Zed stopped by a small shop. The moment he entered, the store owner gasped, oh my goodness, a successor of Arahan in a humble store like this. It's truly an honor. Ignoring the flustered owner, Zed pointed at a pair of contact lenses and said, give me the black ones. The owner blinked in surprise. Huh, why pick the cheapest, most common color? That's what regular folks wear. Zed didn't respond, but gave him a blank stare. That alone was enough. The shopkeeper immediately got the message. Yes. Right away, sir. After that, Zed entered a clothing store. He scanned the room briefly before the shopkeeper came rushing over to greet him, then froze in place. Welcome, huh? Zed pointed toward a messy pile of old, shabby clothes stacked in the corner. Those. The shopkeeper waved his hands in protest. Oh, those are just work uniforms. We don't sell that stuff. Without giving him time to object, Zed had already changed into the ragged clothes. Holding up his elegant outfit, he said simply, that's okay. I'll pay with this. Next, Zed stopped at a shoe store. Just a pair of shoes, that's all I need. But the owner there took one look at him and sneered, filthy beggar. Get out of here. Fully disguised as a penniless vagrant, Zed leaned against a golden wall and let out a satisfied breath. He looked at his reflection in the golden surface and muttered, perfect. I look like a total beggar. Then, with a flicker of anticipation in his eyes, he thought, all right, time to go meet him. The king of the back alleys. Just thinking of that name sent a thrill through him and Zed dashed forward, excitement coursing through his veins. In a filthy, poverty-stricken district drenched in gloom, the atmosphere was soaked with a sense of danger and despair. Down a foul, stinking alley where grime ruled and flies buzzed freely, Zed sat quietly in one corner, disguised as a beggar, lost in thought as he strategized his next move. He glanced up at a decrepit building and sensed the time was right. All right, guess it's time to move, he murmured to himself, and without hesitation, he stepped forward. His eyes stayed low, fixed on the ground, unaware that a bald thug had already locked eyes on him from a distance. That thug wasn't alone, he had a partner, and both of them were watching Zed intently, waiting for the right moment to strike. But it didn't stop there. Even more figures loomed nearby, keeping a close eye on him. With his sharp instincts, Zed didn't need to look, he closed his eyes briefly, and could already sense the setup. They're just standing there watching. 7 of them, surrounding me. I can barely see more than a few feet ahead in this darkness. Guess it's time to make my move. His stomach grumbled, the hunger gnawing at him. I probably should have brought some jerky. But then those guys would jumped me already. Holding his rumbling stomach, he trudged forward. Suddenly a muscular man stepped out and blocked his path. And just as expected, more thugs moved in from behind, cutting off any chance of retreat. Zed, unsurprised, thought to himself, so it begins. The bald thug cleared his throat and barked out. Where the hell did you crawl out from, scum? Cat got your tongue. If you're new here, act like it. Otherwise you're not gonna last a day. Zed could only sigh internally. Classic intimidation play. But instead of showing fear, he simply asked, deadpan. Got any food? I'm starving. The lowlifes were clearly insulted. Their teeth clenched in rage as the first bald thug snapped, did you hear that? This bastard opens his mouth and begs for food. What's he hiding? Another bald goon jumped into the fray, yelling, don't worry. We'll kill you before you even starve to death. But just as the guy threw a punch, Zed effortlessly ducked without even turning his head. The thug was briefly stunned, then let out a giddy laugh. Not bad for a rat. That moment seemed to trigger the rest of the gang. All of them lunged at Zed like a pack of hungry hyenas. The first bald guy leapt into the air with both arms raised, ready to slam Zed from behind. Zed didn't flinch. A single glance from him was enough. He surged forward, ramming the airborne thug mid-air and sending him crashing into his own crew. One unlucky thug took the full hit, mouth agape from the impact. Another rushed in, but Zed was already a step ahead. He popped up in front of the man and swung his elbow toward his head. The thug screamed in panic, eyes squeezed shut, arms flying up in a clumsy attempt to block. But the elbow was a feint. Zed changed direction at the last possible second, just inches from the man's face. Zeb's hands extended with swift precision and struck the redhead's neck in a fluid motion, catching him completely off guard. His seamless flow between grace and brute force left the rest of the street thugs stunned, their jaws dropping as they realized this wasn't someone they could mess with. Fear washed over them, and they instinctively took a step back, shaken by the realization that the man before them was no ordinary vagrant but a devil in disguise. Yet Zeb had no intention of letting them off easy. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, a clear sign he was only getting started. Moments later the dark alley echoed with the sounds of fists pounding flesh, followed by sharp, painful cries. One by one, the lowlifes fell, unconscious and broken, scattered across the filthy ground. One thug, barely clinging to consciousness, muttered a bitter curse under his breath. Damn bastard. Recalling his own stats, Zeb mused to himself, my strength's already at 70. I was barely even trying. And they still couldn't handle it. He crouched slightly, looking down at the chicken-haired thug with a hint of mock concern. You good? That hurt a lot, huh? The man pushed himself up and screamed in frustration, what the hell are you? Some kind of lunatic. Zeb let out a sigh, as if lecturing a child. See, this is what happens when you mess with the wrong guy. All I wanted was a piece of bread, and now I'm even hungrier than before. The bald thug rushed over to help his comrade up, glaring daggers at Zeb. You think you'll just walk away from this? You're a damn rookie. Our crew's gonna wipe you out before anyone even notices you're gone. But Zeb just scoffed, unfazed. Oh yeah? Then I guess I'll just take over your crew too. The chicken-haired thug, still lying on the ground, gasped in disbelief. What? What the hell is this lunatic talking about? Suddenly a dagger came flying from the shadows, aimed at Zeb's back. Though the ambush caught him slightly off guard, he easily dodged the incoming blade. A new figure stepped forward, a wicked grin playing on his lips as he muttered, he dodged that? Looks like this guy's not just some street rat. The moment the thugs saw the man with the undercut, they instantly shouted in unison, Captain. They all scurried behind him like ducklings to their mother, clearly holding him in high regard. Hearing the word captain made Zeb grin with excitement. Caught a big fish on the first day, huh? Might just speed things up after all. The rooster-headed thug proudly sneered and shouted, do you even know who this man is? He's the legendary assassin who once shook all of Nekka to its core. The one and only Kinzura. If you want to live, you'd better get on your knees and beg for mercy. Faced with a complete stranger head never even heard of, Zeb assumed a defensive stance and mocked, legendary assassin? Huh? Then what's he doing leading a bunch of back alley rats? Kinzura was visibly enraged. Moving like a gust of wind, he slashed at Zeb with a razor-sharp dagger, yelling, you arrogant bastard. But Zeb's agile reflexes allowed him to dodge again with ease. Still attacking, Kinzura smirked in admiration and said, dodge me twice now, young, but impressive. If you survive long enough, you might actually become powerful. What a shame. Zeb found himself entertained by the remark, thinking, getting praised by a supposed world champion. Fancy that. Suddenly Kinzura's tone shifted. But this next move, this one's different. A dark greenish-blue aura burst from Kinzura's body, thick and foreboding, engulfing the entire alleyway in its eerie glow. Seeing the ominous mana swirling around him, Zeb's eyes widened in surprise. That's mana, he realized. Kinzura's stance tightened, clearly preparing a powerful technique. Watching closely, Zeb had to admit, he's channeling mana. At the very least, he's at the 4th ring. I thought the legendary assassin stuff was just hot air. But maybe not entirely. Assassins aren't part of any official force, so their ceiling is usually obvious. Without a bloodline or a structured lineage, hitting the 4th ring on your own really is something. Legend might actually be accurate for once. Noticing Zeb's change in expression, Kinzura gave a cocky smirk and said, "Surprised, aren't you? This is what happens when you act tough without realizing how vast the world really is." With that, he vanished in a flare of glowing green mana. The entire alley echoed with Kinzura's manic laughter, and in that moment he began darting around Zeb with such speed that his position was impossible to track. Not seeing any reaction from his target, Kinzura let out an amused noise. Not even flinching. What, frozen in fear? Let's find out. Without warning, he launched a strike from directly above. Sensing the killing intent bearing down on him, Zeb instinctively reacted. Above. But a second later his expression turned to shock. No way, 3 of them. Just as he sensed, 3 separate Kinzura figures attacked from all sides at once. Zeb ducked low and shot forward, narrowly avoiding the incoming strikes. The spot where he'd been standing exploded violently with a compact but powerful blast. The next instant, the metallic clang of 3 daggers rang out in the alley. All 3 attackers turned to where Zeb had landed, stunned. "You dodged our combo attack." One muttered in disbelief. "Who the hell are you?" asked the one on the right. "A knight? A mage?" Zeb didn't answer. Instead he asked himself silently, "Triplets?" These weren't illusions, these were the infamous assassin trio known as the Kinzura brothers. The one with the dash-shaped scar was D-Key, the one with the 2 marks across his eyes was Draw, and the one with no markings at all was G. After observing them for a while, Zeb thought to himself, looking closer, they might look alike, but each of them has a distinct mana signature. They're using mana to mask their presence, that's why I didn't notice at first. Damn it, what good is 100 perception when I only have 5 mana? With that, Zeb dusted off his hands and said aloud, "Guess I'll have to go all out too." No sooner had the words left his mouth than all 3 Kinzura brothers lunged at him simultaneously. Draw sneered, "He's just bluffing." G scoffed, "That last dodge was pure luck. He won't pull it off twice." Zeb's face hardened as he activated the spell Lightning Morph. Sparks of violent yellow lightning erupted across his body. A system notification popped up, announcing the use of a magic skill. The intense surge of electricity burned away his black contact lenses, revealing the blazing red eyes of the Arahan bloodline. Seeing this, all 3 brothers suddenly panicked. Red eyes. Shit. He's an Arahan. What the hell is one of them doing here? Surrounded by the explosive storm of Arahan lightning, the lowlifes in the alley shouted in terror, "It's a trap. Everyone run." Just then, a system message appeared. Trait: Challenger's Resolve activated. All stats temporarily increased by 10. With the sudden surge in stats, Zeb's lightning grew even more intense, illuminating the entire alley in blinding brilliance. The system continued updating. Strength 170, Agility 170, Endurance 100, Perception 100, Mana 515, Supportive Magic unlocked. Lightning Morph. Lightning Strike. Zeb's crimson eyes locked onto the floating system screen in front of him. He extended his hand, forming a volatile ball of lightning in his palm. Around him the street rats screamed and scattered, spread out. "If we stay here, we're dead." Within seconds, the thunderball was fully formed. The crowd had mostly cleared out, but they were still within range. Zeb clenched his hand, crushing the orb and sending a torrent of lightning surging forward. The Kinzura brothers were leaping across rooftops in retreat when the sky suddenly lit up. Dra glanced over his shoulder and froze, eyes wide with dread. A lightning bolt from above slammed directly into him, the impact obliterating the roof beneath his feet. Zeb calmly walked forward. Dra, struck down by the heavenly lightning, crashed face first into the ground, arcs of electricity still flickering across his body. Zeb halted, his eyes fixed on his arms and body, which were now radiating powerful surges of electricity. Surveying the devastation before him, he thought in disbelief, is this really just a tier 2 spell? My mana's only at 15. Is this the power of lightning aura? And it activated just by performing the right in-game motions. Not needing a chant, that's a huge advantage. Suddenly a voice rang out in the distance, shouting, "This way. Everyone over here." Zeb immediately stiffened. "Damn it, city guards," he muttered in alarm. Without hesitation, he bolted past the incoming guards, moving so fast he was just a blur. Hoisting Dra onto his back, Zeb clenched his jaw and thought. The destructive power was great, sure, but the noise was way too much. I need to hide fast. As the guards reached the scene and began inspecting the area, they didn't even notice a faint blur of a cloak disappearing into the shadows at the end of the alley. A magic orb was then summoned, flooding the narrow passage with bright light. One of the guards examined the ground carefully before suddenly exclaiming, "There's blood here." Zeb flinched. He glanced down at the long crimson trail on the ground and narrowed his eyes. Blood? Don't tell me that bastard left a trail. He turned to look at Dra, and sure enough, there was a deep gash on the man's head, still oozing blood. The guards began following the trail, slowly but surely getting closer to where Zeb was hiding. Pressed tightly against the corner of a wall, Zeb grit his teeth and swore under his breath, "Damn it, if possible, I really wanted to settle this quietly." Zed hid at a distance, quietly observing while his thoughts churned. He had planned to settle this matter in silence, without leaving a trace. Moments later, he stepped out casually, so much for staying hidden. The strangers jolted in shock, pointed toward him, and shouted, "Who is there?" Zed kept a stern expression as he asked, "Are not you planning to clean up this place?" One man approached and said respectfully, "You are the heir of Araham. Please forgive our discourtesy. We heard an explosion during our patrol and were searching for the one responsible." The man seemed genuinely confused as he added, "But you are not young Master Tunda." Hearing that, Zed suddenly recalled the name and asked, "Tunda is the 6th heir of Araham, right?" Then he introduced himself with calm confidence, "I am the 7th heir of Araham, Zed Araham." The men looked at him blankly, clearly unaware of who he was. As soon as he finished speaking, Zed thought to himself, "Of course they do not know me. I have been imprisoned this whole time." Suddenly, the man shouted, "No, we truly apologize." Zed quickly pointed to one side. "If you are searching for the one behind the explosion, I saw him fleeing that way. Hurry up and chase him." Immediately, the group turned away. "Thank you for the information. We will pursue him at once." Zed let out a soft sigh and muttered, "Just a few words and everything's done. My status in Araham City really does carry weight. Not bad." He then turned his gaze to the assassin Kinzera, who was lying motionless on the ground. Zed gently placed a hand near the man's nose to check for breath. He exhaled in relief. They were still alive. Then he thought, that lightning strike was far stronger than I expected. Before long, he lifted Kinzera up and guided him into a pitch-black alleyway. Now then. Above them, the star-scattered night sky was so silent it felt unnerving. And so, Zed continued supporting the man through the darkness. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows, "Heir of Araham. You have finally arrived." Zed lifted his head and replied bluntly, "Show yourself." Standing before him now were two of Kinzera's brothers. They lowered their heads in remorse. "Please forgive our rudeness earlier. We deeply regret revealing murderous intent toward the heir of Araham. Could you be generous enough to spare our brothers' lives?" At once, both men dropped their weapons and prostrated themselves, begging for mercy. Seeing this, Zed was genuinely taken aback and a faint smirk tugged at his lips. One of Kinzera's brothers was already in tears, begging desperately, "Please. Nothing like this will ever happen again. I am begging you, spare our brothers." Zed raised a brow, surprised. "Assassins. Shedding tears." He replied with a dry note of amusement, "How funny. Assassins with such deep brotherhood. You take others' lives without hesitation, yet you want to save your own." The man quickly protested, "We only learned to kill to survive." The other, his face streaked with tears, shouted, "It is true. We only kill the scum who torment common folk like us and commit atrocities. I swear I have never killed an innocent person. Zed's voice turned cold. And yet, moments ago, you tried to kill me. One of them stammered, that is because. This is our territory. Sometimes people try to take these alleys from us, and many of our comrades have died because of it, the other added. So we overreacted. We have committed a grave sin. Zed fell silent for a moment, sinking into thought. Right. Besides me, there must be plenty of others trying to seize control of Nika's underground. He then asked sharply, what you said earlier, was it true, that you have never killed innocents? They answered without hesitation, yes. We swear on our brothers' lives. Zed nodded approvingly. If that is true, then it is admirable. Jobs like that can't pay much anyway. They looked utterly pitiful as they replied, what we really want is for our family and our brothers to live in peace. The two of them briefly recalled their childhood. Our master drilled that into us when he taught us assassination. Zed considered it for a moment. Killing was indeed evil, but for the ordinary people crushed by nobles, perhaps the Kinzera brothers were their only hope. Cutting into their words, he said, I have one condition. Both looked up nervously. Yes. Without delay, he stated plainly, take me to your leader. After that, I will heal your brother. They were visibly shaken. What, that is? Then, almost immediately, they refused. We are sorry, but that is impossible. We can't betray our comrades just to save ourselves. Zed stepped closer and spoke calmly. I want to meet your leader to buy information. I have no intention of harming him, so relax. The two men froze in fear. Everyone approaches us saying things like that. But our leader has never sold information. Not even once. Zed replied matter-of-factly, I know. They blinked in confusion. Huh, you? No. Zed glanced down at the unconscious Kinzera leaning against him and continued, even if the deal fails, I won't harm your comrades. I swear it on the name of Araham. He pressed further, what is wrong? You do not trust it because it is not a knight's oath. One of them answered anxiously, voice trembling, it is just. People like us have a hard time believing a noble's words. Zed fell silent again. Fair enough. If they agreed too easily, he would be the one doubting their sincerity. With a quiet sigh, he lowered Kinzera gently onto the ground. Looks like there is no other way. Then he lifted both hands and said, tie me up. They gasped, stunned. What? Zed raised his hands higher, as if surrendering. You can press a sword to my neck. Blindfold me if you want. Seems like this is the only way you will believe me. They hesitated, torn. But, seeing that the situation still was not moving in a favorable direction, Zed played his final card. If even after all this you still do not trust me, he said sharply, then I won't hand this man over to you. His tone hardened. I trusted your words. The least you can do is show me a bit of trust in return. The two brothers exchanged nervous glances. Then, as if finally reaching a decision, they nodded. Understood. We will take you to our leader. And then we will blindfold you. No sooner had they spoken than a black cloth was pulled over Zed's face, shutting out all light. They tied his hands as well and left him standing there. Behind the darkness of the cloth, Zed's eyes widened slightly. Now then. Time to meet the king of the underpass. 2 hours passed. The world outside grew even darker, thick with gloom. Zed walked with heightened caution, feeling as if they had been looping around endlessly. Suddenly he spoke up, you're trying to shake off the Black Mirror Corps, are not you? He cut in again before they could respond. If that is the case, stop wasting your strength, just take me straight there. Do you really think the Black Mirror Corps does not know where your leader is? One of them insisted, even the Black Mirror Corps could not possibly know our leader's location. Zed replied calmly, it seems you know nothing about Araham. The Black Mirror Corps I have encountered not only know your leader's hideout, they know the exact limits of your influence. Now keep going. Someone behind him muttered anxiously, do not tell me. The Black Mirror Corps is nearby. Zed answered, I do not know. But one thing's for sure, no matter what scheme you are cooking up, you won't even graze the heel of the Black Mirror Corps. He continued bluntly, I am not looking down on you. They are simply on an entirely different level. The man sighed in resignation. I see. Then he turned forward again. Understood. The group slowly made their way toward a dimly lit alley suffused with a hazy glow. They walked on without exchanging another word. In that oppressive silence, their footsteps were the only sound. Finally, someone lifted the cloth from Zed's face. "We have arrived." One of the brothers stepped forward and knelt. "Leader." The man ahead of them casually flipped through the pages of a book and asked, "What is this about?" Still reading, Eddie added, "Did you forget the rules? That man is the king of the dark alleys." Eddie. Kinzera's brothers bowed low in apology. "Forgive us." He said he wanted to trade with the leader. From a short distance away, Zed watched the man. "So that is the king of the dark alleys." The leader's expression soured. "Stop spouting nonsense. Drag him out of here. Now." Kinzera's brother stiffened in alarm the moment he saw Zed pull out a small vial filled with shimmering blue liquid. Zed held the vial out to them. "Wait. Give him this first." The assassin's brother gaped, stunned. "This is," Zed replied calmly, "holy water. If he drinks it, he will recover quickly. You kept your word, so I should keep mine." A brief thought flickered across his mind. What a waste. But there is no other way. This is the only thing that can heal him instantly. The man accepted the vial and bowed deeply. "Thank you, sir." Immediately afterward, Zed stepped up to Eddie. "I want to negotiate." Eddie snapped irritably, "Do not bother me. Get lost." Annoyed, Zed yanked the book straight out of Eddie's hands. Eddie shot to his feet in a fury. "You bastard, who the hell do you think you?" Then he froze, eyes widening. "What Araham?" His voice hardened with sharp suspicion. "Why is an Araham here?" Eddie whipped toward Kinzera's brothers. "I trusted you, and you betray me like this." They panicked and waved frantically. "Betray, never, he swore you would not harm the leader or our comrades." Eddie snatched his book back, seething. "We have heard that kind of nonsense 1,000 times. All nobles are the same, nothing but scum." Zed stared him down. Eddie, king of the dark alleys. A genius among geniuses. A man who never forgets a single thing he sees. Eddie lifted his eyes, annoyed, and exhaled sharply. "You are young, but you are not Tunda Araham. And your face is unfamiliar." Then curiosity crept into his voice. "So you are the youngest Araham, the one abandoned in the detention zone?" Zed answered honestly, "Yes." "Surprising, is not it? Even you know that." A sly grin curled on Eddie's lips. "So you want to negotiate? But what should I do? There is nothing I want from you." Zed challenged. "You have not even heard me out. How can you be so sure?" Eddie scoffed derisively. "Noble minds are always predictable. Offer me a bag of gold. Or erase a commoner's record. Am I wrong?" Zed lowered his head in quiet disappointment and fell silent. Eddie returned to his book. "Just as I thought." He flipped the pages without looking up. Despite his brilliance, he had repeatedly been rejected from government positions again and again simply because of his low birth. Over time, his frustration twisted him into the man he was now, contemptuous of nobles, convinced the whole world was beneath his intellect. Zed let out a small laugh. "Exactly like in the game." Then he spoke up. "The price I will pay for this exchange is not money. And it is not clearing anyone's status." Eddie muttered absently, Yeah. I am not going anywhere." Zed sat down casually. "What I am offering you is information." A slow, dangerous smirk formed on his lips. "I will buy your information with information." Zed straightened his posture, met Eddie's gaze head-on, and said with quiet seriousness, "What I will give you in return is information." Eddie let out a half-mocking, half-genuine laugh. "You really are something. You plan to buy information. With information." Zed did not deny it. "Yes. Because that is the only thing you truly want. Is not that right?" Instead of answering, Eddie countered, "And how would you know that?" Zed did not respond. He only smiled, subtle, knowing, almost conspiratorial. "How could I not know you? Mid-game contacts like you are crucial, like hidden pieces on the chessboard." Then he asked calmly, "You can remember everything after seeing it just once, can't you?" Eddie chuckled under his breath, sounding amused but evasive. "I am fairly smart, sure. But do not jump to conclusions so fast." As he spoke, he turned another page of his book, eyes never leaving Zed. Zed gave a small nod, as if acknowledging something Eddie had not said aloud. His attention drifted to the book Eddie was reading, then to the small stack of volumes piled haphazardly nearby. After a moment of quiet analysis, Zed remarked, "You like reading. But there is only one book here now. Which means you discard every book once you have finished it." Eddie barked out a short, dry laugh. Sharp eyes. "Then what else can you figure out?" Zed answered firmly, without hesitation, "You enjoy trading." The line made Eddie pause, his expression shifting to one of mild suspicion. That was when Zed broke down the details for him. "From your posture. You have already turned your body toward me." Eddie froze for a split second, caught off guard, almost incredulous that Zed had noticed. Finally, he raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, laughing lightly. "Fine, fine. I will listen to what you have to say. After all, I have already invested this much time, it might as well be worthwhile." Zed straightened again, and his voice dropped into a low, almost sinister tone. "What I want is everything about the Arahan. I need detailed information about my brothers." Hearing that, Eddie's interest visibly sharpened. He leaned slightly toward Zed and mused aloud, "Because of the civil conflict, information can be money, weapons, and sometimes a shield." Then he tilted his head and threw the question back. "But you are leaving out the most important part. What information will you give in return?" Zed crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. "Information you do not know yet." Eddie clearly did not like that answer. His brows drew together, and his tone grew stubbornly inquisitive. And I won't know whether that is true until I hear it. As you can see, I know almost everything." Zed's expression remained completely flat, not a single word offered. "I am not telling you," he said coolly. Eddie bristled with irritation, snapping back, "What kind of deal is that supposed to be? Your information might be completely worthless." Zed did not flinch. His voice stayed calm as he countered, "Same goes for me. When it comes to the Arahan, do not I know more than you?" Eddie let out a sharp laugh, mocking him. "Ridiculous. You came to me because you were scared." But Zed's attention shifted to Eddie's fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest, hesitant, conflicted, half agreeing and half refusing. Zed struck exactly at that weak point, his tone light and indifferent. "I came here thinking I might find something I did not know yet. But if you won't accept this kind of trade, then forget it." He did not add anything else after that. He only watched Eddie's tapping grow faster and faster. Inside, Zed assessed the situation with precision. The foundation of any deal is understanding what the other party wants. "I know you thoroughly. You know nothing about me. A man obsessed with information. Perhaps I should apply a little more pressure." With that thought, he said casually, "Seems you are not interested in trading after all. Then I will take my leave." He stood up without hesitation and walked away. Eddie blinked in surprise, momentarily thrown off by Zed's abrupt departure. But he did not call out, he simply stared at Zed's retreating silhouette. Only a few dim lights glimmered along the passage out of the underground den. The space was quiet enough that every step Zed took echoed faintly. As he walked at an unhurried pace, he mulled over his own decision. "It is fine if we do not trade now. Thanks to the Kinzera brothers, I met him earlier than expected. Saved me a lot of time. Either way, he will reach out first. No need to rush." The thought made the edges of Zed's lips curl into a quiet, confident smile. Suddenly, soft footsteps approached from behind. A polite voice said, "Excuse us, young master." It was the three Kinzera assassin brothers. All three bowed deeply before him. The captain stepped forward and spoke with heartfelt gratitude. "Thanks to the holy water you gave us, our youngest brother recovered immediately. This is not ordinary holy water. We truly thank you." The one beside him added earnestly, "Thank you for keeping your promise." Then the captain lowered his head again, shame clouding his voice. "I am embarrassed that I doubted you. Only because you are a noble." Zed glanced at them and replied with steady seriousness, "Among nobles, there are good ones at times. I am not someone who breaks promises." Hearing that, all three Kinzera brothers grew visibly emotional, eyes stinging, noses reddening. The captain choked up, "I have never met a noble like you, young master. Any other noble would have ignored the life of our younger brother." The The second brother, voice trembling but careful, asked, if it is not too rude. May we know your name? Zed, he answered softly. Zed Arahan. The three brothers bowed deeply again, nearly folding themselves in half. Thank you, young Master Zed. We will remember this for the rest of our lives. Zed did not respond further. He simply turned away. But as he walked, something stirred quietly inside him. Maybe. I had my own prejudices about assassins. They have bonds deeper than most people realize, loyalties that keep them from betraying their own. Maybe they are better people than I thought. The thought welled up unexpectedly, and Zed's eyes glimmered with a thin sheen of moisture. Zed lowered his head slightly, falling into a brief, heavy silence. Once he steadied himself, he turned to look at them again. The three Kinzera assassins were still frozen in the same deep bow. Zed's eyes widened a fraction in surprise. He is still bowing. Only then did he speak. You three. You are the Kinzera, or not you? Hearing his question, all three lifted their heads at once. The captain answered honestly, yes. That is what people call us. Zed calculated quietly to himself. 4 reigns. For assassins, that is no small feat. And there are 3 of them. If I bring them under my wing, they will be incredibly useful when internal conflicts break out later. With that thought settled, he simply said, you 3 come with me. Not understanding at all, the 3 assassin brothers exchanged confused glances, blurting out an unconscious, huh. Back in Eddie's room, Zed sat down and met the man's gaze with complete seriousness. Eddie crossed his arms and smirked at him. So, you came back. Deep down, Eddie felt a surge of smug certainty. Of course you did. Someone like you putting on a tough act is pointless. Information about your siblings is your lifeline. Outwardly, though, he maintained his usual teasing tone. So then, what brings you back? Were not you acting like you did not care and stormed out earlier? Zed did not waste time. I want to buy the Kinzera brothers. Eddie, assuming Zed's return followed the script he had imagined, nodded quickly. Right, you need my informatio. But then the actual words sunk in. Eddie straightened up instantly. He slammed the table. What? Zed remained composed as he stated his terms. I will pay with information. Eddie waved a hand sharply, adjusting his glasses as he cut Zed off. No, wait. He pointed directly at the 3 Kinzera brothers standing behind Zed and demanded, stunned, you came back. For them, not for information about your siblings. Zed's voice was icy. I do not need information about my siblings. No matter how I look at it, that deal would be a massive loss. Hearing that, Eddie frowned. A loss. His hand, resting on the table, quietly tightened into a fist. The room grew strangely quiet, only the crackling fire in the hearth broke the stillness. After a moment, Eddie let out a low laugh. All right then. He shifted into a more serious tone. You want those Kinzera guys, the problem is they're captains in my organization. And I am its leader. Zed's face did not change. I am willing to pay any reasonable price. Eddie smirked, voice turning sharp and provoking. Then the reasonable price I have in mind is far higher than what you are expecting. Zed asked calmly, so, what price do you have in mind? Eddie gave his demand plainly. Everything you have been through since you left the detention camp. How you escaped, and what you did afterward. I need at least that much information. Inside, his thoughts buzzed with excitement. Money means nothing to me. Curiosity is the only real currency. The return of the abandoned Arahan heir, the one left to rot in a prison camp, that alone is enough to fuel my obsession. But, because revealing the shameful parts would humiliate him, it won't be easy for him to speak. Sensing the emotions simmering inside Eddie, Zed exhaled softly, his tone flat and almost bored as he murmured, your tolerance is weaker than I expected. The comment hit Eddie like a slap. He shot up, slamming the table and kicking his chair aside as he roared, what weak tolerance, me? Even as Eddie stormed toward him, Zed did not flinch. His voice stayed calm, almost lazily provoking, I thought you would demand something grander. But I suppose people can never exceed the limits of their own nature. That only enraged Eddie further. He closed the distance in 2 strides, grabbed Zed by the collar, and hissed through clenched teeth, you little bastard. I have been holding myself back. Then came the outburst, harsh, breathless, bitter. Damn you, do you think you are so impressive, bastard? You were born into a prestigious family. You do not even need talent, your blood alone is enough to carry you. Throughout the barrage of insults, Zed's expression stayed unreadable. He met Eddie's glare without blinking, without a single word escaping his lips. Eddie, burning with resentment, felt the need to spill everything he would bottled up. If you keep mouthing off with that big mouth of yours. But suddenly he froze. Because Zed's eyes, those crimson eyes, were glowing faintly, burning with a cold, dangerous brilliance. Eddie's grip loosened on instinct. A chill shot through him as he thought, what? What is that gaze? The three Kinzera assassins, seeing the tension spike, panicked and tried to intervene. Leader, please stop, he is the heir of Arahan. Eddie snapped back to himself. He released Zed completely, cleared his throat, and forced out a polite apology. My apologies. I may have gotten a little worked up. As he stepped back, hands trembling slightly, he asked, voice wavering, then. What conditions will you set, sir? Zed responded with a single question. Who is standing in front of you right now? Eddie answered honestly, the heir of Arahan. Then he faltered, words stumbling over each other in panic. No, I mean you apologized just now, sir. I was wrong, was not I? Arms crossed, Zed looked at him with stern intensity and spoke in a smooth, commanding rhythm, every word wrapping around Eddie like chains. That is right, Arahan. If I were you, I would have already planned to exploit nobility. Now is the perfect time to do so. Eddie blinked, bewildered. Exploit? How are you telling me to exploit? You. Zed continued, voice low and steady. I know you are obsessed with information. But the information you can gather from the shadows has limits. Eddie flushed with embarrassment and admitted carefully, well. Yes. That is unavoidable. There is no way around it, sir. Seeing that Eddie still did not grasp the point, Zed sighed a sound of pure disappointment. You still do not understand. Eddie only grew more frantic. No, you have not told me anything yet, sir. Zed's glowing red eyes locked onto Eddie's, sharp and commanding. His voice dropped into a tone that brooked no defiance. Stop hiding in the shadows. Step into the light. I will help you. But Eddie's instinctive fear and resistance kicked in. He shook his head quickly, stammering, no, that is impossible. You do not know what you are saying. Zed continued to press in, steering Eddie's thoughts with calculated precision as he painted a far more enticing picture. I will give you a building in a prime location to open your detective office, he said, his tone smooth, persuasive. Nobles are the ones who truly run the world, so you need to work with them if you want access to better information. Is not that right? Hearing that, Eddie immediately snapped back in protest. No, do not assume I can't rise up just because I do not have the money. Commoners can't just buy and sell buildings. Zed calmly laid out the rest of his plan. I will own the building, not you. You will rent it and run your business from there. Eddie's eyes flew wide open, and an involuntary shout slipped out of him. What? Zed leaned in, half offering, half challenging, and I will assign Arahan's mage squad to secure the place. Is that still not enough for you? Note: a mage squad is the elite force of a mage family, equivalent to a knight order in knightly families. Eddie let out a faint awe. As the pieces began to fall into place, Zed stood up slowly, continuing to negotiate in that steady, coaxing voice. I am telling you to become my partner. I will help you accomplish everything you want out in the open, under the light. In return, you will give me information. We help each other. Is not that wonderful? Something inside Eddie stirred. He drifted into a hazy, hopeful vision of what his future could be. I would be able to get the information I need. And even have mage squad members on site. Could that really be true? After wrestling with his own doubts, he finally asked, hesitant but tempted, really, you will actually provide a building? And assign members of a mage squad? Zed answered with unwavering confidence. I will. I do not break promises. Behind him, all three Kinzera brothers nodded vigorously in agreement. But Eddie's mind was still spinning. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. All major events happen among the nobility. Information from beggars is mostly scraps, and if he is even assigning mage squad members, a greedy thrill ran through him. This is a diamond fortress. I absolutely can't afford to miss this. In an instant, his attitude flipped. He grasped Zed's hand, nodding eagerly. All right. I will cooperate with you. Zed let out a sly, knowing smile. He offered praise but followed it with a pointed question. Good. You are making the right choice. But you understand that every deal requires a deposit, yes? Eddie blinked in confusion. A deposit. Zed gently reminded him, information about my brothers and about the Kinzera trio. Eddie froze, stuttering, unsure how to respond. Then Zed smiled brightly, the red glow in his eyes sharpening as he locked his gaze with Eddie's once more. This time his words were firm, inevitable. That is the deposit you will offer. After moving for some time, Zed finally exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. At last. Before them stood the Arahan mansion. Noticing the slightly pale expression on his face, Ryu asked with concern, Zed, you did not sleep last night either, did you? Are you alright? Zed could not resist teasing him. You were not much better yourself, Ryu. Ryu blushed and laughed awkwardly. I was just too excited, that is all. Meanwhile, he thought silently to himself, he had stayed up all night to record every piece of information he had gathered from Eddie. Each detail, meticulously written down, was shocking enough to leave anyone stunned. Everything from the allied forces of his siblings in the city, to their financial ledgers, even personal information about their servants. What he could never understand was where or how Eddie had obtained all of it. If he were given wings, he would soar even higher. Truly, it was reassuring. For now, the priority was to buy time to grow stronger within Arahan territory, and to survive the internal power struggles among his siblings. Zed understood this very clearly. Today was a crucial day. How he handled it would completely reshape his standing. With resolve, he commanded, let us go in. Inside the mansion, the pillars were covered in strange, intricate carvings. Outside the gates, guards stood watch to prevent any unwelcome forces from entering. As the group approached, the guards shouted, halt, dismount and state your names. Upon seeing Zed's face clearly, one guard recognized him. You are young Master Zed. We have been notified in advance. Zed nodded in acknowledgement. I have returned at the family's command. Lead the way. However, the guards hesitated. Wait. Those behind you cannot enter. Stepping forward, Zed vouched for them. They are my companions. I guarantee their identities. Yet the guards remained firm. Sorry, but outsiders cannot enter without the family head's permission. The defiance made Zed's chest tighten with irritation. Damn it. Trouble already on the first step. He could have forced his way in, but he knew better. Breaking the rules within Arahan territory would be far from wise. So Zed had no choice but to relent. Understood. Please wait here. I will return shortly. The elderly guard advised, do not worry about us. Take care of yourself first. At the same time, a lingering unease troubled the old man. His instincts were unreliable, yet he had a premonition that something was amiss. Zed reassured him calmly, do not worry. Nothing will happen. Then, turning to his companion, he entrusted a task with quiet gravity. Kinzera. I am counting on you. Seeing that everything had been arranged smoothly, the guards urged, let us go, young master. The family head is waiting. Zed did not waste words. He led the way, silently reminding himself that the responsibility he carried was immense. He told himself to stay clear-headed, to remain calm. He had prepared as much as possible. Zed understood the core principle, what drives a mage is pragmatism. He had to focus solely on that. Perhaps he had inadvertently stepped into the role of an Arahan, but from this moment on, he needed to act meticulously, like a true Arahan, surviving without making mistakes. After all, everyone knew that the seventh youngest son of the Arahan family, a mage who valued pragmatism above all, had to embody these traits and win the favor of the family head. Finally, despite his own reluctance, Zed had to face the moment when the doors to the family head's chamber opened. The man inside spoke coldly, enter, youngest son. Before him sat the family head, perched on high, his gaze sharp and assessing. Zed knelt, bowing deeply with respect. Greetings, family head. He silently urged himself, calm down now, body. Stop trembling. The family head, feigning indifference to his shaking, asked casually, how does it feel, returning to the family after all this time? Zed reported the situation. It is just as before. The family head's brow furrowed. Just as before, what do you mean? Zed clarified. The aura of the family head remained as overwhelming as ever, and the cutting chill was exactly the same. As soon as he finished speaking, the man let out a deep, resonant laugh. The sound shook the room instantly. Zed's mind quivered. Just a single laugh and he felt disoriented. His ears rang, and his vision blurred. The family head regarded him carefully. It sounds as if you are saying you can sense my aura. At that moment, Zed realized he had been careless in voicing that thought. The man moved with the calm, deliberate grace of a cat playing with its prey. How could you possibly gauge the level of a grand mage? Zed tensed, sweat forming on his brow, staring unblinkingly at the man before him. This was no ordinary figure, one of only 2 grand mages in the Empire. The one who had eliminated all his siblings to claim the Arahan title, Zenodin Arahan. Suddenly, Zenodin remarked, "You have changed a great deal since the last time I saw you. In my memory, you were a frail child." Zed immediately retorted, "Frail does not suit an Arahan." The response pleased Zenodin immensely. Exactly. No son of mine would ever be a weakling, unable to sense mana. I have heard you have awakened lightning energy. Zed became immediately alert, bracing himself for what Zenodin would say next. The family head inquired sharply, "And what do you know of that power?" Zed hesitated, then spoke cautiously. "I know it surpasses the 4 basic attributes currently recognized." As expected, Zenodin was genuinely surprised. In the entire history of the Arahan line, there had never been a precedent of anyone possessing a power outside of fire. "How did you obtain lightning energy?" he demanded. Zed had not anticipated a question like that. The man's interest in lightning energy was beyond anything he had prepared for. After a moment of thought, he answered, "I do not think it is too surprising. The Arahan bloodline holds limitless potential." That response made Zenodin suspicious. "You are not the least bit shocked about awakening lightning energy." Zed remained calm. "I have heard that power appears perhaps once in a century." Not only that, Zed firmly believed that a blessed force like lightning energy naturally belonged in the hands of an Arahan. The moment he said that, Zenodin burst into another booming, joyous laugh. He praised him enthusiastically. "You say nothing but the right things." Meanwhile, Zed was inwardly groaning. "Every time he laughs like that, I feel like my organs are twisting." "Please. Stop laughing." With a cheerful tone, Zenodin instructed, "It has been a long time since I have laughed like this. I summoned you here because of your lightning energy. Study it. Develop it. If you reach a meaningful level of mastery, its value will surpass any accomplishment imaginable." Zed now fully understood the man's intention. So that was it. Zenodin wanted to make this rare power, lightning energy, part of his own legacy. Even his youngest son, who had just barely returned alive, was a tool to be exploited. Still, there was a silver lining. If Zenodin wanted something from him, he would not kill him immediately. Zed bowed respectfully. "I will obey the family head's command." He had barely released a quiet sigh of relief before Zenodin shifted to the very issue Zed had been worried about. "But before that, I must address your misconduct." The family head interrogated sharply. "Tell me, did you not know that the slave trader DeVito was connected to our family?" Zed answered calmly, "I knew." This attitude sent fury blazing across Zenodin's face. "And yet you executed that slave trader, and even relied on those disgraceful Bahal." From the man's posture and tone, Zed recognized it clearly. The madman was revealing his true nature now. "Good. The real game begins here," he thought. He remained composed as he explained, "I did nothing that would harm the family. Slave traders are ultimately people who must be eliminated." Zenodin waited, watching intently to hear how he would justify this. Seeing that the man had calmed slightly, Zed continued, "They act against the Emperor's objectives. I believed they would bring long-term harm to the family." After hearing this, Zenodin judged coldly, "Your words contradict themselves. Slave traders bring enormous long-term benefits. They will drain the southern region of its resources." This was exactly the point Zed had anticipated. "I knew it would come to this. Now I need to persuade him by choosing words that align with his values." After careful thought, he spoke, "Family head, I believe that within pragmatism, there is illegitimate profit and legitimate profit. The statement immediately displeased Zenedin. Are you saying the profit gained from slave trading is illegitimate, absurd? Profit is simply profit. Zed tried to calm himself. I am only 15. Naturally, I am being stubborn like any 15-year-old. Zenedin will see this as the kind of mistake a young person can make. With that in mind, he stubbornly held his ground. Why should the leading family of the empire accept tainted money? Arahan should only ever have the purest, most radiant gold, even if it is the same currency. Zenedin remained silent for a moment, then finally delivered his verdict. Utter sophistry. He probed further. Very well. Then why did you accept Bahal's assistance? No matter how young or foolish you are, you must know that Bahal is an enemy of our family. Zed recounted calmly. Bahal came under the Emperor's orders. Our paths merely coincided by chance. I did not accept any assistance. By now, Zenedin's patience was wearing thin. Do you dare lie to me? You accepted Bahal's invitation, and you were even gifted a white steed. And yet you say you did not receive help. Zed clenched his fists, feeling a surge of frustration. Family head, I do not fully understand this situation, he admitted. Zenedin's expression betrayed his disbelief. What? Zed immediately refuted. I was kidnapped, not invited. I displayed the pride of an Arahan before the master of the Bahal family, and I brought back spoils from the very lair of our enemies, not gifts. He added with a bitter edge, then why do you scold me instead of commending me? Zed reminded him of the gift Zenedin had mentioned. The white steed, which the Bahals considered their exclusive property, had now been taken by him. Not only that, he argued further, the act of an Arahan riding the Bahal white steed elevated the prestige of our family, did it not? Inwardly, he silently pleaded, believe me. Please believe me. 15-year-old Zed sincerely thought that his actions deserved praise. It seemed that a single glance from Zenedin could see straight through his intentions. Thus, Zenedin warned him sharply, youngest son, do not try to deceive me with your silver tongue. Zed's mind went into full-blown panic. Damn it. Zenedin glared at Zed. Do not try to deceive me with that slippery tongue of yours. Seeing that expression, Zed tensed up. Damn it. It does not work on him at all. Zenedin added, if you lie to me one more time, you will pay the price for every word. Zed stared at him in shock as the man continued, even so, you are not entirely wrong. About deserving praise rather than punishment, you presented a fairly reasonable point. That only made Zed more confused. He knows I am lying. He is completely aware of it. So why is he letting it go? Why? Finally, Zenedin ended that line of discussion. Enough. Let us conclude this conversation here. Now tell me, what is it that you want? Zed still stood there, dazed, unable to react. What is it? Zenedin pressed. Speak clearly. What do you wish for? This is so strange. Zed thought. But forget it. There are things I need to secure right now. Then he finally spoke. I want to receive the full operational funds that should have been transferred to my manor by now. He continued, in addition to that, allow the people I brought here earlier to enter the estate. And lastly, grant me Mahodan members, just like my other siblings. Zenedin replied, you may choose those members yourself, but from that moment on, their management will fall entirely under your responsibility. Yes, I understand, Zed answered immediately. He knew exactly what that meant. The Mahodan members start off neutral, but once they are assigned to me, my siblings will begin interfering. Some might even be traitors. This must be what he meant. Maintaining and protecting my own people will be my responsibility. Zenedin continued, as for the ones you brought. You are referring to that old man, those 3 filthy assassins. And that beggar pair, correct? Yes, Zed replied politely. As you surely know, that old man is Lacto Sherval. The siblings will serve as my butlers, and I intend to use the assassins as errand runners. Hearing that, Zenedin rested his chin on his hand and thought. Sherval will not be allowed entry. He is a traitor. He will be arrested immediately and delivered to the palace. Zed narrowed his eyes, thinking. That is not his real intention. If he truly wanted to send the old man to the palace, he would have done it alongside the Black Corps long ago. He is testing me, trying to see how much I actually understand. After a moment of consideration, Zed spoke. Family head, I wish to ask you something. Does the Arahan family have any involvement in the Sherville rebellion? Zed asked. Hearing that, Zenodin raised an eyebrow, suspicious. And why do you think that? Zed remained calm as he explained, from what I know, Sherville never traded with Arahan. Their dealings were exclusively with the Martin family, so. Zenodin burst out laughing. You mean to suggest that I could be bothered by those vermin? Ridiculous. Martin might be the second-ranked power among the Mado faction, but he is nothing more than a failure. He cannot even compare to a fraction of Arahan's strength. There is no reason to be wary of a single wriggling insect. Zed thought to himself, so that means Arahan has no involvement at all. Fortunately, I did not bring Lacto into enemy territory, he thought. Then, please, I ask that you take in Lacto Sherville. Zenodin responded bluntly, I refuse. A traitor to the Empire cannot be admitted into our family's lands. Zed pressed on, trying to persuade him. Surely you know the truth that they have been wrongfully accused. Please, clear the Sherville family of this crime. Zenodin challenged him, give me a reason to do so. Zed began to explain. Lacto Sherville is the greatest Grand Master of magical artifact creation. Naturally, Arahan must have him. If you take him in and exonerate him, you will gain renown for saving a wronged man, while simultaneously strengthening the family's power. He thought to himself, I am not aware of all the other details, but Zenodin must be satisfied that I tracked Lacto down and brought him back right from the start. That is obvious. Seeing that Zenodin appeared pleased, he finally agreed. Very well, I will take him in. But I will not erase his charges. Since you brought him here, you must resolve this matter yourself. Zed bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, I will follow the family head's command. He thought quietly, look at that, Zenodin is not intervening directly. No. Actually, this is even better. Now I can make Lacto completely my ally. This also gives me a reason to leave the family's territory. Zenodin then said, you may step back now. Understood, Zed replied, and slowly turned his back to walk away, while Zenodin's gaze remained fixed on him, contemplative. At that moment, Callus appeared beside him. He raised a hand in greeting. Family head, Mahodan Captain Callus Rule. Zenodin asked, what do you think of him? Looking toward Zed as he walked away, he continued, we are thinking the same thing. That boy is rather suspicious. Callus was taken aback. Indeed, suspicious. He appears as a child on the outside, but inside. Even the Crown Prince himself has never displayed such confidence. As if anticipating Zed's maneuver, Zenodin asked Callus, did you notice how cunning that brat was in trying to deceive me? He is truly audacious. Callus asked, puzzled, then why did you let him be? I thought you would punish him. He recalled the look in Zed's eyes moments earlier and let out a soft laugh. It was because of that boy's desperate gaze. That way he carried himself. That certainty that he would obtain whatever he sought, Zenodin thought quietly. Genius alone is not enough. In the future, only someone who surpasses even a genius will be able to lead Arahan. I look forward to seeing what my youngest son will do. Perhaps it is time to place him on equal footing with his siblings. Zenodin continued, we must bring the youngest to Youngmyo. Arrange an appropriate date. The scene shifted to Zed's point of view. The sky was gray and heavy with gloom. Leafless trees stood like skeletal fingers, and murky clouds circled overhead as flocks of crows scattered in a chaotic, ominous swarm. Zed's entire group stood before a dark, abandoned-looking manor. Jinju trembled a little at the sight. Zed gently patted her head to reassure her. Ryu stared at the manor and muttered, cleaning up this whole place. This is gonna be exhausting, huh? The three Kinzera assassin brothers spoke with confidence. My lord, please go rest. We will handle everything here. Zed muttered under his breath. No matter how many times they call me, my lord, I still can't get used to it. Inside, everyone got to work, some scrubbing windows, others sweeping floors. The Kinzera brothers polished the wooden floor until it gleamed. Outside, Zed was busy wiping the window panes when a voice called out, greetings, young master. He turned, surprised. The Mahodan members, 20 of them, stood before him. Good. That is a decent number, he thought. He asked, how long have you all been part of Mahodan? The one who seemed to be their leader responded, all of us joined recently within the past 3 months. Zed assessed them and concluded, then you must be a 5th circle, right? Yes, that is correct, the young man replied. Zed looked over the group, a little disappointed that they were all newcomers. Still, it made sense. All the seasoned members had already been recruited by his siblings, leaving only the rookies behind. He glanced at their anxious expressions and thought, it looks like every single one of them is thinking, we have chosen the wrong side. Zed spoke up, in any case, it is good to meet all of you. From now on, let us work well together. Yes, sir. But what were you just doing? The leader asked. Cleaning, Zed answered plainly. The estate is a mess. The young man looked puzzled. Yes, but why is the young master doing it himself? Zed replied calmly, I am cleaning my own home. Were you expecting me to sit around and do nothing? The boy hesitated. Well, tasks like these should be handled by your subordinates. Before he could finish, Zed tossed the broom into his hands. Perfect timing. You all come here and help. They froze in surprise. All of us, sir. Zed turned back and said, of course. You belong to this estate now too, do not you? The young man hesitated. That is true, but how are we supposed to? Zed shot them a contemptuous glare. Oh, so what you are saying is you can't do the same work I am doing. I am sick and tired of this whole noble versus commoner nonsense. No, sir, we will do it right away, the boy stammered. Inside, Zed seethed. Of course you will, you damn idiots. He raised his voice. Who here is a water attribute mage? 2 people immediately raised their hands. I am, me as well. Good, Zed said. You 2 clean the floors with water. Thoroughly. Yes, sir. And who is the wind attribute mage? Another person raised his hand. I can use wind magic. Then you, Zed ordered, go outside and blow the dust off the roof. And control your power break nothing. As the mage began using wind magic to sweep the roof, he muttered irritably, I did not study magic for this kind of work. Zed snapped, shut it. Hurry up unless you would like to complain and scrub everything twice. Terrified, they all obeyed. Why yes, sir. After some time, the entire manor was sparkling clean, shining like it was newly built. From the outside, the place looked impressive, almost like a polished high-rise. Zed then assigned rooms. Lou, Lisa, you 2 can use this room. Elder, your room is the one over there. Lisa squealed with excitement and bounced around. Brother, our room is amazing. Lacto Shervold chuckled lightly. Far too luxurious for an old man like me. Suddenly Ryu asked, Hey, Zed, by the way, do we have anything to eat? Zed froze for a moment. Ah. Right. I was so focused on cleaning I nearly forgot. Ryu sighed. I tore apart the entire kitchen, and big surprise there is nothing. And the supplies we brought are not nearly enough. What do we do? Zed stood with his arms crossed, thinking deeply. I can't believe I am worrying about food. In a noble family's estate. Should we go to the city? He wondered aloud. But at this hour. Is not it already too late? Ryu groaned. Great. Everyone must be starving. Zed, still with his arms crossed and eyes closed, said nothing for a moment. Then he spoke. The closest estate is Tunda's, right? The Mahodan squad leader replied, yes, that is correct, but... His curiosity grew. Do not tell me you plan to go to young Master Tunda's estate. Zed asked without hesitation, is there any reason I should not? Well, yes. It would be better to find another way. Showing up at a sibling's estate uninvited is basically declaring war. Zed smirked. Really, perfect, then. I was planning on confronting him anyway. The scene shifted to Tunda's manor. A furious voice echoed from inside. Do you not understand that I hate the smell of onions? Tunda shoved the plate away, sending it crashing to the floor. Why do you keep bringing me this worthless garbage? The 2 maid servants quietly knelt down to clean up the shattered dishes. But Tunda kept shouting, you little rats, I am talking to you. You won't even answer me now. Should I just kill you right here and now? Grace entered with another tray of food and spoke calmly, young master, these are your servants. You should treat them with a little more kindness. She was Grace Monet, the head maid and caretaker of the Tunda estate. Tunda barked right back at her, it is because you keep letting them off so easily that they have become this insolent. Grace, teach them a proper lesson right now. But Grace maintained her gentle tone. In that case, young master, you also should not be so picky. If you only eat what you like, your health will deteriorate. Tunda protested with childish indignation, but I hate onions, if you bring me that garbage again, I will kill those wretches. Grace sighed inwardly, exhausted. Handling this spoiled kid is such a headache. Has the illusion spell worn off already? Looks like I will need to cast a stronger one tonight. At that moment, a maid burst into the room in a panic. Miss Grace, something big has happened. Grace turned back, irritated. What is it? The maid stammered. Outside, young Master Zed is here. Grace slammed her hand onto the table, furious. What? He came at this hour without an invitation? That is a declaration of war. Gather every member of the household now. How many people did he bring with him? The maid hesitated, then admitted, Young Master Zed came alone. Outside, Zed approached atop Jinju, his expression brimming with unshakable confidence. The maid was so frightened she could barely speak. He is. Young Master Zed is. He is alone. Grace clearly did not believe her. Alone, are you sure? Being pressed like that only made the maid more flustered. Well. He is outside right now. Right then, Zed stepped through the doorway, startling everyone in the room. He greeted them with an easy smile, as if he would simply dropped by for a friendly visit. Having dinner, are we? Without waiting for a reply, he strolled casually toward the dining table, completely unconcerned by the ring of guards surrounding him. Suddenly, he scolded them with annoyance. Look at you people. You see me walk in and none of you bother to greet me. One guard mustered all his courage and stepped forward. Good evening, young Master Zed. May I ask? What brings you here tonight? Zed ignored him and fixed his attention on a single person. You must be Grace the steward here, right? Seeing her frozen in place, he added sharply, what is wrong? You are not planning to greet me either. Even though he was speaking directly to her, Grace remained silent, standing still without a hint of respect. Inside, she scoffed, what is this kid so confident about? He is just a snot-nosed brat. But then she sensed the pressure in the air. Her expression shifted ever so slightly. That aura. Do not tell me they allowed him back after he awakened his mana. Zed continued, calm but unyielding. So that is it, you still refuse to greet me. Seeing that he was not backing down, Grace found herself cornered. She finally bowed with reluctant politeness. I am Grace Monet, steward of young Master Tunda. But inside she was seething. Damn it. I, someone who actually runs this entire household, have to lower my head to this half-grown idiot. But Zed was not done. He gestured toward her in a casual, dismissive way. The way you carry yourself. You must think you are very important, huh? Throwing your aura around, acting like someone with real authority. Her face froze. His words hit too close. Grace realized, with a sinking feeling, that he was not the easy target he used to be. What in the world happened to him? Not only did he come alone, but that attitude. He must have something to rely on. Then her eyes caught a brief glint light reflecting off a badge. A cleric's emblem. Tunda, who had been ignored this whole time, slammed his hand on the table in fury. Hey, look at this bastard, are not you going to greet your older brother? His voice rose to a hysterical pitch. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know where you are right now, barging into my house like this? Zed responded with a long, bored sigh. I have nothing to say to you. You are just a puppet, after all. The insult made Tunda erupt. What? A puppet, and you are talking to me without an ounce of respect. Zed did not even glance at him. Why? Feeling offended. Tunda snapped, of course I am. I am your older brother. Feeling that his authority was being challenged, he immediately escalated. Fine. If you have come here, then consider this a declaration of war. Tunda even boasted, I just learned a new spell. I should try it out on you once I am done. You will be calling me Big Brother, without hesitation. Grace immediately stepped in. Young master, please stop. Tunda snapped at her, move, Grace. I am going to teach that disrespectful brat a lesson. But she remained firm. I told you to stop. He stared at her in disbelief. What? Why are you interfering? You heard him. He talked down to me like I was nothing. He mocked me, called me a puppet. She held tightly onto his arm. Please, young master. I beg you. I will explain everything later, but for now, you must stay still. Then she lowered her head toward Zed. I apologize. I sincerely apologize on behalf of young Master Tunda for this discourtesy. Zed allowed a small smile. At least the steward knows her place. Grace urged restraint because she understood the implications. A guarantee from a cleric was effectively a guarantee from the emperor himself. If there was ever an issue regarding Zed's status, an imperial investigator would be dispatched to Arahan according to imperial law. Worse still, if such an investigator set foot on Arahan ground, the mana of every Arahan member would be severely restricted. That was how deep the head of the Arahan family's hatred for the emperor ran. Because of this, Grace had to find a way to defuse the situation. They could not lay a hand on Zed. The best option was simply to send him away quietly. She asked politely, "Young Master Zed, may I ask why you have come?" He replied with a tone dripping in mockery. How amusing. A mere steward daring to dream so high. Grace ignored the insult. Please state your purpose. Zed did not hesitate. Fine. My estate currently has no food. I want you all to share some with us. Grace sighed in exasperation and ordered, "Bring out all the remaining meat and bread." A servant responded, "Yes, Lady Grace." As he prepared to leave, she asked cautiously, "So, is your business here finished?" Zed answered with casual ease, "For today." Just when everyone thought it was over, he added, "But starting tomorrow, we will be seeing each other quite often." Grace clenched her teeth so hard her jaw trembled, cursing silently, "Damn you." Just wait, Zed Arahan. They returned with spoils of all kinds: meat, cheese, even fresh fruit. Zed immediately assigned tasks. Earth mages, dig the fire pit. Fire mages, start the flames. They answered in unison, "Yes, understood." The moment the meat began to sizzle into a golden, aromatic glaze, everyone's mouths watered. It had been so long since they would had an outdoor barbecue. Maybe it was their first time since joining Arahan. As they cooked and chatted, someone brought up an unspoken rule. Right, we were told something. Using fire magic to grill meat is considered night culture. For us mages, it is kind of taboo. When Zed approached them, the captain panicked. Forgive us, we misspoke. But Zed was focused on something entirely different. Wait, mages seriously are not allowed to grill meat outdoors. The captain, embarrassed, confirmed it. Knights burn through so much energy that they can eat meat anywhere. But for mages, well, it is considered improper. Zed frowned. So you are telling me you can't enjoy this delicious food just because it is night culture? Then he thought to himself, what kind of ridiculous rule is that? I have never heard of anything like this. Then again, I barely played mage characters. When Zed said that, the captain looked utterly lost. Were not knights supposed to be the barbaric ones? Meanwhile, we noble mages were the refined class. Zed did not answer immediately. Instead, he simply asked, "So, you are not going to eat?" They panicked. What? No, that is not. I mean, it is not like that, but. Their timid reaction irritated him. You people live such exhausting lives. Just eat what you want. Why stress yourselves out over such stupid things? He went further, issuing a clear decree. From now on, stop caring about these unspoken rules or ridiculous taboos. At least in my estate, I do not care about any of that. Do whatever you want. Eat whatever you like. As long as you do your jobs well, I won't nitpick or punish you for it. His easygoing philosophy left everyone wide-eyed, mouths hanging open. For Zed, it was simple, he just wanted everyone to enjoy themselves. Looks like it is done. Let us eat. A chorus of excited voices followed. Yes. Internally, he urged himself to keep pushing forward. Ever since the declaration of war the night before, he could not afford to slow down. He had to keep advancing relentlessly. Zed acted quickly. The next morning, a man clung desperately to a doorframe, practically begging for his life. No, you can't. This building is the only thing my father left me. Zed feigned sympathy. I know the deed is under your name. But the true owner is Tunda. He moved this way because he understood the Arahan family's habits. They rarely purchased assets under their own names. Even a simple investigation could expose their holdings to rival siblings. And Zed fully intended to take advantage of that weakness. A knight slammed the table and growled, "If you keep the young master waiting any longer, We won't survive his wrath. This is not some ordinary property trade. Zed silently agreed. Exactly. This is not just a real estate transaction. It is the opening signal of a power struggle. The man tried to resist. I do not have the paperwork. Young Master Tunda would obviously have it. Zed had been waiting for that. I have already prepared for that situation. Then he presented the contract. Sign here. As long as there is a written sale agreement, the city hall will certify it. I will pay double the building's value. And guarantee your life. It was an incredibly generous offer until the last line. But if you do not sign, you will die here. The man hesitated. The offer was tempting, but he still wavered. Will you really guarantee my life? Zed nodded firmly. I always keep my promises. I swear on the name of Arahan. The man finally let out a long, defeated sigh and took the pen. Fine. I have signed. Zed felt a surge of triumph. Good. From today onward, I am the owner of this building. Shortly after, at the Nika City Hall office, the clerk announced, these documents have been submitted. Here is the sale contract. Ownership of the building known as Warren Beauty has been officially verified. Zed waited patiently, as if he had all the time in the world. Will you be processing the notarization right away? He asked. The man considered it for a moment before deciding, yes. Since this is a legally valid transaction, there should not be any issues. As long as the remaining balance is paid in full. Zed nodded in approval. What a wonderful system, he thought to himself. The person Zed met was none other than Mayor Nika Douglas Hooper. The mayor began proudly listing the strengths of the City Hall office. Yes, the property certification process as well. Because there have been many thefts and fraudulent claims, we need a dual management system to ensure no one is taken advantage of. Listening to the man boast, Zed quietly mused. Someone is definitely going to be taken advantage of today, but that is not my problem. Douglas Hooper, however, eyed him curiously. But you are a bit unusual, young Master Zed. That comment immediately caught Zed's attention. Unusual? In what way? The mayor explained. Normally, Arahan heirs never purchase assets under their own name. Are you unaware of the reason? Zed nodded calmly. I am aware. But that does not concern me. In his mind, he had already decided there was no reason to create vulnerabilities by using a proxy. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the room. Let go of me, do you even know who I am? Get out of my way, move. As expected, the person who would suffer from today's transaction had finally arrived. Grace stormed into the mayor's office with fury written across her face. Douglas Hooper immediately scolded her. Grace, you know mana use is forbidden here. She shot back sharply, oh please. Is not the one breaking the rules right now the mayor himself? Zed rose from his seat, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Rules? He asked. Grace glared at him. You are asking because you do not know, that building belongs to young Master Tunda. She bombarded him with accusations, voice escalating. Do you expect me to sit quietly and endure this betrayal? Zed countered evenly, I have no idea what you are talking about. The property owner written on record is Warren Beatty. Grace's rage spiked. You are making a massive mistake. How do you intend to deal with the consequences? Are you that confident? Zed responded with deliberate calm. You are the one who is mistaken. On what basis are you raising your voice? Do you even understand the situation you are in? Grace leaned forward, her tone dropping into a cold threat. As young Master Tunda's housekeeper and a mage of the Monet family, let me promise you something, you will pay for what you have done today. Zed let out a derisive laugh. Oh, now you are threatening me, his voice hardened. Then allow me to warn you as well. He took a step closer, his eyes sharp with conviction. Whether it is revenge or gratitude, I return everything tenfold. Do not forget the Arahan family creed. If you lay a hand on me, you will lose everything. Zed and Eddie, along with the three lead henchmen, came to a stop in front of a massive mansion. Eddie adjusted the glasses perched on his nose and exclaimed, Is this really your house? Zed, standing behind him, could only smile helplessly. Yes, he replied. And from now on, this will also be your base of operations. Eddie spun around abruptly, a gleeful smile lighting up his face. Honestly, I had my doubts, but I did not expect things to be resolved so quickly. Your willpower is even more astonishing than I imagined. He held out a sheet of paper directly in front of Zed. "Here, take this." Zed took it, examining it closely, then frowned in curiosity. "What is this?" Eddie immediately explained, as if anticipating the question. "This is a list of mages currently in hiding within Nika." Zed looked up at him, eyes wide with surprise. "Mages, just like that?" Eddie returned his gaze casually. "Do not you need a mentor?" Zed's expression suddenly darkened, his gaze serious. Becoming stronger has always been Arahan's lifelong goal. Or am I misjudging this? Eddie dove straight into the point. "As far as I know, you still have not found a suitable mentor." Zed's eyes stayed fixed on the paper, one hand stroking his chin thoughtfully. "A mentor. I have considered it before." A small smile spread across his face, a gesture of goodwill, as he waved the sheet of paper. "Thanks for your concern." Eddie remained unperturbed. "No need. The stronger you get, the better it is for me. After all, we are business partners, are not we?" Zed glanced again at the list and realized something. "None of these names are familiar to me." "Of course." Then he asked, probing for Eddie's opinion, "So, who on this list do you think is the most suitable choice for me?" Eddie's expression turned cold as he pointed decisively to a single name. "Number 1, without a doubt." Zed raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Krangutra." Eddie leaned a book against his side and calmly assessed the situation. "Yeah. Honestly, there is no need to look any further. You have probably never heard of the Gutra family, but..." Zed leaned in, curiosity piqued. "No, this is the first time I have heard of them." Eddie continued, voice low, as if recounting a legend. "Powerful figures hidden in the shadows. The Gutras used to be a renowned group of mercenaries in the West." He added with a hint of nonchalance, "But that was a long time ago." Zed looked directly at him, frowning. "A mage. Working as a mercenary, that kind of proud, high-born mage," Eddie patiently explained. "Honestly, for a medium-sized family, there is no better way to make money than mercenary work. The reputation they have in the eyes of the world. Well, it is rather insane." Suddenly, one of the henchmen standing behind interrupted the conversation. "I have heard of the Gutras too. There are even rumors that hiring a single Gutra is worth more than hiring a whole squad of ordinary mercenaries." "Right." Eddie, sensing the input from behind, nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Their power is immense, and therefore their rates are exorbitant. Only wealthy nobles dare to employ them." Zed rubbed his chin thoughtfully, staring intently at the paper in his hand. A mage. And yet a mercenary. The realization left him deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a thick stack of old documents thudded onto the table. "You have learned a great deal from the Gutras. Honestly, you are not just any ordinary mage," Eddie remarked casually. He leaned back in his chair, swinging his legs, and spoke loudly. "These bums are exceptional fighters now." Zed's expression betrayed a hint of disbelief, his movements slightly hesitant. If they had truly been mercenaries, they must have accumulated a vast array of experience. Eddie, adopting a scholarly tone, confirmed, "Of course. They have likely mastered reconnaissance and assassination, and honed survival skills forged through enduring countless hardships." Eddie rested his elbows on the table, crossed his legs, and chuckled calmly. "From my perspective, they are the perfect choice to be your mentors. Compared to Krangutra, there is no need to look any further." Zed held up the sheet of paper in his hand, raising a question. "Then why did you list so many candidates?" For the first time, Eddie seemed slightly uneasy, his words hesitant. "Well, actually..." At that moment, a sudden, powerful punch struck the wall with a resounding thump. Tunda appeared, eyes blazing with fury, his teeth clenched. "That bastard, I will kill him. How dare he touch my building without knowing his place?" His anger flared as he scanned the room and immediately turned his wrath toward Grace. "Grace, what did you do to let things get this out of hand?" He continued his tirade, voice rising. "Do you even realize how much money that building brings in? Was not it you who insisted we needed funds to expand our influence?" Grace winced, wincing at the barrage of blame. Tunda's fury did not abate, his accusations continuing to rain down even as Grace stood calmly. "It was you who said so, Grace," he shouted. Grace, dressed impeccably and wearing a serious expression, stepped forward deliberately. A faint aura of deadly intent surrounded her. Master Tunda, look me in the eye, she commanded. Her irises shifted to a deep purple, a faint smoke-like aura seeping into the surrounding air. From her chest, right through her attire, wisps of dark violet energy emanated, curling and writhing in the atmosphere. Her hands extended as if she were holding those currents of energy in her grasp. With a fluid motion, Grace pressed both hands against Tunda's head, and he abruptly froze mid-step. His eyes glazed over, consciousness slipping away, his eyelids slowly closing. Grace held her hands firmly against his face, her gaze sharp and unyielding. Stay silent for a moment, you brat, she warned. Tunda's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, the anger melted away, replaced by sorrow and submissiveness. I am sorry, he murmured softly. At that moment, Grace turned and walked away, her eyes dark as coal, deep in thought. She seemed exhausted, leaning back against a chair with a sigh. How am I going to deal with Zed? She mused. Her gaze flicked playfully toward the unconscious Tunda puppet slowly shuffling near her. We will have to use the Master's secret fund. You will hand it over to us, right? She teased. Tunda, as if enchanted, nodded obediently. Whatever amount you want, he murmured, still under her subtle influence. Grace raised both hands into the air and let out a wicked laugh. Good. With this money, I will recruit some incredibly valuable operatives. And if we get caught, I will use magic to seal my tracks. Tunda stood beside her and spoke slowly, trusting. All right. I believe in you, Grace. A smile of satisfaction crossed Grace's face as she reached out to pat his head. Such a cutie, Tunda, she said. But in an instant, her eyes darkened, and a devilish, mischievous grin spread across her face. See, when you are obedient, you are adorable. Before a grand and towering palace, a polite butler bowed deeply in welcome. Welcome to the Rivera Hotel, the finest in Nika. It is our honor to receive you here, sir. Zed did not waste time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. I am here looking for someone. The butler responded eagerly, of course. If you visit the information desk, they will assist you fully. Zed walked in without hesitation. But when Eddie tried to follow, a firm hand stopped him. It was the butler, insisting repeatedly. I am sorry, you cannot enter. Surprised, Eddie turned to argue, but I am coming with them, yet the butler remained resolute. Only nobles are permitted entry to our hotel. Returning to his usual polite demeanor, the butler added, this is hotel policy, sir. We appreciate your understanding. Zed turned back to the two companions outside, shrugging helplessly. You will have to wait out here, Eddie. Realizing the situation, Eddie ran his hands through his hair in frustration. I can't live with this injustice. A rotten world where only nobles are treated like humans. Zed nodded in silent agreement. I know the feeling. The hotel's grand lobby was vast, its surroundings bathed in gold. Zed stepped inside, tilting his head up in appreciation. They had truly spared no expense. He approached the reception desk and placed a decisive hand on it. I want to see the list of guests currently staying here. The receptionist, bound by regulations, responded politely. I can provide you with a list of standard rooms, but hotel policy does not allow disclosure of guests in special rooms. Zed frowned slightly at yet another restriction. He continued to stare intently at her while she hurried to comply. I apologize, sir. I will bring the list of standard rooms immediately. He stood there in silence with a somber expression, thoughts drifting through his mind. Maybe it was because he had just gone through Arahan's free pass authority, and the lingering feeling still made him uncomfortable. No. There was nothing he could do about it. The receptionist hurried back and forth behind the counter, gathering every bit of information she could to fulfill his request. If Arahan's name did not intimidate people in Nika, it meant that one of Arahan's brothers was likely the true owner of this hotel. But something behind him caught his attention. Zed instinctively turned his head and looked up. Behind him stretched a grand staircase and the polished balcony of the second floor. He glanced around, thinking to himself, with financial power on this scale, the owner had to be one of the top-ranking lords. Which meant he could not simply rely on Arahan's reputation to pressure them. While he was still lost in thought, the receptionist placed a thick stack of papers on the counter. It was the complete list of guests staying in the standard rooms. Zed picked it up and flipped through the pages one by one. The person he was looking for was not among the standard guests. They said the guy was a famous mercenary, someone like that would definitely have money. His eyes focused sharply on the paper as he rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Eddie would not be able to dig up much beyond the fact that Krangutra was currently staying in this hotel. Somehow, he had to find the man himself. While Zed was concentrating, a loud voice suddenly erupted from above, startling him. "Have you ever seen a hotel this stupid?" The shouting grew louder and clearer. "I ordered Bertie mountain beef, so why are you bringing me this worthless garbage, huh?" Up on the higher floor, a staff member tried his best to remain polite. "Sir, is there something you are dissatisfied with?" An older man was raging at the top of his lungs. "Dissatisfied? Bring me real, high-quality beef. You call this Bertie mountain beef? You nobodies dared to trick me." The staff member looked flustered. "Sir, that is impossible. All beef served in our hotel is sourced from Mount Bertie. There must be some misunderstanding." And that man was Krangutra. But the old mercenary refused to back down. "Silence, you think I have only started eating beef yesterday? You think I can't tell the difference?" Hearing all this, Zed clicked his tongue in annoyance and cursed silently to himself. What a deranged tyrant. But suddenly his eyes widened. There was something familiar about the figure, thin, bony, and bald. Zed recalled Eddie's enthusiastic praise and the words he had said back then, because he is too eccentric. If I can't recruit him, someone else has to take his place, right? From the back of the lobby, Zed began ascending the steps slowly. Krangutra was still causing a scene, shouting, "If you do not bring me real Bertie mountain beef, I am not paying for this hotel, figure it out yourselves." Zed hesitated internally. That was not eccentricity. It was arrogance. Krangutra turned his head in confusion when he heard a voice behind him. "Excuse me, sir." The moment his eyes landed on the boy, he recognized him and his expression turned serious, though not the least bit surprised. "So that strange aura I sensed earlier. It was coming from you, Krangutra. So it really was you." Zed blinked, puzzled. "Huh." Krangutra showed no hint of hospitality. His face went cold as he stood up, brushing past Zed with clear irritation. "To think I would have to see Arahan's face first thing in the morning. Today's going to be a disaster." Zed was left standing alone on the second-floor balcony, staring down at the man's frosty expression. He could not make sense of it. What is that old man even talking about? No matter how insane he is, how could he dare speak of Arahan with such disrespect? Glancing downstairs, Zed hesitated as a thought crossed his mind. Do not tell me. He actually hates Arahan. The moment he descended into the lobby, Eddie came rushing toward him at full speed, shouting breathlessly, "Zed, did you see him just now? That old man that was Krangutra." "I know," Zed replied without hesitation. Seeing Zed's weary, fed-up expression, Eddie let out a resigned sigh. "So you have met him already? I told you, did not I? His personality is extremely eccentric." Zed shook his head slightly, correcting him. "That is not eccentricity. That is just irritability." Eddie fumbled awkwardly, trying to justify himself. "Well, you know. Reclusive masters tend to have odd tempers. So, does that mean he is not suitable? If you do not like him, we can always choose someone else." Zed lifted a hand to his forehead and exhaled deeply in frustration. "The other candidates are mostly retired mages, 5th ring or 6th ring at best." Eddie nodded sympathetically. "Yeah. They are all just typical, standard-issue mages." Zed shut his eyes for a moment, his brows tightening with strain. A wave of discomfort washed over him. "I have been training non-stop. Dieting. Yet my magic stat is still stuck at 5. I have to find a solution. But I am not the kind of person who just sits and meditates all day to refine mana quality or output." Then, all of a sudden, Zed spun around and dashed forward. "I am going to lose my mind." Seriously, which way did he go? Twilight had begun to settle, and Zed, walking briskly, suddenly spoke up. "Hey. He does not actually hold a grudge against Arahan, right?" Eddie's voice came from behind, strained from the chase. What do you mean?" He was running hard, gasping for breath as he replied, "He is a mysterious figure. If it were not for the tattoo, I would not even know he belongs to the Gutra clan." Zed's eyes widened in surprise. The tattoo on his forehead. Eddie's chest rose and fell with the effort of running, his face contorting slightly with exhaustion. Yes. The claws and fangs. That is the Gutra symbol. That is him right there. After a while, Zed finally came to a stop. Earlier, Krangutra had complained about the Bertisan beef, and yet now he was happily eating it. A memory flickered through Zed's mind: Torres and the red cuts of beef. Wait. Torres said he would give me the premium Bertisan beef, reserved only for the Bahal clan. If I use it carelessly, it could ruin the whole atmosphere. At that moment, Krangutra was enjoying his meal with the attendant, fully satisfied. I am not the type of mage who trains through meditation. Of course, the kind of master I need won't be a conventional mage either. Zed's expression darkened slightly, his eyes narrowing. Alright, let us try talking to him one more time. Though I am already irritated. He stepped forward and stopped in place. Approaching the table where Krangutra sat, he spoke softly, "Excuse me, sir." Krangutra, however, was clearly not in a good mood. He slammed his hand down on the table, growling in frustration. Damn it, you keep ruining my meal. He spun toward Zed angrily. Why are you sticking your face in here again? Did someone send you to collect hotel fees or something? Krangutra continued ranting, cursing the staff under his breath. Zed's expression shifted, showing clear annoyance. Breaking the mood like that. Damn it, his personality is absolute garbage. Zed fell silent, turning on his heel to leave, glancing back once. Alright, master my foot. Forget it. Then his gaze sharpened, scanning upward, eyes alert. Zed froze in place just as a white figure shot toward him like a missile from another direction. In an instant, both his eyes and Krangutra's widened. With his seasoned reflexes, Krangutra's expression hardened as he lunged forward to intercept, blocking the attack aimed at Zed. The sharp projectiles clattered to the floor with metallic tings. Though clearly irritated, Krangutra calmly dusted off his hands. What are these things, anyway? Zed, initially bewildered, slowly glanced at him with a touch of admiration. From behind, a voice spoke up. You blocked them by focusing your mana through your fingers. Krangutra stiffened at the observation, his gaze sharp. Impressive. So you can dodge too, huh? Zed continued speaking, his eyes still lit with excitement as he replayed the old man's earlier movements in his mind. Yes. But you acted before I did. He could not help dwelling on it. What truly impressed him was how Krangutra had defended himself without even looking at the incoming daggers. And all while moving in that split second. Yet the old man's attitude remained cold as ever. Krangutra clicked his tongue and reminded him, do not get the wrong idea. I only did it because it would be a headache for me if you died while standing next to me. He raised a brow and shifted his gaze elsewhere. But this is not exactly the time for small talk, is it? Zed kept his guard up, eyes sharpening. The killing intent around them had grown thicker, heavier. Outside, chaos erupted among the civilians and the hooded figures. Fight. Run. A squad of sword-wielding soldiers cloaked in black surrounded Zed and Krangutra. It seemed Grace had finally made her move. Even so, Krangutra glanced over at Zed and smiled calmly, utterly unbothered. I was right, was not I? I told you they were aiming for you. Zed did not back down. I already knew. Hearing that, the old man laughed out loud. Then allow me to help you. Zed rolled his shoulders and loosened his arms, warming up for the fight. No matter how many small fry there are. They are still small fry. The old man cast him a sideways glance, offering an unexpectedly respectful remark. An Arahan. And full of confidence too, huh? Internally, he had already made up his mind. If an Arahan died right in front of him, it would be quite troublesome. So he stayed behind Zed, watching the boy's back as he charged forward brimming with fighting spirit. I will just watch for now. And step in only if things get dangerous. As Krangutra walked past, a few soldiers barked threats at him. Old man, stay out of this. Get lost. Krangutra merely chuckled and strolled past them. Do not mind me, just do your job. I would not miss a spectacle like this for anything. One of the soldiers frowned, irritated. Huh, is he senile or something? Did he not hear me? Krangutra lifted a single eye, his expression suddenly turning sharp. Gutra. The soldiers froze instantly. GG. Gutra. The legendary Krang Gutra. Moments later, the old man remained standing casually in place, while the entire squad of black-cloaked soldiers dropped to their knees in a panic. We failed to recognize the honored elder, please forgive us. But Krangutra simply brushed them aside verbally, not even granting them a shred of approval. I have never had juniors like you. All of the soldiers, the entire crowd of them, turned their eyes toward Krangutra, their gazes sharp and bright like car headlights. We are the Atma Mercenary Corps. It is a great honor to meet the legendary elder of the mercenary world, they said in unison. Zed, standing lost in the middle of them, could only stare in disbelief. Look at these guys. They really look down on me. Krangutra's expression suddenly shifted. A spark ignited as he heard those three words mercenary. His eyes narrowed. Mercenaries. You call yourselves mercenaries? He glared at the group, anger radiating off him like heat waves, his entire body emanating deadly intent. Since when do mercenaries take on assassination contracts? You are not mercenaries, you are trash, unable to tell excrement from urine. The soldiers immediately looked remorseful, their heads hanging. Forgive us. Business has been slow lately, and a big contract came through. We have mouths to feed. But Krangutra was not one to let things slide. He flared his eyes wide and roared at them. That is no excuse, even mercenaries must weigh reason and justice. Running errands for money and dealing recklessly with everything that is not what it means to be a mercenary. The entire group instantly fell silent, nodding in strict obedience. Forgive us, elder. We will engrave your words deep in our hearts. Zed stood behind them, observing the scene, his mind quietly evaluating. Good grief. What a ridiculous situation. Krangutra turned, a proud smirk curling across his face. At least you have manners. Once a task is accepted, it must be completed. Zed looked up, noticing something odd that made him frown in slight confusion. Krangutra clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with decisive authority. Whatever you accept, pursuing it to the end is the attitude of a true mercenary. Understood. After this mission, none of you shall ever accept an assassination contract again. Then he sat down casually by the roadside, waving a hand nonchalantly. Of course, I won't interfere. Just do your jobs. Hearing this, the black-cloaked soldiers immediately brandished their swords, eager to attack Zed. Zed stood at the very center of their encirclement, sneering inwardly. This is ridiculous. His eyes flicked to the old man sitting nearby, radiating a tense aura. Krangutra did not even mock him, not a word. Then Zed's body suddenly erupted with energy, lightning crackling along his limbs. The system screen glowed a sharp blue, lightning magic activated. Krangutra, sitting behind them, could not help but flinch in surprise when he saw Zed's transformed state. That is not normal mana. That is lightning mana. Someone in Arahan awakening lightning energy. Even the mercenaries hesitated, their faces tightening. What? What the hell is that? The old man's pupils followed Zed closely, his gaze sharpened. This energy. It is highly unusual. The sky had shifted toward late afternoon when a loud voice suddenly echoed from inside the large building. Sir. Out of nowhere, three men with bright red rooster comb hairstyles appeared, popping into existence right in front of Zed as if materializing from thin air. One of them spun around, his face filled with concern. Sir, are you all right? Zed, still calm, asked, how did you know to come here? The rooster head with the mustache immediately answered. The request was passed to us at first through those beggars. They probably did not know we were following you. The second one, the one with a scar running across his forehead, added, the moment we heard the news, we rushed here. Zed stood there, hand resting on his sword, a slow smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth as realization settled in. So they planned to hire you, and I am guessing the pay was not small. They must be furious. One of the rooster heads asked, Sir, do you know who the client is? Zed's red-tinted eyes sharpened instantly, a strong, oppressive force surging from him. You will know exactly who it is soon enough. Across from them, the mercenaries turned pale, anxiety etched all over their faces. Tell us. Who is it? One of them pleaded. A mercenary grimaced, then responded quickly and firmly, revealing the client is against fundamental mercenary principles. Zed replied with unnerving calm, "Is that so? If I drag them here and beat them senseless, I am sure they will talk." He had already anticipated this moment, having pieced together the plan long beforehand. Zed did not even need to move, he simply gave the order, "Bring those bastards to their knees before me." "Yes, sir." Like bolts of red lightning, the three rooster heads shot forward toward the mercenaries. Their numbers were uneven, but the trio fought with incredible ferocity. However, despite wielding their weapons with full force, all three were gradually pushed back. Their aura, once surging with confidence, faltered under the opposing force. Krangutra stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the mercenaries. A faint, mocking smile tugged at his lips. "These juniors are finished," he said lightly. "You would better retreat. Do not recklessly attack them. At your current level, you won't be able to handle them." Zed, observing from the side, immediately spoke up. "Are you planning to interfere?" Krangutra, standing calmly, even taunted him in response. "Even if you tortured them, you would not get a single word out of their mouths." Zed furrowed his brow, his face hardening with seriousness. "Leave that to me." Krangutra's calm voice interjected, almost amused. "These ones are caught in a spell. Until it is lifted, even if they wanted to speak, their mouths cannot open." Catching on to that, Krangutra could not resist teasing Zed further. "Looks like you are still inexperienced so much that you can't even see through such a crude spell." Zed remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the old man. "If it is magic, I can dispel it," he asserted. Krangutra kept his serene composure and leaned forward slightly, issuing an invitation. "Well then. Care to strike a deal with me?" Zed, still in his lightning form aura, blinked in slight surprise, his eyes locking onto Krangutra. "A deal?" The old man's expression shifted into one of greed, openly admitting, "I am intrigued both by your lightning energy and your true capabilities." Zed's face twisted slightly, disbelief flashing in his eyes at the proposal. "You mean, if I spar with you and defeat you, you will grant my request?" Night was slowly settling over the city, the hotel looming behind them. Krangutra seemed to understand immediately. "No, I do not mean you actually have to defeat me. That is impossible," he said with a self-satisfied grin. He spread his hands wide, laughter rumbling from his chest. "Instead, if you manage to touch me, I will consider it a victory. Is not that reasonable?" Zed stood firm, his voice calm but deliberate, confirming the terms. "If I win, you will truly give me what I want?" Krangutra nodded with absolute certainty. "Of course. Do you want to make this deal?" A sly, shadowed smile crept across Zed's lips. "Of course. Let us do it now." Zed clenched both fists in front of him, taking a ready stance, eyes locked on Krangutra. "I still need to make sure." His gaze sharpened, brows furrowing as he assessed the old man. "Does Krangutra even qualify to be my master?" Krangutra shifted slightly, lifting a foot, a grin spreading across his face. "Ah, splendid. I like this." In an instant, the old man had closed the distance, coming almost nose to nose with Zed. Krangutra leaned in and whispered, "Is not this place far too cramped for a proper duel?" Zed flinched, startled, his brow furrowing as confusion swept over him at the unexpected words. Then, abruptly, a deafening explosion rocked the area. The three rooster-crested mercenaries dashed over immediately, shouting, "Sir!" Zed was suddenly displaced, a brief flash of dizziness crossing his features, leaving him momentarily disoriented. When he came to a stop, Krangutra walked ahead, his sharp gaze taking in Zed's startled expression. "So, this is your first time teleporting, is not it?" he remarked calmly. The old man tilted his head slightly, eyes flicking back toward him, and offered a casual explanation. "We are outside the city now, so there is no need to worry. This is my usual haunt whenever I feel bored." Krangutra's lips curled into a faint, confident smirk. "Well then. Let us get started." From the moment he had been displaced, Zed had not uttered a word. Now, tension coiled through him, his mind sharpening, every muscle poised for the coming battle. Krangutra stood still, quietly observing Zed. Zed, meanwhile, sensed it instantly. The air around them had shifted. He spoke up, his voice low but steady. "I know that only high-level mages, at least those of the 7th circle, can use instantaneous teleportation. Are you? Seventh circle. The old man burst into laughter. So that is what you are fixated on, trivial things like ranks, whether mage or knight. Everyone loves using that as a measure of power, never realizing how meaningless it actually is. Zed pressed him. Are you saying ranks do not matter? There are far more important things than that, Krangutra replied without hesitation. He went on, in a real battle, victory or defeat is not determined by rank. Countless factors play into the final outcome. He raised his hands slightly as he explained. For example, the instincts you have carved into your soul through life and death fights those senses you burn into your very being. Things like that. Zed thought to himself, he is right. He reflected on it, both Clark and the youngest knight of Bahal had far higher ranks than he did. And yet, thinking back on those fights, he realized that circles were nothing more than classifications. They could never serve as an absolute measure of strength. A crooked smile tugged at his lips. Did not expect him to think the same way I do. He is the first person in this world to recognize there is something beyond circles. Krangutra narrowed his eyes. What are you staring at? Do you disagree with what I have said? He added, a mocking chuckle slipping out. Well, I suppose that is the limit of so-called orthodox fighters. They always think their way is the only correct one. No, Zed replied firmly. I agree. It is what I felt firsthand when fighting different opponents. Krangutra barked out a laugh. Different opponents, ha, you little brat sure talk big. Zed clenched his fists. Then I will show you. He raised his hands, taking his stance. I was not lying. Golden lightning erupted across his body, wrapping him in a radiant haze. The sheer pressure cracked the earth around his feet. Krangutra let out a surprised grunt. Well now. That is an impressive surge of energy. Fitting for a dream attribute. Zed locked eyes with him. You will need to go all out. I do not want to hear excuses afterward. Inside, he was already calculating. First, I will target his assumptions. He thinks mages prefer distance. If he believes that even if he is a formidable 7th circle mage, if I break that expectation and rush him the moment he leaves an opening, I can land a blow. Krangutra laughed. Do not worry. A predator always uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. Now then. Let us begin. And with that, Zed shot forward, launching himself directly at Krangutra. The ground shattered beneath the overwhelming force Zed unleashed, his brow furrowed as he aimed straight at the old man. I have got him within reach, he thought. Just as I predicted. Prejudices are not so easy to discard. Krangutra suddenly smiled. Zed swung his hand and an invisible wall abruptly intercepted his attack. He froze in place, eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, a flurry of radiant beams shot directly at him, forcing him to leap back and dodge. Landing at a distance, he remained silent, carefully observing Krangutra. The old man laughed heartily. Impressive. You have got keen senses. Hesitate even a single moment, and your body would have been pierced. Zed's eyes widened further. If I had delayed even by 1,000th of a second, that would have actually happened. He just mentioned a predator, could he really be planning to unleash his full strength? Gritting his teeth, he thought, and yet, I did not see him chant any incantations. As if reading his mind, Krangutra laughed again. The more you use it, the more familiar it becomes. That is the natural way. Once it is second nature, you can wield it instantly at any time. He regarded Zed thoughtfully. Come to think of it, you once mentioned that lightning excels in bursts. So you have been exploiting the speed after analyzing the characteristics of my energy. Impressive. You are sharper than you look. Zed felt a flash of anger. Damn it. He hesitated, muttering under his breath, he does not seem surprised at all. Krangutra's laughter rang out. How could I be surprised? A mage throwing punches and kicks. It is just that I anticipated it. Zed's mind raced. He anticipated it. The old man extended a hand toward him. I am talking about the stance you have been using from the very beginning. He added, it is a stance I have never seen before, clearly designed for close quarters combat. Am I right? Zed's eyes widened in disbelief. How? How could he be sure he has never seen this stance before? Krangutra's lips curved into a sly smile. He studied Zed's stance carefully and spoke, chin, temples, hips. It is a posture that shields nearly all the weak points on the human body. Krangutra analyzed further, it is a stance that allows for sudden kicks at any moment. Definitely not something a normal mage would adopt. Zed's eyes widened in astonishment. He managed to grasp so much just from a single glance at my stance. His observational skills are incredible. Krangutra leaned forward slightly and remarked, "If that is all you have got, I would be truly disappointed." Then he sat down leisurely, adding with a teasing tone, "Let us see if you have any other tricks up your sleeve." Zed's irritation flared. Damn it. He is completely underestimating me. He furrowed his brow, calculating his next move. I will have to approach carefully. His perception is sharp. If I activate my trait too early, he will notice immediately. Moving at incredible speed, Zed created afterimages around Krangutra, intending to mislead him, then trigger his trait and strike. Krangutra chuckled. Interesting. Planning to leave this old man dizzy, are you? Zed thought to himself, this might be my final move. I have to be as precise as possible. The old man yawned widely, stretching his body in an exaggerated motion. Zed realized instantly, it was blatant provocation. Damn it. I almost fell for that. Krangutra laughed loudly, taunting, can you handle it? Huh, scared. Zed dashed toward Krangutra's back, muttering in silent frustration, that insane old man. The system notification popped up. Trait activated Resolute Challenger. This time, I won't fail, Zed thought. He extended his hand toward the old man. The system confirmed, all stats temporarily increased by +10. Gritting his teeth, Zed grabbed Krangutra by the shoulders. A surge of triumph flashed through him. Got him. He paused, observing carefully and then realized, a clone. Suddenly, Krangutra's invisible grip seized Zed's collar. The old man laughed heartily. Look at this foolish boy. Zed froze in shock. What he? Krangutra continued, chuckling, so focused on your own technique that you completely neglected the movements of your opponent. Sparkling silver dust suddenly appeared, swirling around Zed's body. Zed found himself pinned in place, a surge of astonishment running through him. A magical array. He remembered the moment when Krangutra had been sitting on the ground. Do not tell me. Could it have been just now? From above, countless white chains shot down from the sky. Krangutra's voice rang out, calm yet sharp. Predators always pause, hesitate, before they strike at their prey. Zed gritted his teeth, silently cursing. Damn it. Standing outside the weave of chains, Krangutra surveyed the cocoon that had formed around Zed. He laughed heartily. You have fallen perfectly into my trap. Admit defeat, he added, and I will release you. Trapped within the chains, Zed struggled for breath, frustration mounting. I did not expect such a vast difference between us. Krangutra's voice cut through his thoughts, let go of your stubbornness. Persist any longer, and you will die. Each inhalation grew more labored. Zed clenched his teeth, thinking grimly, is this it, is it over? Then the system notification appeared abruptly, Trait Resolute Challenger has been disabled. Zed's eyes fell on the chains binding him. I am a challenger. Since the moment I entered this world, this has been my life. This is exactly the life I want. His mind wandered to the people he had met along the way. I love this world. A world teeming with the strong, a place where I can live my whole life as a challenger. Then his gaze shifted to Krangutra's face, and a thought struck him, why am I like this now? He recalled the old man's words, a predator gives everything, even when catching a rabbit. Zed reflected, I treated myself like the rabbit before the fight even began. I forgot about the 50% chance of victory, the spirit of a true challenger. The fact that winning begins with believing in oneself. This can't end like this. A steely resolve hardened within him. Even if I die this moment, I will remain the predator. The system buzzed to life again. Trait Resolute Challenger activated. All stats temporarily increased by +10. New magic available, Lightning Strike. Small sparks of electricity suddenly crackled around the chains. Krangutra froze, wide-eyed in astonishment. Huh. You still have the strength. The system confirmed, Lightning Strike trait activated. The sky darkened abruptly as countless streaks of lightning shot toward Krangutra. The old man froze in shock as the bolts hurtled toward him. Then, the lightning struck directly at the chain cocoon imprisoning Zed, illuminating him in a blinding blaze of raw power. At that moment, a blinding light flared up, dazzling the eyes. From that radiance, bolts of lightning began to emanate, crackling through the air with fierce intensity. The system window displayed clearly, "Cast magic, lightning strike." Krangnatra's voice erupted in alarm. This madman. Does he intend to die? The incessant system notifications repeated, "Cast magic, lightning strike, cast magic, lightning strike." The old man shouted, panicked, "Reckless fool, lunatic, stop this at once." Lightning continued to surge relentlessly from the iron chains surrounding Zed. Above him, a luminous glow flared like a blazing flame, illuminating the area with a fiery brilliance. Then Krangnatra's voice rang out again, calmer but with undeniable recognition, "I admit it. You are incredibly strong, and there is much I could teach you." The expression on his face betrayed astonishment. "I have never seen such stubbornness in anyone before." Zed's voice rang out with unwavering determination, even as the lightning continued to crackle, "But I will win, no matter what." The chains around him shattered into countless fragments under the force of his power. "I will win," he repeated to himself. A confident smile spread across his face. "And I will make him my master." Hearing this, Krangnatra scowled, irritation flashing across his features. "What, master, you want me to teach an Arahan brat? I would rather die than do that at my age." Zed's expression remained resolute. "I will win. I have no intention of giving up. Never." The old man clicked his tongue, dismissing the challenge. "No matter how much this madman struggles, he cannot even reach my collar." Krangnatra's hand extended outward as he bellowed, "Let us end this game here and now." He fixed his gaze on Zed. "Now I understand your intentions. I will have to crush you utterly." Zed, in turn, laid down his condition. "If I win, you will comply even if you do not want to." Krangnatra's voice dripped with contempt. "Do you really think you can win?" Zed ignored the insult and assumed his combat stance. 50%. The old man laughed derisively. "Only 50%, how arrogant." Zed remained calm. "I am simply going all out." Krangnatra's hand glowed as energy gathered around it. "If you charge at me again, I will truly kill you. I do not care if you are an Arahan or not." Zed smiled faintly. "Then do as you will. You really have to kill me." The old man's eyes narrowed. It seems this one has truly lost his mind. Suddenly, a spiraling column of white energy surged upward like a violent whirlwind. From that vortex, a massive spear began to materialize above Krangutra. Zed's eyes widened in shock as recognition struck him. That is an octa-grade magic judgment spear. He thought to himself, "I know this magic. The spell that drew countless mages to take up the path of sorcery." Zed could not help but mutter in awe, "Judgment spear. You have hidden your true power quite well under the octa-grade facade." Hearing that, Krangnatra's voice filled with astonishment. "What? How did you know that?" The words rolled out, growing heavier and darker with each passing moment. "This is troublesome. It seems you truly have to die here." Zed Arahan smiled faintly. "Now there is no way I can give up. Come on, take my final strike." He tensed, eyes fixed ahead, thinking to himself whether he could survive a hit from the judgment spear. Yet, without speaking, Zed Arahan already had his answer. "No, the odds of surviving are 0. But it is precisely that terrifying probability that becomes my opportunity." On the other side, Krangnatra's voice cut through the air, grim and commanding, "Then die." Instantly, the massive spear surged forward, crashing toward him with overwhelming force. Krangutra muttered in exasperation, shaking his head. "Fool. Sometimes you have to know when to give up." Suddenly, Zed's eyes flared with an unusual light, sharp and intense. His hand shot out, intercepting the overwhelming surge of magic. The system window chimed loudly, "Trade activated, Immortal Challenger, S rank." A blinding light erupted, so intense that nothing could be seen clearly. Krangutra shouted in shock, his voice trembling. "What is this?" As the light faded, Zed Arahan had unexpectedly closed the distance, almost upon him. Krangnatra's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Zed Arahan was right in front of him, smiling as he lunged. He gritted his teeth and positioned himself beside Krangutra. The old man's face froze in stunned amazement. Zed Arahan's grip had pinned Krangnatra's arm firmly in place. Then came a deafening, earth-shaking crash. When the dust settled moments later, Kranggutra lay motionless on the ground, eyes wide with shock. He lay there next to Zed Arahan, letting out a long sigh of disbelief. I have lived long enough to witness all kinds of things. But I have been defeated by a brat like this. Meanwhile, Zed Arahan rested calmly beside him, a small, victorious smile on his face. At his age, to endure such humiliation. A laugh rang out, teasing, so you thought things would be different. How do you plan to deal with a stubborn brat like this? Kranggutra looked over, dragging a hand across his tattered clothes. My robes are ruined. It has been 7 years since I abandoned that dull life of a mercenary. I thought I had no purpose left. He recalled a past long gone, a mysterious power capable of nullifying magic, and an indomitable will to win with every ounce of strength. Kranggutra slowly sat up, gazing at Zed Arahan lying on the ground beside him, letting out a quiet sigh. They really left a child like this in the prison camp. Zenodin, that damn fool, has truly gone senile. Watching him sleep soundly, Kranggutra pondered further. He had heard that Zed's mana had only recently been awakened, and yet, the rate at which he had matured. Kranggutra silently affirmed to himself, in just a few years, this boy could dominate the entire empire. No, he could become a new absolute ruler, much like that Talmud fellow. If someone like that were to appear in the world, the empire would undoubtedly face a massive upheaval. A small smile crept across his face. If this kid could be persuaded to follow willingly, it might not be entirely impossible. Then, with a brusque motion, Kranggutra kicked Zed Arahan. Stop lying there, get up already. Every minute counts. But Zed was utterly exhausted, unconscious. How much of his strength had he poured out just now? Kranggutra placed his hand on Zed's body, sensing for any disruption in his mana flow, hoping that the boy's channels had not been twisted or damaged. As he did, his eyes widened in astonishment. He probed deeper. What? He has not even reached first completion yet. Looking down at the boy sleeping before him, Kranggutra muttered in disbelief. The quality of his mana is extraordinary, undeniably that of a genius. But his channels, they are like a fool's. Unbelievable. How can this be, whether he is brilliant or insane? Then he suddenly lifted his head, mouth agape in shock. From the distance, Kranggutra sensed approaching figures. Who is there? This is supposed to be a secret place only I know. Then it dawned on him, the lightning from this kid, combined with the judgment spear, had likely drawn far too much attention. Looking up, armored figures appeared, calling out, Lord. Krangnatra's face shifted, a mix of fear and astonishment. Lord. The soldiers hurried forward, eyes wide in horror as they glared at Zed Arahan. Damn old man. What have you done to our lord? Kranggutra snapped, scolding them sharply. Shut your mouths, unless you want to die. Get out of here. The soldiers, anger and shock warring on their faces, recoiled. What? That old man. Suddenly, from a distance, darkly clad figures appeared, the mysterious Black Glass Army, emerging from every direction, their presence menacing and absolute. Their faces were completely concealed, their entire bodies radiating a gloomy, oppressive mana. How troublesome. One of them spoke, its voice muffled behind the mask. You are Kranggutra. Kranggutra huffed and replied, so you know of me. That must mean you hold a fairly high rank. The man stepped forward. I am Robin, he said, introducing himself with a calm, measured tone. Commander of the Black Glass Army. It is an honor to meet the hero of the Great Magic War. Kranggutra kept his expression steady, offering no response. Robin continued, we were ordered to watch over young Master Zed. May we check on his condition? Instantly, a surge of powerful magic erupted from Krangnatra's body, the air rippling with pressure. If you wish. He growled, then go ahead, try to take him from me. Kranggutra stood firm, unleashing a raging whirlwind of force straight ahead. The man facing him, his face hidden behind a black scarf, slowly narrowed his eyes. So this is the heir of the Arahan line. Are you telling me you intend to oppose Arahan himself? Muscles tightened beneath Krangnatra's weathered skin as fury flared in his eyes. I am not about to kill my own disciple, he snarled. The kid just passed out for a moment. Do not bother me and get out. The black glass soldiers braced together against the torrent of pressure. Disciple, one of them muttered, stunned. Krangnatra's temper only worsened. I said get out. Behind the shimmering violet barrier, the commander struggled to keep his footing. His gaze sharpened with strain. He is surpassing what the Black Glass Army can handle. At the very least, we would need Commander Callus of the Magic Corps to match him. He narrowed his eyes further, the wrinkles across his forehead deepening. But we can't just return like this. The Black Glass Army retaliated with force, launching a powerful strike toward Krangnatra. I only need to check his condition, the commander shouted. I will be gone the moment I am done. So cooperate. But the old man did not budge. No. The commander poured every ounce of strength into resisting him. No matter how great you are, Krangi barked, jaws clenched, you can't hope to survive if you make an enemy of Arahan. You know that better than anyone. So why suddenly appear here, why interfere? He tilted his head, eyes locked onto the old man. I thought you were satisfied living your secluded little life. Krangnatra's brow twitched, and his eyes widened with rage. I have found a purpose in my old age, he barked. You are the ones interfering. Before the words had fully settled, both sides lunged, slamming their power into each other in a blinding clash of light. The soldiers exchanged strained looks. Captain. At the front, the commander fought desperately to stay upright. The Patriarch has ordered a temporary retreat. But Krangnatra on the opposite side remained infuriatingly relaxed, one arm striking, the other hand planted casually on his hip. Of course he did. That old man never comes unless he wants to. The commander's eyes darkened, shadow swallowing his expression as he looked down. Still. He said the events of today will have consequences. Deep wrinkles folded harshly across Krangnatra's face as his eyes flashed with icy killing intent. Stop spouting nonsense and get out. If you keep babbling, I will rip your damn mouth open. From behind the polished dome of Krangnatra's shaved head, the commander spoke in a low, resonant voice. When Arahan gives his word, he keeps it. I do not know when that day will come. But be ready. Krangnatra stood silently in place as the Black Glass Army dispersed into the swirling black aura. We will meet again soon. Once the last wisp of dark smoke had vanished, he clicked his tongue. Arahan. Arahan. He muttered under his breath, each word dripping with irritation. Those damn nuisances. I really can't stand them. Alone now, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. For a single act of stubbornness, the price would be harsh. In one's old age, peace should be all one seeks. Only then did Krangnatra glance back at the group, his expression softening slightly. I know my disciple is no ordinary mage. That is why they have kept me alive all this time. He spotted Zed, eyes closed, and thought, this child had to be born in Araha. If only he would been born elsewhere, his life could have been far easier. A bitter thought crossed his mind before he trudged forward, heavy steps echoing through the silent space, a family torn by internal strife. Krangnatra's gaze settled carefully on the boy. In a way, this works out better. I will guide him properly, make sure he does not become a monster like this world seems intent on creating. Zed still kept his eyes tightly shut, oblivious to the weight of responsibility pressing down around him. The scene shifted to a dim, shadowed room, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp, the hideout of Eddie. As Zed stirred awake, something moved nearby. Curiosity pried his eyes open, and he found himself staring up at a high ceiling. This must be Eddie's hideout. Suddenly, recognition struck him, and panic flared as he bolted upright. A voice called from elsewhere in the room, startling him. Finally. You have woken up. Krangnatra hovered above, sitting nonchalantly in midair. A young one who sleeps this much. Two soldiers rushed forward from below. My lord, are you all right? One of the soldiers let out a relieved sigh upon seeing him. Zed, sitting on the bed, looked at them with curiosity. What just happened? Krangnatra waved a hand lazily from his perch, while the two soldiers practically argued over who should speak first. You do not remember, I heard. He is your master. Zed's expression darkened as memories flooded back. Master. Right, I won that battle. Three soldiers with cocked hairstyles sat beside Zed's bed, while Krangnatra remained across from him. Additional troops lingered nearby, kneeling in deference. He glanced at them and asked, "Why is the Zatma mercenary squad here?" The soldiers with the cocked hair explained. Krang resolved the illusion. "We were about to interrogate them to find out who is behind this." Zed looked earnestly at his master. "Krang, earlier you said you would not get involved." Kranggutra folded his arms, settling into his seat, and replied slowly, "Did I say that? I do not remember at all. Old age makes one forgetful." Zed merely hummed in acknowledgement. "Ah. Right." Suddenly, the chair that had been standing upright creaked and wobbled, as if something had disturbed it. Zed reacted instantly, leaping onto the shaking chair with sharp precision. He leaned close to one of the soldiers kneeling nearby. "No need to ask. I already know who is behind this. It is Tunda's steward, Grace." He fixed the man with a piercing gaze, scanning him from head to toe. In his mind, a thought formed sharply, "Clearly, you are astonished. With that expression, can you really play your part convincingly?" Then he spoke aloud, deliberately, however. "I won't punish any of you." The middle-aged man at the head of the group froze, eyes wide with shock. "Really, you will spare us?" Zed's demeanor grew serious, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. "There is one condition," he said. "Tell Grace that the mission failed and that the situation is unfavorable." The group hesitated, exchanging uneasy glances. "Wait. You are not asking us to be double agents, are you?" Zed leaned back arrogantly in the chair, legs spread, and praised them. "Clever. And once that woman gives her orders, report to me immediately." He raised his chin, exuding authority, and issued a command. "You will continue working as mercenaries under Grace's contracts until the very end." "Understood." The lead man closed his eyes briefly and responded crisply, "Yes, of course." Zed had anticipated the reply. Now is far too early to confront Grace. "I will wait for the perfect moment to eliminate her and absorb all of Tunda's forces." A satisfied smile curved his lips. "Now go. And handle this carefully." Once he saw the group leaving one by one, he rose from the chair. He knew the risk they might betray him. Zed glanced at Kranggutra, who yawned wearily, and his thoughts flickered to Grace. If Krang is not on my side, then between him, the legendary mercenaries, and Tunda's steward, they will choose a side for themselves. At that moment, a soldier with a cocked hairstyle ran in, reporting breathlessly, "My lord. Lu insisted I deliver this message personally." Zed's mind instantly registered a concern. Since Lu was his steward, he treated this as family news. He looked at the soldier with a serious expression. "What is it?" Kranggutra, seemingly indifferent, yawned again, stretching lazily. "Early next month, there is a tomb ritual. The steward meeting says everything must be prepared properly." Zed frowned slightly. "A tomb?" The cocked hair soldier elaborated, his expression tense. "Yes, they will perform a ritual to certify something. There is also a meeting with the family head before the journey begins." Zed recalled the significance immediately, a trace of concern flashing in his mind. "That tomb. It is for confirming pure bloodline, and for the ceremony granting inheritance rights. But I am not even 20 yet. Why so early? Who is it for me and Tunda?" The three soldiers with rooster crest helmets lined up in a neat vertical row and answered in unison, "Yes, sir." That was exactly how they said it. Zed's expression tightened, his brows sinking as his thoughts grew heavier. Just what is the patriarch planning? On a throne towering above a crowd of people sat an old man with blood-red eyes. Becoming an heir brought its advantages, but it certainly carried dangers as well. The benefit was obvious: the right to leave the clan's territory and travel anywhere within the empire. Just like the Torres affair, heirs were often assigned tasks that required resolving matters on behalf of the family. But hidden behind that privilege was a darker implication: beasts in human form lurking within the shadows. As soon as the journey began, interference from other brothers would follow, and the internal struggle would ignite. Sheets of paper on the desk were being slowly torn apart, and tiny sparks of ash drifted in the air. Failure to complete a mission meant one thing: incompetence. And incompetent children would lose the patriarch's and the elders' favor. Standing there, Zed rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought. The beginning of next month. Less than 10 days away. There was so much he needed to prepare. Krangutra sat with his arms crossed, stern and unmoving atop a low wooden platform. He glanced toward the boy and spoke. Training will have to be postponed until after the memorial visit, I assume. Zed flinched slightly but answered carefully. Ah. Yes. I will be extremely busy for a while. The old man suddenly turned to him with a bright grin, brimming with energy and optimism. Good. I will teach you as promised, but on one condition. Without the slightest hesitation, he stated his price. You will pay 100 gold coins each month. In return, I will permit you to call me Master. Zed blinked in surprise, but he had no room to argue. I have heard you are quite wealthy, the old man added smugly. Time shifted. 2 days later, in Eddie's hideout, the curly-haired man who led the group was now kneeling with his head bowed, shoulders trembling as he wept. That lunatic. She slaughtered 5 of my men. Said it was the price for failing the mission. Standing beside Eddie, Zed's face darkened with grief as he listened to the man's broken recounting. Our legionnaires were protecting you, young master. We had no choice but to retreat. We only needed a little more time. Eddie murmured. Zed stepped forward, his voice earnest and heavy. I am sorry. I truly am. But the man still on his knees shook violently, insisting, No, young master, you did nothing wrong. The dark-skinned man suddenly raised his head and cried out with raw anguish. Lord Gutra was right. That crazy woman toyed with us. Young master, please help us avenge them. Seeing the man collapsing in despair, Zed gently placed a hand on his shoulder in an attempt to steady him. He lowered himself onto one knee so their eyes met, directly, then declared with unshakable resolve. Grace will die by your hand. I swear it on the name of Arahan and on my own name. The dark-skinned man's face crumpled, his cheeks hollowed from grief, tears still clinging to the corners of his eyes as he sobbed uncontrollably. After that, the man bowed so deeply that his forehead nearly touched the ground, his voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you, sir. Truly thank you. The dungeon was dimly lit by a few oil lamps when a voice suddenly echoed through the chamber. Eddie. How many Tunda forces do we have left? Seated comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, Eddie reported the situation with a casual tone. 2 buildings on the outskirts of the city. And one pathetic excuse for an intelligence organization. Arahan, listening from nearby, raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. An intelligence organization, huh? Adjusting his clear-framed glasses, Eddie spoke with full confidence and elaborated further. Yes. They are a group disguised as a trade guild. They seem to move freely throughout the city, collecting all sorts of information. Zed took this in with a cold, impassive response. I understand. A calculated smile pulled at his lips before he spoke again. Eddie, Kinzera. I have something I want to ask of you. The 2 men perked up instantly at the mention of their names. Oh, anything at all. Yes, please leave it to us, sir. Zed, still seated beside the dark-skinned man from earlier, turned to him to arrange things properly. As for the Zatma mercenaries, I will take care of you all for now. Stay at Eddie's building. Do not worry about the cost. The dark-skinned man looked at Zed with eyes shimmering with emotion. Truly. Thank you, sir. I do not know how we will ever repay this. His gaze dropped for a moment, and then something suddenly came to him. He quickly turned back to Zed, his expression growing urgent. Young Master Zed. Please be careful of that woman. Those are not the eyes of a human. Hearing that, Zed narrowed his eyes and asked directly, You mean Grace? The memory flashed vividly in the man's mind, Grace's eyes widening as a surge of purple killing intent radiated from her. Yes, he whispered, voice trembling. Her aura was overflowing with pure malice. She felt like someone who could bring disaster at any moment. Zed's expression darkened completely at the man's final warning. So please. Be extremely careful, sir. Krangutra stood there, relaxed and unhurried, gazing up at the night sky beside Zed. So. It is tomorrow, is not it, the tomb rite ceremony? Zed answered respectfully, Yes, master. His eyes sharpened, his expression turning grave. Preparing this, preparing that. Time really does fly. His brows drew together as he lifted his chin, staring into the darkness above. A faint tension stirred inside him. The item I asked Lacto to craft was only completed today. And I have been keeping constant watch on Grace's movements. She is definitely going to cause trouble during tomorrow's ritual. Krangutra suddenly turned toward him with a bright, pleased expression. So, how's my new cave? From here you can see the entire city of Nika in a single glance, right? Standing beside him, Zed replied with a polite but teasing tone. You did not ask me here just to show off the night view, did you? I am really busy. You know. The old man clicked his tongue and shot back with a grin. This brat has no aesthetic sense at all. What exactly is inside that head of yours? Deeper in the forest, several target posts were lined up neatly perfect for arrow practice. On the ground nearby lay a small dagger, a coiled rope, and a red pouch tossed carelessly aside. Under the dark canopy of the night, 4 tables had been arranged. Each was covered with a white cloth, and atop each one sat a sphere each a different color. Zed and his master stood before the 4 tables. Zed glanced over them with an amused smile. You have prepared quite a lot while I was gone. Krangutra folded his arms, his face serious and full of pride. When I start something, I do it properly. And when you return from that tomb, you would better be mentally prepared. Zed looked directly at him and smiled with genuine excitement. That is exactly what I have been waiting for. Krangutra suddenly burst out laughing. This kid. Always bragging. He then pointed toward the table where a bright, golden sphere was glowing. Well then try breaking this. Zed stepped forward, crackling a bit of lightning between his fingers. You want me to use lightning strike? If I do, this whole place will. But before he could finish, Krangutra stopped him. Do not use lightning strike, or any chaotic magic. Break it with your fist. Zed dispersed the lightning reluctantly. Krangutra gave him a mocking glare. Oh, acting like that toward your own master now. Suddenly, a translucent blue system window flashed before Zed's eyes. Use lightning enhancement. The golden sphere on the table glowed brighter, its light reflecting off Zed, his hair rising slightly with static as he tightened his fist. Zed focused every ounce of his concentration. His hair bristled on end, each strand standing on edge. He hesitated slightly, glancing at the sphere before him. At first glance, it seemed easy enough to shatter, but this was a mana-infused sphere requiring at least a first completion of magic to break. Perhaps it was still beyond his strength. Krangutra stood to the side, eyes fixed intently on him, prompting, hurry up. Arahan waits for you too. Why, yes. Yes, Zed responded, steeling himself. Immediately, he unleashed a powerful punch, lightning in yellow fire crackling from his fist. His crimson eyes flared. Suddenly, an odd sensation prickled through him, a peculiar unfamiliarity that made his skin tingle. As he retracted his fist, the yellow sphere shattered into countless fragments across the table. Krangutra's face lit up with a rare expression of amusement and satisfaction, exactly as expected. Now, try the next one, he said. Zed obeyed his master's command. Yes. He channeled all his energy toward the purple sphere on a different table. In a blur of speed, he struck it with a lightning-infused punch, aiming true. But when he looked again, the purple sphere had only split into 2 large pieces, with 2 smaller shards beside it. A frown crossed his face. No. How could this be? Zed froze, staring at the shattered sphere. Then it hit him, this monosphere required a second completion, not just the first. Krangutra, ever patient, began to explain, gesturing to help Zed understand. Mana users have rings inside their hearts. 1 ring is called first completion, 2 rings second completion. Each ring channels power differently. Zed placed a hand over his chest, absorbing the lesson. Yes. I understand. Krangutra's expression darkened, but you have not even completed 1 full ring yet. You are barely halfway there. Zed stood there, hand on his chest, eyes closed, feeling the pulse of his own mana. The maximum measure of the laser index is 100. 1 ring equals 10 units. With my current mana index of 5. Krangutra, arms crossed, watched seriously. In other words, you are only at 0.5 of a ring, not even a first completion. He continued calmly, asking, normally, when mana awakens, a ring forms simultaneously. Do you know what that implies? Zed shook his head resolutely. I do not know. Kranggutra cast a sidelong glance at him, then, as predicted, unleashed a sharp reprimand. Idiot, that means you are mentally deficient. A ring that no one else can fully form exists within you. And all you do is complain inwardly. Zed could only scowl silently in his mind. This old man. Suddenly, the old man's white brows furrowed, his gaze sharpened like a blade. And yet, the absurdity of it struck Zed. A half-ring fool had just broken a second completion monosphere. The purple sphere, split cleanly in two, remained motionless on the pristine white cloth. Zed asked impulsively, without thinking, so what? Immediately, he felt a sharp, searing strike to the side of his head from his master, a jolt that left him reeling. So what? He thought, dazed, holding his throbbing temple. Kranggutra, not missing a beat, pressed him further. Think, you fool, imagine if you reached the 10th completion. Smoke seemed to rise from Zed's head. His expression darkened as his mind raced with his master's words. Even at the 10th completion, one would surpass ordinary people by leaps and bounds. The human body's limit was 10 rings, and anyone who reached the apex would tower above all others. Kranggutra's voice carried a rare excitement, brimming with exhilaration. That is why you are a genius. Perhaps. A genius capable of surpassing even Temud. Zed froze, his mind conjuring the masked face of Temud, the legendary figure. Kranggutra, noticing his expression, tilted his head slightly, curious. What is this? Surprised, are you? The old man's face brightened as he spoke of Temud. He is a singular existence in the Empire's history. I believe you, too, could reach that level. Zed, still standing before the purple monosphere, suddenly flinched, a flush of shock crossing his features. He rates me that highly. His brow furrowed in thought. Then, summoning the system interface, he assessed, breaking a second completion monosphere with only a mana index of 5. That is extraordinary. Perhaps it is due to its special properties. The system's blue screen displayed just a single brief line, blessing of the great Mage S. Zed leaned closer, eyes narrowing, stroking his chin in contemplation. Indeed. If it is a continuous effect rather than a triggered one, it makes sense why even half a ring could shatter a second completion sphere. Memories of defeating the enormous Red Bull flashed across his mind. Come to think of it, it was rather coincidental. Immunity to all toxins and the challenges of the pseudo-immortal were skills he had acquired in the game. Even as a boxer, a single punch would warp an opponent's face. The endurance challenges and the noble spirit of the champion were traits seemingly synchronized with this world. Zed's gaze sharpened, his expression thoughtful yet silent, his mind churning with calculations. The more he thought, the more he realized it did not directly concern him. He rarely played as a magic user. This seemed to be a trait not merely boosting his mana. Kranggutra, observing Zed's intense focus, scowled in irritation. Hey, you brat, you dare daydream while your master is speaking. At that moment, Zed was startled by the voice. I apologize. He began, but Kranggutra was already irritated. Abruptly, he turned to leave. Go. I wish you a safe journey tomorrow, he said, without looking back. Zed bowed deeply, folding at the waist a full 90 degrees. Yes. Thank you for today's lesson, he replied respectfully. Kranggutra simply walked away, not once glancing back. Lesson, huh? What lesson? Zed thought bitterly. Better start preparing myself now. I will need to be ready. Hearing those words, his head bowed even lower, startled by the sudden responsibility. Then he called out abruptly, Master. Kranggutra paused, surprised. What? Night had returned, the tall trees stripped bare, their branches skeletal and lifeless. Tomorrow. Will you have time? Zed asked cautiously. The scene shifted to a grand mansion, its gates towering and gilded, the Arahan estate. The next day, within the enormous halls of the mansion, two men knelt before someone seated prominently on a raised platform. Zed cast a glance at the man beside him, trembling slightly, clearly afraid. The spell had been broken, and he could no longer pretend before the Lord. Zenodin rested a hand on his chin, his expression stern, eyes fixed on the two kneeling men. Do you know what the ancestral rite is? He asked. Zed, kneeling, quickly answered, yes. It is the ceremony to confirm the pure bloodline of Arahan. The man beside him still trembled, and Zenodin's voice cut coldly from above, foolish wretch. Tunda, do not answer. I did not ask you. Fear washed over Tunda as he obediently fell silent. Seeing Tunda's increasingly pale and anxious face, Zed reminded himself, I need to resolve this quickly. Zenodin finally focused on Zed. Calling him by name, he demanded, Zed, tell me. What will you receive after the ancestral rite? Zed answered carefully, yes. I will receive the right of inheritance and be permitted to wear the Arahan cloak. He remembered the black cloak shrouded in red smoke and thought inwardly, the Arahan cloak is a supreme magical artifact. It does not burn and can block most swords and arrows. Being able to wear it is even more significant than becoming the heir. Zenodin's face hardened, his expression not pleased. He continued, each word cold as the depths of the underworld. The Arahan cloak is a family heirloom, passed down from our founding lord, Lord Temud. Wearing this cloak signifies you are a full-fledged member of the Arahan lineage. He looked down at the two men kneeling below, then decreed, therefore, you may not bring bodyguards to the ancestral rite. You must prove yourself worthy of donning the Arahan cloak. From there, I will judge you by the same standards as your brothers. Hearing this, Zed understood the underlying warning and implicit message that Zenodin would no longer tolerate youthful mistakes. Yet on the surface, he responded calmly, I will remember that. Zenodin finally spoke again toward the end, his voice carrying a note of warning. It will be a difficult day. Now, go. Zed obediently acknowledged, yes, and prepared to depart. As he stood, his attention was drawn to Tunda, still trembling, kneeling below. The boy remained there, quivering, and Zed could only cast a brief glance at him, thinking silently, poor thing. From his high vantage, Zenodin said nothing further, yet his gaze remained sharply focused on those below, radiating authority. Observing as Zed slowly helped Tunda limp toward the doorway, he noted to himself, so this boy does not even regard Tunda as a rival. Truly an interesting one. Suddenly, within the room, a swirl of black and red smoke appeared, carrying a voice, Master. Callus materialized next to him, looming quietly, one hand pressed to his chest as he carefully reported, we have detected Grace's movements. Please give your orders, sir. Zenodin immediately stepped back, raising a hand to halt him. Do not deploy the black glass soldiers. I want to see how the youngest one reacts. Callus's eyes widened in sudden alarm. Then the youngest will not survive to return. Yet he tilted his head, perplexed, and murmured quietly to Zenodin, but do you not care for the youngest one? The room fell silent, a chill settling over the air. Zenodin's voice cut low, sharp enough to raise goosebumps. If he does not survive today, then this is the full measure of his ability. We will wait and see. Callus, hearing this, could only nod in obedience. Yes, master. I will follow your orders. In front of the Arahan estate, the male and female soldiers were already assembled in orderly formation. The moment Zed approached, Michael stepped forward to greet him. Standing at attention, he offered a polite and formal introduction. I am Michael Keaton, captain of the escort unit assigned to this mission. It is an honor to serve you, young master. Zed stared at Michael for a brief moment, thinking to himself that all escorts chosen for the tomb rite were individuals incapable of wielding mana. They were only strong enough to deal with third-rate mercenaries or at worst, common bandits. Pushing that thought aside, he returned the courtesy with respect. Yes. Hello. I am Zed Arahan. I look forward to your support. Then, with a serious tone, he added, this journey won't be easy. We should depart at once. Michael simply nodded. Yes, understood. Just then, a pitiful wailing sound drew their attention. Not far away, Tunda clung desperately to Grace, sniffling as he cried, Grace. I am terrified. Grace patted him soothingly while trying to comfort him through conversation. It is all right. The questioning is over now, is not it? Watching the scene, Zed could not hold back a helpless sigh of exasperation. Then he marched straight toward them, his voice raised in frustration. Hey, are not you coming? Can't you see everyone's waiting? You are supposed to be leading the escort team, he added sharply, prying Tunda's arms off of Grace. Alarmed, Grace raised her voice at him, what do you think you are doing? Zed lowered his tone but kept his seriousness. Do you not see how many people are waiting because of the two of you? Are not you ashamed of causing all this trouble? Climbing Mount Triman will take at least half a day. No matter how fast we move, the sun will set before we reach the top. Like an overprotective mother hen, Grace yanked Tunda back, glaring furiously at Zed. You think I do not know that? Even so, acting like this in front of the servants is hardly appropriate. Zed's expression remained unchanged as he replied, half sincere, half mocking, servants, they are not servants. They are officially hired Arahan personnel. Who would ever think you are the heir of House Arahan acting like this? The moment they understood the implication of his last remark, both Tunda and Grace darkened with anger, ready to argue. But Zed did not bother indulging them. He turned away, leaving them with a curt reminder. That is enough. If you understand, then get up and move. We are leaving now. Grace's face twisted with fury, her thoughts boiling with curses. That bastard. We will see how long your arrogance lasts. She glared daggers at his back as he walked away, her heart filling with venom. I will make you kneel and beg for your life. And only then will I let you die a slow, agonizing death. At Mount Triman, the path wound sharply through jagged rocks and uneven terrain. The clear blue sky contrasted sharply with the desolate landscape below, leafless, lifeless branches, and dry, cracked stone stretching endlessly. Zed led the way, his steps steady and firm as he pressed down on the rugged ground. Behind him, thousands of soldiers trudged along the twisting, uphill path, their boots crunching against stone and dirt, every one of them panting heavily from the exertion. By now, Tunda, with his frail strength, had barely managed a short distance over the ridges and streams. Exhausted, he clung to the rocky cliff, gasping and muttering under his breath. How can anyone climb this? Recovering a bit of energy, he turned toward Grace, shouting in frustration. Grace, we should have brought a carriage just in case. Do you think it is reasonable to make me climb this? Zed, hearing his voice echo across the mountain, paused and looked back. He let out a soft sigh and muttered under his breath, what is so difficult about this? Scanning the group ahead, he noticed that everyone was soaked in sweat, struggling to catch their breath. After a moment of consideration, he silently made a decision. Everyone looks exhausted. We should take a short break. Turning to address the soldiers, he said, let us rest for a moment. Hearing his order, the men cheered in unison, relieved. Without hesitation, they dropped to the ground to rest. Michael, ever proper, approached with concern. Are you all right, young master? Zed's eyes casually swept over the group before replying in a calm, detached tone. Yeah. This is nothing to me. Seeing that Zed remained completely unfazed by the steep climb, Michael could not help but express admiration. Amazing. I am out of breath just watching this. I never expected a mage to have this kind of stamina. Even young Master Rondo would not manage this. At the mention of that name, Zed turned slightly to look at him, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Rondo. That name sounds familiar. After a brief moment, it clicked. Rondo Arahan, the eldest son of the family and Alay's mage. Curiosity stirred within Zed as he pondered, so he is my rival now. I wonder if he is around 25 years old by now. The sky remained a crisp blue, with white clouds drifting lazily above. After a short break, Zed stood and addressed Michael, the captain of the guards. Let us keep moving. Resting too long will make the body lazy. Michael nodded, acknowledging the order. Yes, understood. Turning to the soldiers, he relayed the command. All right, let us move out again. Keep up the pace, everyone. As the soldiers began to rise and prepared to continue, Grace, standing amidst the group, shouted sharply and stubbornly. What are you doing? Our young master is not ready yet. Tunda kept grumbling under his breath, irritated that they were already moving again when he still wanted more rest. Afraid that Zed might be displeased, Michael reluctantly tried to negotiate with him. I will calm him down and bring him along. Young master, please lead the group. With that said, he forced himself to squeeze through the column of soldiers, heading back toward Tunda. Inwardly, however, he could not stop sighing. Just one immature brat is already enough to wear all of us out. The sun gradually softened as it dipped behind the mountains. The rugged forest trail echoed with the steady footsteps of the marching expedition. At this stretch of the journey, Zed was starting to feel a hint of fatigue himself, but he still kept a lively pace, motivating his own spirit. Maybe it is because I have not done cardio in a long time, he thought, but my body actually feels full of energy. Then another thought crossed his mind. Come to think of it, we have climbed pretty high already. So why is it this quiet? Following his intuition, Zed turned around to look. What he saw made him pause with a slight scowl. The moment he spotted Michael carrying Tunda on his back, Zed's expression hardened with fury. He shouted angrily, "That thoughtless bastard!" Spinning on his heel, he bolted back toward them, closing the distance in seconds. Once he reached Michael and Tunda, he immediately grabbed Tunda and yanked him off Michael's back without hesitation. Then he snapped coldly at him, "Even if you can't contribute anything, the least you could do is not cause trouble, you idiot." "Is that really so hard?" he barked, his eyes blazing as he glared directly at Tunda. The intensity of Zed's stare sent a chill down Tunda's spine, but he still tried to act tough, snapping back. Why are you doing this to me? He volunteered to carry me first." Zed shot back with the same ferocity, half scolding, half interrogating. "He probably had no other choice because you kept whining like a child. Do you not understand you are supposed to climb the tomb yourself?" Tunda shoved Zed's hand away and lashed out in arrogance. "Whether I get carried or not is none of your business. Mind your own damn affairs." Zed did not bother arguing further. Instead, he turned to the others and spoke with an icy warning, "From this moment on, if anyone helps Tunda, I will hold that person responsible." His words made several soldiers glance back in alarm. Zed raised his voice even more, declaring, "Climbing to the tomb on your own is part of the certification ritual. Anyone who interferes will be putting themselves at risk." Hearing this blatant threat, Tunda froze for a moment, blurting out instinctively, "What?" Zed did not respond. He simply resumed walking, taking the lead again. Then he issued a new rule for the entire group: "From here on out, we move according to the leader's pace. Anyone who falls behind will be left behind. Is that clear?" All the soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, sir," before quickening their steps to follow Zed, leaving Tunda and Grace stewing in frustration at the rear. By the time they reached the peak of Mount Triman, the sun was already on the verge of setting. Everyone was completely exhausted. Some collapsed flat on the ground. Others stood doubled over, trying to catch their breath while complaining. "We finally made it. I really thought I was going to die from exhaustion," one of them groaned. Another marveled, "We climbed incredibly fast, faster than I could have imagined." The women's division had also arrived not long after. Zed stood with his arms crossed, calmly watching Ryu and the soldiers resting. A faint smile tugged at his lips. The sky darkened into dusk. The head butler spoke in a worried, quiet voice. "Young master, Tunda is too slow." Zed, noticing it as well, frowned slightly. Tunda, Grace, and the captain of his guard still have not shown up. The sun is about to set. "We can't just keep waiting here," he said, glancing at the last rays of light slipping behind the mountain ridge, the horizon teetering between day and night. Zed let out a long, weary sigh. A few seconds later, he turned to the head butler. "Begin the certification ritual with me first." She hesitated, conflicted, "But young Master Tunda is the sixth heir. And you are the youngest." Zed responded with steady seriousness, "Is there a rule about the order? We proceed with whoever arrives first. There is no point wasting time for no reason." Even then, the head butler still looked uncertain. She glanced back down the path they had climbed, but no silhouette appeared. Only then did she reluctantly relent. "You are right." Seeing her hesitation had not fully faded, Zed spoke again to reassure her. "This is also your first time participating in a joint certification, is not it? There is no law stating Tunda must perform it first." In the end, with no argument left, the head butler conceded with a resigned sigh. "I understand. Please follow me." Arahan's tomb lay within a dark cavern, so well hidden that one could easily miss it altogether. She pointed toward the cave entrance and gave him a strict warning. "Once you enter, you will find a large altar inside. You are forbidden from using mana, and you must not touch anything except the altar itself." After finishing her explanation, she bowed slightly. "Please proceed inside, young master." Zed stared into the pitch-black hollow of the cave, a knot of unease forming in his stomach. "Now that I am standing here, I am suddenly getting nervous." Even so, he stepped forward decisively. His arm passed through a thin, shimmering barrier, first one hand, then the other. Feeling the energy radiating from the barrier, Zed could not help but think to himself, it is warm. Once his entire body passed through the veil, he expected darkness, but what greeted him was far from it. Instead, a profound sense of tranquility unfolded before him. Zed's eyes widened in astonishment as he took in the scene. This is the Arahan tomb. The sky was a clear, deep blue, and the grass beneath him was lush and vibrant. Strange pillars floated weightlessly in the air, defying gravity. Standing in the middle of this vast, serene expanse, Zed reflected inwardly, it is enormous. Almost like this place connects to another dimension. At that moment, the head butler stepped in. Seeing her, Zed felt a flicker of confusion. She immediately offered an explanation. Only those with Arahan bloodlines or those chosen are permitted to enter here. Among the attendants, I am the only one allowed inside. Then she pointed toward a nearby box and spoke with solemnity. Do you see the altar ahead? That is where you will receive the certification of your pure bloodline. The two of them approached the altar. Zed's nerves tightened, and he slowly extended his hand. Touching the surface of the altar, anxiety surged through him. Wait. What if they discover that I am not truly Zed Arahan? The thought made sweat bead on his forehead. Yet when the sigil on the altar glowed, a new wave of apprehension struck him. After all, this is Temud's tomb. Anything could happen. Lost in thought, he recalled the true form of his own body and quietly warned himself. If it senses that the soul inhabiting this body is from another world, what in the world would happen to me? The idea sent a subtle shiver through his entire body. His eyes, vacant yet burning with intensity, reflected both fear and anticipation. Zed's mind raced with anxiety. What if they discover that I am not truly Zed Arahan, and that this body houses the soul of someone from another world? A shiver ran down his spine as he wondered in horror, what in the world would happen to me then? He glanced down at his hands and reassured himself, at least this body. It is still Arahan's. The head butler lifted a finely crafted dagger resting atop a carved wooden box. She spoke solemnly, make a cut across the palm of your hand with this dagger. When the blood flows, place your hand upon the altar. After the bloodline certification ritual, you will be granted the Arahan cloak and the family insignia. Seeing Zed frozen in place, she called out, young Master Zed. Zed hesitated for only a moment before replying, no. She tried to soothe him. There is nothing to fear. The wound will heal immediately once the certification is complete. Zed's voice faltered. It is not that. He asked cautiously, has anyone ever failed the certification? The head butler paused, slightly taken aback. What do you mean? I am just curious, Zed replied, to know what happens when the certification succeeds. After a moment of thought, she answered, Light will flow into the altar. Zed gave a small smile. I understand. Yet inwardly he pondered, she makes it sound so simple. But for me, right now, this is anything but simple. A flicker of dread crossed his mind. What if the pure bloodline certification fails? What will happen to me? He steeled himself. I have come this far. There is no turning back now. Gripping the dagger tightly, he muttered under his breath, whatever happens, I will deal with it. With a deep breath, Zed made a shallow cut across his palm, trying to calm himself. It will be fine. It has to be. He stared at his hand, the blood flowing freely, and marveled, incredible. It does not even hurt. The head butler nodded subtly, signaling him to proceed. Zed exhaled sharply and placed his bleeding hand onto the stone altar. He thought to himself, I really do not know what to expect. Suddenly, the surface of the stone shimmered, emitting a pale red light adorned with intricate patterns. The black stone trembled slightly. His blood seeped into the altar, and a voice resonated in his mind, at last. You have arrived. You have answered the call. Startled, Zed quickly withdrew his hand. The head butler's calm voice reminded him, young master, you must keep your hand on the altar until the certification ritual is complete. Zed's eyes widened in shock. Wait. Did not you hear that voice too? She looked at him, puzzled, then said, keep your hand there until it is finished. It will be over soon. Zed thought anxiously, did not she hear that voice? She urged him again, young master, hurry. Zed's chest tightened. This is making me feel electric. He placed his hand back onto the stone altar. The stone trembled again, and the strange voice echoed in his mind. I have waited for you for a long time. Zed furrowed his brow, wondering how he could communicate with this entity. First, in my mind. Who are you? The voice answered immediately, I am the one who summoned you, and also the origin of this world. Zed's heart leapt with amazement. It can communicate. He pondered, but what did it just say? Summoned, the origin of this world. Do not tell me. He confirmed inwardly, you are Temud Arahan. The voice replied, indeed. Zed's eyes widened in shock. I suspected it, but I never imagined it would truly be Temud. He questioned, so it was you who summoned me. Out of all people, why me? Temud's voice resonated calmly. You are one who thirsts for power, yet does not allow yourself to be ensnared by the temptations of corruption. Zed pressed further, what is your purpose in summoning me? Temud replied, there is not enough time to explain everything. The stronger you become, the more clearly you will sense my presence. Zed panicked, no, you have to tell me the reason. Temud's voice softened but carried authority, remember this. I will always watch over the one who answers my call. A gentle light radiated from the stone altar. Then a brilliant golden light burst forth, spreading intensely throughout the chamber. The head butler whispered in astonishment, golden light. Moments later, the radiance began to fade. She muttered to herself, puzzled, why is it golden, it should have been red. Zed tilted his head, curious. The certification ritual is complete, is not it? She hesitated, strange. There has never been a light of any other color before. Why gold? Zed considered aloud. All the other heirs have fire energy, right, I have lightning energy. Perhaps that is why the light turned golden. He continued, either way, the light appeared. Does not that mean the certification ritual is now complete? The head butler's mind raced. Perhaps. Yes, it must be. I cannot let anyone discover the secret of this golden light. Zed exhaled quietly. If anyone knew Temud's soul resides within me, they would go mad trying to devour me. Just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. After a brief pause, the head butler spoke. Young Master Zed, the pure bloodline certification ritual has been completed. I will now grant you the cloak and insignia. She handed him a deep red cloak and the Arahan insignia. Zed accepted them and draped the cloak over his shoulders. The head butler announced solemnly, with this, young Master Zed has earned his status as heir. From this moment forward, you are the 7th generation heir of the Arahan family. Zed sat quietly that night, staring at the glowing status window before him. His brows knitted as he studied it, sinking into thought. None of his stats or skills had changed. People always said the original Zed Arahan was extraordinary, yet nothing here looked different at all. He had expected something. He let out a long sigh. Anyway, that idiot Tunda still is not here, it is already past midnight. Pathetic. From a distance, 2 servants peeked at Zed from behind a stone pillar, whispering among themselves. A moment later, Tunda finally arrived, immediately bickering with the attendants. Get your hands off me, you low-born trash. Zed walked over and said sharply, you are already here, so stop causing trouble. Hurry up and do your certification ritual. I finished mine a long time ago, he added flatly. Tunda froze mid-motion, staring at him in disbelief. Your cloak. His expression twisted with outrage. You are done already. How dare you go ahead of me? Zed shot back, of course I did. Did you think I would sit around and wait for you? Tunda puffed up in arrogance, shouting, you insolent brat. I am the 6th heir, naturally, I am supposed to go first, Zed countered, you sure talk big. If you wanted to go first, then maybe you should have climbed faster. He added coldly, keep annoying me and I will just leave you behind. So shut up and go do your damn ritual. Spotting the chief butler from afar, Tunda immediately redirected his anger, screaming, how could you let this happen? Why did the youngest get his certification first? You lowly butler, how dare you act on your own? She sighed quietly. Very well. I will now conduct the certification ritual in my capacity as the chief butler. She continued calmly, and afterward, I must report everything that happened today to the patriarch. Nothing will be omitted. Tunda paled instantly. The patriarch. He hurried after her in a panic. Wait, I am sorry, Please do not report this to the patriarch, but the chief butler only said coolly, please go inside quickly. We are on a mountain, the temperature will continue to drop. Zed watched the two of them disappear into the temple chamber in silence. Michael approached from behind, bowing his head. Forgive me, seventh heir. There is something I must tell you. Please follow me for a moment. A short distance away, Michael's voice dropped. I sensed a strange presence halfway up the mountain. Mount Triman is supposed to be completely uninhabited. He hesitated, then added, but what concerns me more is Chief Butler Grace's reaction. She did not show the slightest response. A sixth circle mage should never fail to detect something like that. Michael exhaled heavily. I believe she is pretending she did not sense it. Zed asked, you are saying Grace has her own agenda? He answered without hesitation, yes, exactly. Zed reassured him, you do not need to worry about that. Michael looked stunned. What? I heard you and the sixth heir are on terrible terms. Panic crept into his voice. Do not tell me you already knew. Zed nodded. Yes. I planned to report it to the captain of the Royal Guard anyway. He recalled Grace's sinister expression and said, quietly, there will be an ambush on the way down the mountain. Zed continued calmly, prepare for the attack.